33. Christendom and the Crusades. Section 1. The Western world at its lowest ebb. Section 2. The feudal system. Section 3. The Frankish kingdom of the Merovingians. Section 4. The Christianization of the Western barbarians. Section 5. Charlemagne becomes Emperor of the West. Section 6. The personality of Charlemagne. Section 7. The French and the Germans become distinct. Section. The Normans, the Saracens, the Hungarians, and the Seljuk Turks. Section 9. How Constantinople appealed to Rome. Section 10. The Crusades. Section 11. The Crusades, a test of Christianity. Section 12. The Emperor Frederick Roman II. Section 13. Defects and limitations of the papacy. Section 14. A list of leading popes. Section 1. Let us turn again now from this intellectual renaissance in the cradle of the ancient civilizations to the affairs of the Western world. We have described the complete economic, social, and political breakup of the Roman imperial system in the West, the confusion and darkness that followed in the 6th and 7th centuries, and the struggles of such men as Cassiodorus to keep alight the flame of human learning amidst these windy confusions. For a time, it would be idle to write of states and rulers. Smaller or greater adventurers seized a castle or a countryside and ruled an uncertain area. The British Islands, for instance, were split up amidst a multitude of rulers. Numerous Celtic chiefs in Ireland and Scotland and Wales and Cornwall fought and prevailed over and succumbed to each other. The English invaders were also divided into a number of fluctuating kingdoms: Kent, Wessex, Essex, Sussex, Mercia, Northumbria, and East Anglia, which were constantly at war with one another. So it was over most of the Western world. Here a bishop would be the monarch, as Gregory the Great was in Rome. Here a town or a group of towns would be under the rule of the duke or prince of this or that. Amidst the vast ruins of the city of Rome, half-independent families of quasi-noble adventurers and their retainers maintained themselves. The Pope kept a sort of general predominance there, but he was sometimes more than balanced by a Duke of Rome. The great arena of the Colosseum had been made into a privately owned castle, and so too had the vast circular tomb of the Emperor Hadrian. And the adventurers who had possession of these strongholds and their partisans waylaid each other and fought and bickered in the ruinous streets of the once imperial city. The tomb of Hadrian was known, after the days of Gregory the Great, as the Castle of St. Angelo, the Castle of the Holy Angel, because when he was crossing the bridge over the Tiber on his way to St. Peter's to pray against the great pestilence which was devastating the city, he had had a vision of a great angel standing over the dark mass of the mausoleum and sheathing a sword, and he had known then that his prayers would be answered. This Castle of St. Angelo played a very important part in Roman affairs during this age of disorder. Spain was in much the same state of political fragmentation as Italy or France or Britain. And in Spain, the old feud of Carthaginian and Roman was still continued in the bitter hostility of their descendants and heirs, the Jew and the Christian. So that when the power of the Caliph had swept along the North African coast to the Straits of Gibraltar, it found in the Spanish Jews ready helpers in its invasion of Europe. A Moslem army of Arabs and of Berbers, the nomadic Hamitic people of the African desert and mountain hinterland who had been converted to Islam, crossed and defeated the West Goths in a great battle in 711. In a few years, the whole country was in their possession. In 720, Islam had reached the Pyrenees and had pushed round their eastern end into France. And for a time, it seemed that the faith was likely to subjugate Gaul as easily as it had subjugated the Spanish peninsula. But presently, it struck against something hard, a new kingdom of the Franks, which had been consolidating itself for some 2 centuries in the Rhineland and North France. Of this Frankish kingdom, the precursor of France and Germany, which formed the western bulwark of Europe against the faith of Mohammed, as the Byzantine Empire behind the Taurus Mountains formed the eastern, we shall now have much to tell. But first, we must give some account of the new system of social groupings out of which it arose. Section 2. It is necessary that the reader should have a definite idea of the social condition of Western Europe in the 8th century. It was not a barbarism. Eastern Europe was still barbaric and savage. Things had progressed, but little beyond the state of affairs described by Gibbon in his account of the mission of Priscus to Attila, see Volume I, p. 557. But Western Europe was a shattered civilization, without law, without administration, with roads destroyed and education disorganized, but still with great numbers of people with civilized ideas and habits and traditions. It was a time of confusion, of brigandage, of crimes unpunished and universal insecurity. It is very interesting to trace how out of the universal melee, the beginnings of a new order appeared. In a modern breakdown, there would probably be the formation of local vigilance societies, which would combine and restore a police administration and a roughly democratic rule. But in the broken-down Western Empire of the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries, men's ideas turned rather to leaders than to committees, and the centers about which affairs crystallized were here barbaric chiefs, here a vigorous bishop or some surviving claimant to a Roman official position, here a long-recognized landowner or man of ancient family, and here again some vigorous usurper of power. No solitary man was safe. So men were forced to link themselves with others, preferably people stronger than themselves. The lonely man chose the most powerful and active person in his district and became his man. The freeman, or the weak lordling of a petty territory, linked himself to some more powerful lord. The protection of that lord, or the danger of his hostility, became more considerable with every such accession. So very rapidly, there went on a process of political crystallization in the confused and lawless sea into which the Western Empire had liquefied. These natural associations and alliances of protector and subordinates grew very rapidly into a system, the feudal system, traces of which are still to be found in the social structure of every European community west of Russia. This process speedily took on technical forms and laws of its own. In such a country as Gaul, it was already well in progress in the days of insecurity, before the barbarian tribes broke into the empire as conquerors. The Franks, when they came into Gaul, brought with them an institution, which we have already noted in the case of the Macedonians, and which was probably of very wide distribution among the Nordic people, the gathering about the chief or war king of a body of young men of good family, the companions or comitatus, his counts or captains. It was natural in the case of invading peoples that the relations of a weak lord to a strong lord should take on the relations of a count to his king, and that a conquering chief should divide seized and confiscated estates among his companions. From the side of the decaying empire, there came to feudalism the idea of the grouping for mutual protection of men and estates. From the Teutonic side came the notions of knightly association, devotion, and personal service. The former was the economic side of the institution, the latter the chivalrous. The analogy of the aggregation of feudal groupings with crystallization is a very close one. As the historian watches the whirling and eddying confusion of the 4th and 5th century in Western Europe, he begins to perceive the appearance of these pyramidal growths of heads and subordinates and subsubordinates, which jostle against one another, branch, dissolve again, or coalesce. We use the term feudal system for convenience sake, but with a degree of impropriety if it conveys the meaning systematic. Feudalism in its most flourishing age was anything but systematic. It was confusion roughly organized. Great diversity prevailed everywhere, and we should not be surprised to find some different fact or custom in every lordship. Anglo-Norman feudalism attained in the 11th and 12th centuries a logical completeness and a uniformity of practice which, in the feudal age proper, can hardly be found elsewhere through so large a territory. The foundation of the feudal relationship proper was the fief, which was usually land, but might be any desirable thing as an office, a revenue in money or kind, the right to collect a toll or operate a mill. In return for the fief, the man became the vassal of his lord, he knelt before him, and with his hands between his lord's hands, promised him fealty and service. The faithful performance of all the duties he had assumed in homage constituted the vassal's right and title to his fief. So long as they were fulfilled, he and his heir after him held the fief as his property, practically and in relation to all under tenants as if he were the owner. In the ceremony of homage and investiture, which is the creative contract of feudalism, the obligations assumed by the two parties were, as a rule, not specified in exact terms. They were determined by local custom. In many points of detail, the vassal's services differed widely in different parts of the feudal world. We may say, however, that they fall into two classes, general and specific. The general included all that might come under the idea of loyalty, seeking the lord's interests, keeping his secrets, betraying the plans of his enemies, protecting his family, etc. The specific services are capable of more definite statement, and they usually received exact definition in custom and sometimes in written documents. The most characteristic of these was the military service, which included appearance in the field on summons with a certain force, often armed in a specified way, and remaining a specified length of time. It often included also the duty of guarding the lord's castle, and of holding one's own castle subject to the plans of the lord for the defense of his fief. Illustration: area more or less under Frankish dominion in the time of Charles Martel. Theoretically regarded, feudalism covered Europe with a network of these fiefs, rising in graded ranks one above the other from the smallest, the knight's fee, at the bottom, to the king at the top, who was the supreme landowner, or who held the kingdom from God. But this was the theory that was superimposed upon the established facts. The reality of feudalism was its voluntary cooperation. The feudal state was one in which, it has been said, private law had usurped the place of public law. But rather is it truer that public law had failed and vanished and private law had come in to fill the vacuum. Public duty had become private obligation. Section 3. We have already mentioned various kingdoms of the barbarian tribes who set up a more or less flimsy dominion over this or that area amidst the debris of the empire. The kingdoms of the Suevi and West Goths in Spain, the East Gothic kingdom in Italy, and the Italian Lombard kingdom, which succeeded the Goths after Justinian had expelled the latter, and after the Great Pestilence had devastated Italy. The Frankish kingdom was another such barbarian power which arose first in what is now Belgium, and which spread southward to the Loire, but it developed far more strength and solidarity than any of the others. It was the first real state to emerge from the universal wreckage. It became at last a wide and vigorous political reality, and from it are derived two great powers of modern Europe, France and the German Empire. Its founder was Clovis, 481–511, who began as a small king in Belgium and ended with his southern frontiers nearly at the Pyrenees. He divided his kingdom among his 4 sons, but the Franks retained a tradition of unity in spite of this division, and for a time, fraternal wars for a single control united rather than divided them. A more serious split arose, however, through the Latinization of the Western Franks, who occupied Romanized Gaul and who learnt to speak the corrupt Latin of the subject population, while the Franks of the Rhineland retained their Low German speech. At a low level of civilization, differences in language cause very powerful political strains. For 150 years, the Frankish world was split in two: Neustria, the nucleus of France, speaking a Latinish speech, which became at last the French language we know, and Austrasia, the Rhineland, which remained German. We will not tell here of the decay of the dynasty, the Merovingian dynasty, founded by Clovis, nor how in Austrasia a certain court official, the mayor of the palace, gradually became the king de facto and used the real king as a puppet. The position of mayor of the palace also became hereditary in the 7th century, and in 687, a certain Pepin of Heristal, the Austrasian mayor of the palace, had conquered Neustria and reunited all the Franks. He was followed in 714 by his son, Charles Martel, who also bore no higher title than mayor of the palace. His poor little Merovingian kings do not matter in the slightest degree to us here. It was this Charles Martel who stopped the Moslems. They had pushed as far as Tours when he met them, and in a great battle between that place and Poitiers, 732, utterly defeated them and broke their spirit. Thereafter the Pyrenees remained their utmost boundary. They came no further into Western Europe. Charles Martel divided his power between 2 sons, but one resigned and went into a monastery, leaving his brother Pepin sole ruler. This Pepin it was who finally extinguished the descendants of Clovis. He sent to the Pope to ask who was the true king of the Franks, the man who held the power or the man who wore the crown, and the Pope, who was in need of a supporter, decided in favor of the mayor of the palace. So Pepin was chosen king at a gathering of the Frankish nobles in the Merovingian capital Soissons, and anointed and crowned. That was in 751. The Franco-Germany he united was consolidated by his son Charlemagne. It held together until the death of his grandson Louis, 840, and then France and Germany broke away again to the great injury of mankind. It was not a difference of race or temperament. It was a difference of language and tradition that split these Frankish peoples asunder. That old separation of Neustria and Austrasia still works out in bitter consequences. In 1916, the ancient conflict of Neustria and Austrasia had broken out into war once more. In the August of that year, the present writer visited Soissons and crossed the temporary wooden bridge that had been built by the English after the Battle of the Aisne from the main part of the town to the suburb of St. Médard. Canvas screens protected passengers upon the bridge from the observation of the German sharpshooters who were sniping from their trenches down the curve of the river. He went with his guides across a field and along by the wall of an orchard in which a German shell exploded as he passed. So he reached the battered buildings that stand upon the site of the ancient abbey of St. Médard, in which the last Merovingian was deposed and Pepin the Short was crowned in his stead. Beneath these ancient buildings there were great crypts, very useful as dugouts for the German advanced lines were not more than a couple of 100 yards away. The sturdy French soldier lads were cooking and resting in these shelters, and lying down to sleep among the stone coffins that had held the bones of their Merovingian kings. Section 4. The populations over which Charles Martel and King Pepin ruled were at very different levels of civilization in different districts. To the west and south, the bulk of the people consisted of Latinized and Christian Celts. In the central regions, these rulers had to deal with such more or less Christianized Germans as the Franks and Burgundians and Alemanni. To the northeast were still pagan Frisians and Saxons. To the east were the Bavarians, recently Christianized through the activities of Saint Boniface, and to the east of them again pagan Slavs and Avars. The paganism of the Germans and Slavs was very similar to the primitive religion of the Greeks. It was a manly religion in which temple, priest, and sacrifices played a small part, and its gods were like men, a kind of school prefects of more powerful beings who interfered impulsively and irregularly in human affairs. The Germans had a Jupiter in Odin, a Mars in Thor, a Venus in Freya, and so on. Throughout the 7th and 8th centuries, a steady process of conversion to Christianity went on amidst these German and Slavonic tribes. It will be interesting to English-speaking readers to note that the most zealous and successful missionaries among the Saxons and Frisians came from England. Christianity was twice planted in the British Isles. It was already there while Britain was a part of the Roman Empire. A martyr, St. Alban, gave his name to the town of St. Albans, and nearly every visitor to Canterbury has also visited little old St. Martin's Church, which was used during the Roman times. From Britain, as we have already said, Christianity spread beyond the imperial boundaries into Ireland. The chief missionary was St. Patrickand. There was a vigorous monastic movement with which are connected the names of St. Columba and the religious settlements of Iona. Then in the 5th and 6th centuries came the fierce and pagan English, and they cut off the early Church of Ireland from the main body of Christianity. In the 7th century, Christian missionaries were converting the English, both in the north from Ireland and in the south from Rome. The Rome mission was sent by Pope Gregory the Great just at the close of the 6th century. The story goes that he saw English boys for sale in the Roman slave market, though it is a little difficult to understand how they got there. They were very fair and good-looking. In answer to his inquiries, he was told that they were Angles. Not Angles but angels, said he, had they but the gospel. The mission worked through the 7th century. Before that century was over, most of the English were Christians, though Mercia, the central English kingdom, held out stoutly against the priests and for the ancient faith and ways. And there was a swift progress in learning upon the part of these new converts. The monasteries of the kingdom of Northumbria in the north of England became a center of light and learning. Theodore of Tarsus was one of the earliest archbishops of Canterbury, 669–690. While Greek was utterly unknown in the west of Europe, it was mastered by some of the pupils of Theodore. The monasteries contained many monks who were excellent scholars. Most famous of all was Bede, known as the Venerable Bede, 670–735, a monk of Jarrow, on Tyne. He had for his pupils the 600 monks of that monastery, besides the many strangers who came to hear him. He gradually mastered all the learning of his day, and left at his death 45 volumes of his writings, the most important of which are the Ecclesiastical History of the English, and his translation of the Gospel of John into English. His writings were widely known and used throughout Europe. He reckoned all dates from the birth of Christ, and through his works, the use of Christian chronology became common in Europe. Owing to the large number of monasteries and monks in Northumbria, that part of England was for a time far in advance of the south in civilization. In the 7th and 8th centuries, we find the English missionaries active upon the eastern frontiers of the Frankish kingdom. Chief among these was Saint Boniface, 687–55, who was born at Crediton in Devonshire, who converted the Frisians, Thuringians, and Hessians, and who was martyred in Holland. Both in England and on the continent, the ascendant rulers seized upon Christianity as a unifying force to cement their conquests. Christianity became a banner for aggressive chiefs as it did in Uganda in Africa in the bloody days before that country was annexed to the British Empire. After Pepin, who died in 768, came two sons, Charles and another, who divided his kingdom. But the brother of Charles died in 771, and Charles then became sole king, 771–814, of the growing realm of the Franks. This Charles is known in history as Charles the Great or Charlemagne. As in the case of Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar, posterity has enormously exaggerated his memory. He made his wars of aggression definitely religious wars. All the world of northwestern Europe, which is now Great Britain, France, Germany, Denmark, and Norway and Sweden, was in the 9th century an arena of bitter conflict between the old faith and the new. Whole nations were converted to Christianity by the sword, just as Islam in Arabia, Central Asia, and Africa had converted whole nations a century or so before. With fire and sword, Charlemagne preached the gospel of the cross to the Saxons, Bohemians, and as far as the Danube into what is now Hungary. He carried the same teaching down the Adriatic coast through what is now Dalmatia, and drove the Moslems back from the Pyrenees as far as Barcelona. Moreover, he it was who sheltered Egbert, an exile from Wessex in England, and assisted him presently to establish himself as king in Wessex, 802. Egbert subdued the Britons in Cornwall, as Charlemagne conquered the Britons of Brittany, and by a series of wars, which he continued after the death of his Frankish patron, made himself at last the first king of all England, 828. But the attacks of Charlemagne upon the last strongholds of paganism provoked a vigorous reaction on the part of the unconverted. The Christianized English had retained very little of the seamanship that had brought them from the mainland, and the Franks had not yet become seamen. As the Christian propaganda of Charlemagne swept towards the shores of the North and Baltic seas, the pagans were driven to the sea. They retaliated for the Christian persecutions with plundering raids and expeditions against the northern coasts of France and against Christian England. These pagan Saxons and English of the mainland and their kindred from Denmark and Norway are the Danes and Northmen of our national histories. They were also called Vikings, which means inlet men, because they came from the deep inlets of the Scandinavian coast. They came in long black galleys, making little use of sails. Most of our information about these wars and invasions of the pagan Vikings is derived from Christian sources, and so we have abundant information of the massacres and atrocities of their raids, and very little about the cruelties inflicted upon their pagan brethren, the Saxons, at the hands of Charlemagne. Their animus against the cross and against monks and nuns was extreme. They delighted in the burning of monasteries and nunneries and the slaughter of their inmates. Throughout the period between the 5th and the 9th centuries, these Vikings or Northmen were learning seamanship, becoming bolder and ranging further. They braved the northern seas until the icy shores of Greenland were a familiar haunt, and by the 9th century they had settlements, of which Europe in general knew nothing, in America. In the 10th and 11th centuries, many of their sagas began to be written down in Iceland. They saw the world in terms of valiant adventure. They assailed the walrus, the bear, and the whale. In their imaginations, a great and rich city to the south, a sort of confusion of Rome and Byzantium, loomed large. They called it Miklagard, Michael's court, or Miklagarth. The magnetism of Miklagarth was to draw the descendants of these Northmen down into the Mediterranean by two routes, by the west and also across Russia from the Baltic, as we shall tell later. By the Russian route went also the kindred Swedes. So long as Charlemagne and Egbert lived, the Vikings were no more than raiders. But as the 9th century wore on, these raids developed into organized invasions. In several districts of England, the hold of Christianity was by no means firm as yet. In Mercia in particular, the pagan Northmen found sympathy and help. By 886, the Danes had conquered a fair part of England, and the English king, Alfred the Great, had recognized their rule over their conquests, the Danelaw, in the pact he made with Guthrum, their leader. A little later, in 912, another expedition under Rolf, the Ganger established itself upon the coast of France in the region that was known henceforth as Normandy equals Northmandy. But of how there was presently a fresh conquest of England by the Danes, and how finally the Duke of Normandy became King of England, we cannot tell at any length. There were very small racial and social differences between Angle, Saxon, Jute, Dane, or Norman. And though these changes loom large in the imaginations of the English, they are seen to be very slight rufflings indeed of the stream of history when we measure them by the standards of a greater world. The issue between Christianity and paganism vanished presently from the struggle. By the Treaty of Wedmore, the Danes agreed to be baptized if they were assured of their conquests, and the descendants of Rolf in Normandy were not merely Christianized, but they learnt to speak French from the more civilized people about them, forgetting their own Norse tongue. Of much greater significance in the history of mankind are the relations of Charlemagne with his neighbors to the south and east, and to the imperial tradition. Section 5. Through Charlemagne, the tradition of the Roman Caesar was revived in Europe. The Roman Empire was dead and decaying. The Byzantine Empire was far gone in decay. But the education and mentality of Europe had sunken to a level at which new creative political ideas were probably impossible. In all Europe, there survived not a tithe of the speculative vigor that we find in the Athenian literature of the 5th century BC. There was no power to postulate a new occasion or to conceive and organize a novel political method. Official Christianity had long overlaid and accustomed itself to ignore those strange teachings of Jesus of Nazareth from which it had arisen. The Roman Church, clinging tenaciously to its possession of the title of Pontifex Maximus, had long since abandoned its appointed task of achieving the kingdom of heaven. It was preoccupied with the revival of Roman ascendancy on earth, which it conceived of as its inheritance. It had become a political body, using the faith and needs of simple men to forward its schemes. Europe drifted towards a dreary imitation and revival of the misconceived failures of the past. For 11 centuries from Charlemagne onwards, emperors and Caesars of this line, and that come and go in the history of Europe like fancies in a disordered mind. We shall have to tell of a great process of mental growth in Europe, of enlarged horizons and accumulating power. But it was a process that went on independently of, and in spite of, the political forms of the time, until at last it shattered those forms altogether. Europe during those 11 centuries of the imitation Caesars which began with Charlemagne, and which closed only in the monstrous bloodshed of 1914-1918, has been like a busy factory owned by a somnambulist, who is sometimes quite unimportant and sometimes disastrously in the way. Or rather than a somnambulist, let us say by a corpse that magically simulates a kind of life. The Roman Empire staggers, sprawls, is thrust off the stage, and reappears, and if we may carry the image one step further, it is the Church of Rome which plays the part of the magician and keeps this corpse alive. And throughout the whole period, there is always a struggle going on for the control of the corpse between the spiritual and various temporal powers. We have already noted the spirit of St. Augustine's City of God. It was a book which we know Charlemagne read, or had read to him, for his literary accomplishments are rather questionable. He conceived of this Christian empire as being ruled and maintained in its orthodoxy by some such great Caesar as himself. He was to rule even the Pope. But at Rome, the view taken of the revived empire differed a little from that. There the view taken was that the Christian Caesar must be anointed and guided by the Pope, who would even have the power to excommunicate and depose him. Even in the time of Charlemagne, this divergence of view was apparent. In the following centuries, it became acute. The idea of the empire dawned only very gradually upon the mind of Charlemagne. At first, he was simply the ruler of his father's kingdom of the Franks, and his powers were fully occupied in struggles with the Saxons and Bavarians, and with the Slavs to the east of them, with the Moslem in Spain, and with various insurrections in his own dominions. And as the result of a quarrel with the king of Lombardy, his father-in-law, he conquered Lombardy and North Italy. We have noted the establishment of the Lombards in North Italy about 570 after the Great Pestilence, and after the overthrow of the East Gothic kings by Justinian. These Lombards had always been a danger and a fear to the popes, and there had been an alliance between pope and Frankish king against them in the time of Pepin. Now Charlemagne completely subjugated Lombardy, 774, sent his father-in-law to a monastery, and carried his conquests beyond the present northeastern boundaries of Italy into Dalmatia in 776. In 781 he caused one of his sons, Pepin, who did not outlive him, to be crowned king of Italy in Rome. There was a new pope, Leo Roman III, in 795, who seems from the first to have resolved to make Charlemagne emperor. Hitherto, the court at Byzantium had possessed a certain indefinite authority over the pope. Strong emperors like Justinian had bullied the popes and obliged them to come to Constantinople. Weak emperors had annoyed them ineffectively. The idea of a breach, both secular and religious, with Constantinople had long been entertained at the Lateran, and in the Frankish power there seemed to be just the support that was necessary if Constantinople was to be defied. So at his accession, Leo Roman III sent the keys of the tomb of St. Peter and a banner to Charlemagne as the symbols of his sovereignty in Rome as King of Italy. Very soon the Pope had to appeal to the protection he had chosen. He was unpopular in Rome, he was attacked and ill-treated in the streets during a procession, and obliged to fly to Germany, 799. Eginhard says his eyes were gouged out and his tongue cut off. He seems, however, to have had both eyes and tongue again a year later. Charlemagne brought him back and reinstated him, 800. Then occurred a very important scene. On Christmas Day, in the year 800, as Charles was rising from prayer in the church of St. Peter, the Pope, who had everything in readiness, clapped a crown upon his head and hailed him Caesar and Augustus. There was great popular applause. But Eginhard, the friend and biographer of Charlemagne, says that the new emperor was by no means pleased by this coup of Pope Leo's. If he had known this was to happen, he said, he would not have entered the church, great festival though it was. No doubt he had been thinking and talking of making himself emperor, but he had evidently not intended that the Pope should make him emperor. He had had some idea of marrying the Empress Irene, who at that time reigned in Constantinople, and so becoming monarch of both Eastern and Western empires. He was now obliged to accept the title in the manner that Leo Roman III had adopted as a gift from the Pope, and in a way that estranged Constantinople and secured the separation of Rome from the Byzantine Church. At first Byzantium was unwilling to recognize the imperial title of Charlemagne, but in 810 a great disaster fell upon the Byzantine Empire. The pagan Bulgarians, under their Prince Krum 800–814, defeated and destroyed the armies of the Emperor Nicephorus, whose skull became a drinking cup for Krum. The greater part of the Balkan Peninsula was conquered by these people. The Bulgarian and the English nations thus became established as political unities almost simultaneously. After this misfortune, Byzantium was in no position to dispute this revival of the empire in the West, and in 812 Charlemagne was formally recognized by Byzantine envoys as Emperor and Augustus. So the Empire of Rome, which had died at the hands of Odoacer in 476, rose again in 800 as the Holy Roman Empire. While its physical strength lay north of the Alps, the center of its idea was Rome. It was therefore from the beginning a divided thing of uncertain power, a claim and an argument rather than a necessary reality. The German sword was always clattering over the Alps into Italy, and missions and legates toiling over in the reverse direction. But the Germans could never hold Italy permanently, because they could not stand the malaria that the ruined, neglected, undrained country fostered. And in Rome, as well as in several other of the cities of Italy, there smoldered a more ancient tradition, the tradition of the aristocratic republic, hostile to both emperor and pope. Section 6. In spite of the fact that we have a life of him written by his contemporary, Eginhard, the character and personality of Charlemagne are difficult to visualize. Eginhard lacks vividness. He tells many particulars, but not the particulars that make a man live again in the record. Charlemagne, he says, was a tall man with a rather feeble voice, and he had bright eyes and a long nose. The top of his head was round, whatever that may mean, and his hair was white. He had a thick, rather short neck, and his belly too prominent. He wore a tunic with a silver border and gartered hose. He had a blue cloak and was always girt with his sword, hilt and belt being of gold and silver. He was evidently a man of great activity. One imagines him moving quickly, and his numerous love affairs did not interfere at all with his incessant military and political labors. He had numerous wives and mistresses. He took much exercise, was fond of pomp and religious ceremonies, and gave generously. He was a man of very miscellaneous activity and great intellectual enterprise, and with a self-confidence that is rather suggestive of William Roman II, the ex-German emperor, the last, perhaps forever, of this series of imitation Caesars in Europe which Charlemagne began. The mental life that Eginhard records of him is interesting, because it not only gives glimpses of a curious character, but serves as a sample of the intellectuality of the time. He could read probably. At meals, he listened to music or reading, but we are told that he had not acquired the art of writing. He used to keep his writing book and tablets under his pillow, that when he had leisure, he might practice his hand in forming letters, but he made little progress in an art begun too late in life. He had, however, a real respect for learning and a real desire for knowledge, and he did his utmost to attract men of learning to his court. Among others who came was Alcuin, a learned Englishman. All those learned men were, of course, clergymen, there being no other learned men, and naturally they gave a strongly clerical tinge to the information they imparted to their master. At his court, which was usually at Aix-la-Chapelle or Mayence, he maintained in the winter months a curious institution called his school, in which he and his erudite associates affected to lay aside all thoughts of worldly position, assumed names taken from the classical writers or from Holy Writ, and discoursed upon theology and literature. Charlemagne himself was David. He developed a considerable knowledge of theology, and it is to him that we must ascribe the addition of the words filioque to the Nicene Creed, see chap. XXX, section 8, an addition that finally split the Latin and Greek churches asunder. But it is more than doubtful if he had any such separation in mind. He wanted to add a word or so to the creed, just as the Emperor William Roman II wanted to write operas and paint pictures, and he took up what was originally a Spanish innovation. Of his organization of his empire, there is little to be said here. He was far too restless and busy to consider the quality of his successor or the condition of political stability, and the most noteworthy thing in this relationship is that he particularly schooled his son and successor, Louis the Pious 814-840, to take the crown from the altar and crown himself. But Louis the Pious was too pious to adhere to those instructions when the Pope made an objection. The legislation of Charlemagne was greatly colored by Bible reading. He knew his Bible well, as the times went, and it is characteristic of him that after he had been crowned emperor, he required every male subject above the age of 12 to renew his oath of allegiance, and to undertake to be not simply a good subject, but a good Christian. To refuse baptism or to retract after baptism was a crime punishable by death. He did much to encourage architecture and imported many Italian architects, chiefly from Ravenna, to whom we owe that pleasant Byzantine style that still at Worms and Cologne and elsewhere delights the tourist in the Rhineland. He founded a number of cathedrals and monastic schools, did much to encourage the study of classical Latin, and was a distinguished amateur of church music. The possibility of his talking Latin and understanding Greek is open to discussion. Probably he talked French Latin. Frankish, however, was his habitual tongue. He made a collection of old German songs and tales, but these were destroyed by his successor Louis the Pious on account of their paganism. He corresponded with Harun al-Rashid, the Abbasid caliph at Baghdad, who was not perhaps the less friendly to him on account of his vigorous handling of the Umayyad Arabs in Spain. Gibbon supposes that this public correspondence was founded on vanity, and that their remote situation left no room for a competition of interest. But with the Byzantine Empire between them in the east, and the independent caliphate of Spain in the west, and a common danger in the Turks of the Great Plains, they had three very excellent reasons for cordiality. Harun al-Rashid, says Gibbon, sent Charlemagne by his ambassadors a splendid tent, a water clock, an elephant, and the keys of the Holy Sepulchre. The last item suggests that Charlemagne was to some extent regarded by the Saracen monarch as the protector of the Christians and Christian properties in his dominions. Some historians declare explicitly that there was a treaty to that effect. Section 7. The Empire of Charlemagne did not outlive his son and successor, Louis the Pious. It fell apart into its main constituents. The Latinized Celtic and Frankish population of Gaul begins now to be recognizable as France, though this France was broken up into a number of dukedoms and principalities, often with no more than a nominal unity. The German-speaking peoples between the Rhine and the Slavs to the east similarly begin to develop an even more fragmentary intimation of Germany. When at length a real emperor reappears in Western Europe, 962, he is not a Frank, but a Saxon. The conquered in Germany have become the masters. It is impossible here to trace the events of the 9th and 10th centuries in any detail, the alliances, the treacheries, the claims and acquisitions. Everywhere there was lawlessness, war, and a struggle for power. In 987, the nominal kingdom of France passed from the hands of the Carlovingians, the last descendants of Charlemagne, into the hands of Hugh Capet, who founded a new dynasty. Most of his alleged subordinates were in fact independent and willing to make war on the king at the slightest provocation. The dominions of the Duke of Normandy, for example, were more extensive and more powerful than the patrimony of Hugh Capet. Almost the only unity of this France, over which the king exercised a nominal authority, lay in the common resolution of its great provinces to resist incorporation in any empire dominated either by a German ruler or by the Pope. Apart from the simple organization dictated by that common will, France was a mosaic of practically independent nobles. It was an era of castle building and fortification, and what was called private war throughout all Europe. The state of Rome in the 10th century is almost indescribable. The decay of the empire of Charlemagne left the Pope without a protector, threatened by Byzantium and the Saracens, who had taken Sicily, and face to face with the unruly nobles of Rome. Among the most powerful of these were two women, Theodora and Marozia, mother and daughter, who in succession held the castle of St. Angelo, Section 1, which Theophylact, the patrician husband of Theodora, had seized with most of the temporal power of the Pope. These two women were as bold, unscrupulous, and dissolute as any male prince of the time could have been, and they are abused by historians as though they were 10 times worse. Marozia seized and imprisoned Pope John X, 928, who speedily died under her care. She subsequently made her illegitimate son Pope, under the title of John, after him her grandson, John Roman XII, filled the chair of St. Peter. Gibbon's account of the manners and morals of John Roman XII takes refuge at last beneath a veil of Latin footnotes. This Pope, John Roman XII, was finally degraded by the new German Emperor Otto, who came over the Alps and down into Italy to be crowned in 962. This new line of Saxon emperors, which thus comes into prominence, sprang from a certain Henry the Fowler, who was elected King of Germany by an assembly of German nobles, princes, and prelates in 919. In 936, he was succeeded as king by his son, Otto I, surnamed the Great, who was also elected to be his successor at Aix-la-Chapelle, and who finally descended upon Rome at the invitation of John Roman XII to be crowned emperor in 962. His subsequent degradation of John was forced upon him by that pope's treachery. With his assumption of the imperial dignity, Otto I did not so much overcome Rome as restore the ancient tussle of pope and emperor for ascendancy to something like decency and dignity again. Otto I was followed by Otto Roman II, 973–983, and he again by a third Otto, 980–1002. The struggle between the emperor and the pope for ascendancy over the Holy Roman Empire plays a large part in the history of the early Middle Ages, and we shall have presently to sketch its chief phases. Though the Church never sank quite to the level of John Roman XII again, nevertheless the story fluctuates through phases of great violence, confusion, and intrigue. Yet the outer history of Christendom is not the whole history of Christendom. That the Lateran was as cunning, foolish, and criminal as most other contemporary courts has to be recorded. But, if we are to keep due proportions in this history, it must not be unduly emphasized. We must remember that through all those ages, leaving profound consequences, but leaving no conspicuous records upon the historian's page. Countless men and women were touched by that spirit of Jesus which still lived and lives still at the core of Christianity, that they led lives that were on the whole gracious and helpful, and that they did unselfish and devoted deeds. Through those ages, such lives cleared the air and made a better world possible. Just as in the Moslem world, the spirit of Islam generation by generation produced its crop of courage, integrity, and kindliness. Section 8. While the Holy Roman Empire and the kingdoms of France and England were thus appearing amidst the extreme political fragmentation of the civilization of Western Europe, both that civilization and the Byzantine Empire were being subjected to a threefold attack. From the Saracen powers, from the Northmen, and, more slowly developed and most formidable of all, from a new westward thrust of the Turkish peoples through South Russia, and also by way of Armenia and the Empire of Baghdad from Central Asia. After the overthrow of the Umayyads by the Abbasid dynasty, the strength of the Saracenic impulse against Europe diminished. Islam was no longer united. Spain was under a separate Umayyad caliph. North Africa, though nominally subject to the Abbasids, was really independent, and presently, 969, Egypt became a separate power with a Shiite caliph of its own, a pretender claiming descent from Ali and Fatima, the Fatimite Caliphate. These Egyptian Fatimites, the green flag Moslems, were fanatics in comparison with the Abbasids and did much to embitter the genial relations of Islam and Christianity. They took Jerusalem and interfered with the Christian access to the Holy Sepulchre. On the other side of the shrunken Abbasid domain, there was also a Shiite kingdom in Persia. The chief Saracen conquest in the 9th century was Sicily, but this was not overrun in the grand old style in a year or so, but subjugated tediously through a long century and with many setbacks. The Spanish Saracens disputed in Sicily with the Saracens from Africa. In Spain, the Saracens were giving ground before a renascent Christian effort. Nevertheless, the Byzantine Empire and Western Christendom were still so weak upon the Mediterranean Sea that the Saracen raiders and pirates from North Africa were able to raid almost unchallenged in South Italy and the Greek islands. But now, a new force was appearing in the Mediterranean. We have already remarked that the Roman Empire never extended itself to the shores of the Baltic Sea, nor had ever the vigor to push itself into Denmark. The Nordic Aryan peoples of these neglected regions learnt much from the empire that was unable to subdue them. As we have already noted in Section 4, they developed the art of shipbuilding and became bold seamen. They spread across the North Sea to the west, and across the Baltic, and up the Russian rivers into the very heart of what is now Russia. One of their earliest settlements in Russia was Novgorod the Great. There is the same trouble and confusion for the student of history with these northern tribes as there is with the Scythians of classical times and with the Hunnish Turkish peoples of Eastern and Central Asia. They appear under a great variety of names, they change and intermingle. In the case of Britain, for example, the Angles, the Saxons, and Jutes conquered most of what is now England in the 5th and 6th centuries. The Danes, a second wave of practically the same people, followed in the 8th and 9th. And in 1013 a Danish king, Canute, reigned in England, and not only over England, but over Denmark and Norway. For a time, under Canute and his sons, it seemed possible that a great confederation of the Northmen might have established itself. Then in 1066 a third wave of the same people flowed over England from the Norman state in France, where the Northmen had been settled since the days of Rolf the Ganger, 912, and where they had learnt to speak French. William, Duke of Normandy, became the William the Conqueror, 1066, of English history. Practically, from the standpoint of universal history, all these peoples were the same people, waves of one Nordic stock. These waves were not only flowing westward, but eastward. Already we have noted, chap. Roman 29, section 4, a very interesting earlier movement of the same peoples under the name of Goths from the Baltic to the Black Sea. We have traced the splitting of these Goths into the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths, and the adventurous wanderings that ended at last in the Ostrogoth kingdom in Italy and the Visigoth states in Spain. In the 9th century, a second movement of the Northmen across Russia was going on at the same time that their establishments in England and their dukedom of Normandy were coming into existence. The populations of South Scotland, England, East Ireland, Flanders, Normandy, and the Russias have more elements in common than we are accustomed to recognize. All are fundamentally Gothic and Nordic peoples. These Russian Norsemen traveled in the summertime, using the river routes that abounded in Russia. They carried their ships by portages from the northward running rivers to those flowing southward. They appeared as pirates, raiders, and traders both upon the Caspian and the Black Sea. The Arabic chroniclers note their apparition upon the Caspian and give them the name of Russians. They raided Persia and threatened Constantinople with a great fleet of small craft in 865, 904, 941, and 1043. One of these Northmen, Rurik, circa 850, established himself as the ruler of Novgorod and Kiev and laid the foundations of modern Russia. The fighting qualities of the Russian Vikings were speedily appreciated at Constantinople. The Greeks called them Varangians, and an imperial Varangian bodyguard was formed. After the conquest of England by the Normans, 1066, a number of Danes and English were driven into exile and joined these Russian Varangians, apparently finding few obstacles to intercourse in their speech and habits. Meanwhile, the Normans from Normandy were also finding their way into the Mediterranean from the west. They came first as mercenaries and later as independent invaders, and they came mainly not, it is to be noted, by sea but in scattered bands by land. They came through the Rhineland and Italy partly in the search for warlike employment and loot, partly as pilgrims. For the 9th and 10th centuries saw a great development of pilgrimage. These Normans, as they grew powerful, discovered themselves such rapacious and vigorous robbers that they forced the Eastern Emperor and the Pope into a feeble and ineffective alliance against them, 1053. They defeated and captured and were pardoned by the Pope. They established themselves in Calabria and South Italy, conquered Sicily from the Saracens, 1060–1090, and under Robert Guiscard, who had entered Italy as a pilgrim adventurer and began his career as a brigand in Calabria, threatened the Byzantine Empire itself, 1081. His army, which contained a contingent of Sicilian Moslems, crossed from Brindisi to Epirus in the reverse direction to that in which Pyrrhus had crossed to attack the Roman Republic 13 centuries before, 275 BC. He laid siege to the Byzantine stronghold of Durazzo. Illustration: the empire of Otto the Great. Robert captured Durazzo, 1082, but the pressure of affairs in Italy recalled him, and ultimately put an end to this first Norman attack upon the Empire of Byzantium, leaving the way open for the rule of a comparatively vigorous Comnenian dynasty. 1081–1204. In Italy, amidst conflicts too complex for us to tell here, it fell to Robert Guiscard to besiege and sack Rome, 1084. And Gibbon notes with quiet satisfaction the presence of a large contingent of Sicilian Moslems amongst the looters. There were in the 12th century 3 other Norman attacks upon the Eastern power, one by the son of Robert Guiscard, and the 2 others directly from Sicily by sea. But neither the Saracens nor the Normans pounded quite so heavily against the old empire at Byzantium or against the Holy Roman Empire, the vamped-up Roman Empire of the West, as did the double thrust from the Turanian centers in Central Asia, of which we must now tell. We have already noted, chapter Roman 29, Section 5, the westward movement of the Avars and the Turkish Magyars who followed in their track. From the days of Pepin I onward, the Frankish power and its successors in Germany were in conflict with these eastern raiders along all the eastern borderlands. Charlemagne held and punished them and established some sort of overlordship as far east as the Carpathians. But amidst the enfeeblement that followed his death, these peoples, more or less blended now in the accounts under the name of Hungarians, led by the Magyars, re-established their complete freedom again and raided yearly, often as far as the Rhine. They destroyed, Gibbon notes, the monastery of St. Gall in Switzerland and the town of Bremen. Their great raiding period was between 900 and 950. Their biggest effort, through Germany right into France, thence over the Alps and home again by North Italy, was in 938–9. Thrust southward by these disturbances, and by others to be presently noted, the Bulgarians, as we have told in Section 5, established themselves under Krum, between the Danube and Constantinople. Originally a Turkish people, the Bulgarians, since their first appearance in the east of Russia, had become by repeated admixture almost entirely Slavonic in race and language. For some time after their establishment in Bulgaria, they remained pagan. Their king, Boris, 852–884, entertained Moslem envoys and seems to have contemplated an adhesion to Islam. But finally, he married a Byzantine princess and handed himself and his people over to the Christian faith. The Hungarians were drubbed into a certain respect for civilization by Henry the Fowler, the elected king of Germany, and Otto I, the first Saxon emperor in the 10th century. But they did not decide to adopt Christianity until about AD 1000. Though they were Christianized, they retained their own Turco-Finnic language, Magyar, and they retain it to this day. Bulgarians and Hungarians do not, however, exhaust the catalogue of the peoples whose westward movements embodied the Turkish thrust across South Russia. Behind the Hungarians and Bulgarians thrust the Khazars, a Turkish people, with whom were mingled a very considerable proportion of Jews who had been expelled from Constantinople, and who had mixed with them and made many proselytes. To these Jewish Khazars are to be ascribed the great settlements of Jews in Poland and Russia. Behind the Khazars again, and overrunning them, were the Pechenegs, or Patsanaks, a savage Turkish people who are first heard of in the 9th century, and who were destined to dissolve and vanish as the kindred Huns did 5 centuries before. And while the trend of all these peoples was westward, we have, when we are thinking of the present population of these South Russian regions, to remember also the coming and going of the Northmen between the Baltic and the Black Sea, who interwove with the Turkish migrants like Warp and Woof, and bear in mind also that there was a considerable Slavonic population, the heirs and descendants of Scythians, Sarmatians, and the like, already established in these restless, lawless, but fertile areas. All these races mixed with and reacted upon one another. The universal prevalence of Slavonic languages, except in Hungary, shows that the population remained predominantly Slav. And in what is now Romania, for all the passage of peoples, and in spite of conquest after conquest, the tradition and inheritance of the Roman provinces of Dacia and Moesia Inferior still kept a Latin speech and memory alive. But this direct thrust of the Turkish peoples against Christendom to the north of the Black Sea was, in the end, not nearly so important as their indirect thrust south of it through the empire of the Caliph. We cannot deal here with the tribes and dissensions of the Turkish peoples of Turkestan, nor with the particular causes that brought to the fore the tribes under the rule of the Seljuk clan. In the 11th century, these Seljuk Turks broke with irresistible force not in one army, but in a group of armies, and under 2 brothers, into the decaying fragments of the Moslem Empire. For Islam had long ceased to be one empire. The Orthodox Sunnite Abbasid rule had shrunken to what was once Babylonia, and even in Baghdad the Caliph was the mere creature of his Turkish palace guards. A sort of mayor of the palace, a Turk, was the real ruler. East of the Caliph, in Persia, and west of him in Palestine, Syria, and Egypt, were Shiite heretics. The Seljuk Turks were Orthodox Sunnites. They now swept down upon and conquered the Shiite rulers and upstarts, and established themselves as the protectors of the Baghdad Caliph, taking over the temporal powers of the mayor of the palace. Very early they conquered Armenia from the Greeks, and then, breaking the bounds that had restrained the power of Islam for 4 centuries, they swept on to the conquest of Asia Minor, almost to the gates of Constantinople. The mountain barrier of Cilicia that had held the Moslems so long had been turned by the conquest of Armenia from the northeast. Under Alp Arslan, who had united all the Seljuk power in his own hands, the Turks utterly smashed the Byzantine army at the Battle of Manzikert, or Meliskerd, 1071. The effect of this battle upon people's imaginations was very great. Islam, which had appeared far gone in decay, which had been divided religiously and politically, was suddenly discovered to have risen again, and it was the secure old Byzantine Empire that seemed on the brink of dissolution. The loss of Asia Minor was very swift. The Seljuks established themselves at Iconium, Konya, in what is now Anatolia. In a little while they were in possession of the fortress of Nicaea over against the capital. Section 9. We have already told of the attack of the Normans upon the Byzantine Empire from the west, and of the Battle of Durazzo, 1081, and we have noted that Constantinople had still vivid memories of the Russian sea raids, 1043. Bulgaria, it is true, had been tamed, but there was heavy and uncertain warfare going on with the Pechenegs. North and west, the emperor's hands were full. This swift advance of the Turks into country that had been so long securely Byzantine must have seemed like the approach of final disaster. The Eastern Emperor, Michael Roman VII, under the pressure of these convergent dangers, took a step that probably seemed both to himself and to Rome of the utmost political significance. He appealed to the Pope, Gregory Roman VII, for assistance. His appeal was repeated still more urgently by his successor, Alexius Comnenus, to Pope Urban Roman II. To the counselors of Rome, this must have presented itself as a supreme opportunity for the assertion of the headship of the Pope over the entire Christian world. In this history, we have traced the growth of this idea of a religious government of Christendom, and, through Christendom of mankind, and we have shown how naturally and how necessarily. Because of the tradition of world empire, it found a center at Rome. The Pope of Rome was the only Western patriarch. He was the religious head of a vast region in which the ruling tongue was Latin. The other patriarchs of the Orthodox Church spoke Greek, and so were inaudible throughout his domains. And the two words filioque, which had been added to the Latin Creed, see chapter XXX, section 8, and chapter Roman 33, section 6, had split off the Byzantine Christians by one of those impalpable and elusive doctrinal points upon which there is no reconciliation. The final rupture was in 1054. The life of the Lateran changed in its quality with every occupant of the chair of St. Peter. Sometimes papal Rome was a den of corruption and uncleanness, as it had been in the days of John Roman XII. Sometimes it was pervaded by the influence of widely thinking and nobly thinking men. But behind the Pope was the assembly of the cardinals, priests, and a great number of highly educated officials, who never, even in the darkest and wildest days, lost sight altogether of the very grand idea of a divine world dominion, of a peace of Christ throughout the earth that St. Augustine had expressed. Through all the Middle Ages, that idea was the guiding influence in Rome. For a time, perhaps, mean minds would prevail there, and in the affairs of the world Rome would play the part of a greedy, treacherous, and insanely cunning old woman. Followed a phase of masculine and quite worldly astuteness perhaps, or a phase of exaltation. Came an interlude of fanaticism or pedantry, when all the pressure was upon exact doctrine. Or there was a moral collapse, and the Lateran became the throne of some sensuous or aesthetic autocrat, ready to sell every hope or honor the Church could give for money to spend upon pleasure or display. Yet, on the whole, the papal ship kept its course, and came presently into the wind again. In this period to which we have now come, the period of the 11th century, we discover a Rome dominated by the personality of an exceptionally great statesman, Hildebrand, who occupied various official positions under a succession of popes, and finally became pope himself under the name of Gregory Roman VII, 1073–1085. We find that under his influence, vice, sloth, and corruption have been swept out of the Church, that the method of electing the popes has been reformed, and that a great struggle has been waged with the emperor upon the manifestly vital question of investitures. The question whether pope or temporal monarch should have the decisive voice in the appointment of the bishops in their domains. Hitherto the Roman clergy had been able to marry, but now, to detach them effectually from the world and to make them more completely the instruments of the Church, celibacy was imposed upon all priests. Gregory Roman VII had been prevented by his struggle over the investitures from any effectual answer to the first appeal from Byzantium. But he had left a worthy successor in Urban Roman II, 1087–1099. And when the letter of Alexius came to hand, Urban seized at once upon the opportunity it afforded for drawing together all the thoughts and forces of Western Europe into one passion and purpose. Thereby he might hope to end the private warfare that prevailed and find a proper outlet for the immense energy of the Normans. He saw, too, an opportunity of thrusting the Byzantine power and Church aside, and extending the influence of the Latin Church over Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. The envoys of Alexius were heard at a church council, hastily summoned at Piacenza equals Placentia, and next year, 1095, at Clermont, Urban held a second great council, in which all the slowly gathered strength of the Church was organized for a universal war propaganda against the Moslems. Private war, all war among Christians, was to cease until the infidel had been swept back and the site of the Holy Sepulchre was again in Christian hands. The fervor of the response enables us to understand the great work of creative organization that had been done in Western Europe in the previous 5 centuries. In the beginning of the 7th century, we saw Western Europe as a chaos of social and political fragments, with no common idea nor hope, a system shattered almost to a dust of self-seeking individuals. Now in the dawn of the 11th century, there is everywhere a common belief, a linking idea to which men may devote themselves, and by which they can cooperate together in a universal enterprise. We realize that, in spite of much weakness and intellectual and moral unsoundness, to this extent the Christian Church has worked. We are able to measure the evil phases of 10th century Rome, the scandals, the filthiness, the murders and violence, at their proper value by the scale of this fact. No doubt also all over Christendom there had been many lazy, evil, and foolish priests. But it is manifest that this task of teaching and coordination that had been accomplished could have been accomplished only through a great multitude of right-living priests and monks and nuns. A new and greater amphictyony, the amphictyony of Christendom, had come into the world, and it had been built by thousands of anonymous, faithful lives. And this response to the appeal of Urban II was not confined only to what we should call educated people. It was not simply knights and princes who were willing to go upon this crusade. Side by side with the figure of Urban, we must put the figure of Peter the Hermit, a type novel to Europe, albeit a little reminiscent of the Hebrew prophets. This man appeared preaching the crusade to the common people. He told a story whether truthful or untruthful hardly matters in this connection of his pilgrimage to Jerusalem, of the wanton destruction at the Holy Sepulchre by the Seljuk Turks, who took it in 1073, and of the exactions, brutalities, and deliberate cruelties practiced upon the Christian pilgrims to the holy places. Barefooted, clad in a coarse garment, riding on an ass, and bearing a huge cross, this man traveled about France and Germany, and everywhere harangued vast crowds in church or street or marketplace. Here for the first time we discover Europe with an idea and a soul. Here is a universal response of indignation of the story of a remote wrong, a swift understanding of a common cause for rich and poor alike. You cannot imagine this thing happening in the empire of Augustus Caesar, or indeed in any previous state in the world's history. Something of the kind might perhaps have been possible in the far smaller world of Hellas, or in Arabia before Islam. But this movement affected nations, kingdoms, tongues, and peoples. It is clear that we are dealing with something new that has come into the world, a new clear connection of the common interest with the consciousness of the common man. Section 10. From the very first, this flaming enthusiasm was mixed with baser elements. There was the cold and calculated scheme of the free and ambitious Latin Church to subdue and replace the emperor-ruled Byzantine Church. There was the freebooting instinct of the Normans, who were tearing Italy to pieces, which turned readily enough to a new and richer world of plunder. And there was something in the multitude who now turned their faces east, something deeper than love in the human composition, namely, fear-born hate, that the impassioned appeals of the propagandists and the exaggeration of the horrors and cruelties of the infidel had fanned into flame. And there were still other forces. The intolerant Seljuks and the intolerant Fatimites lay now an impassable barrier across the eastward trade of Genoa and Venice that had hitherto flowed through Baghdad and Aleppo, or through Egypt. They must force open these closed channels, unless Constantinople and the Black Sea route were to monopolize eastern trade altogether. Moreover, in 1094 and 1095, there had been a pestilence and famine from the Scheldt to Bohemia, and there was great social disorganization. No wonder, says Mr. Ernest Barker, that a stream of emigration set towards the east, such as would in modern times flow towards a newly discovered Goldfielda stream carrying in its turbid waters much refuse, tramps and bankrupts, camp followers and hucksters, fugitive monks and escaped villeins, and marked by the same motley grouping, the same fever of life, the same alternations of affluence and beggary, which mark the rush for a goldfield today. But these were secondary contributory causes. The fact of predominant interest to the historian of mankind is this will to crusade suddenly revealed as a new mass possibility in human affairs. The story of the Crusades abounds in such romantic and picturesque detail that the writer of an outline of history must ride his pen upon the curb through this alluring field. The first forces to move eastward were great crowds of undisciplined people rather than armies, and they sought to make their way by the valley of the Danube, and thence southward to Constantinople. This was the People's Crusade. Never before in the whole history of the world had there been such a spectacle as these masses of practically leaderless people moved by an idea. It was a very crude idea. When they got among foreigners, they do not seem to have realized that they were not already among the infidel. Two great mobs, the advance guard of the expedition, committed such excesses in Hungary, where the language must have been incomprehensible to them, as to provoke the Hungarians to destroy them. They were massacred. A third host began with a great pogrom of the Jews in the Rhineland for the Christian blood was up, and this multitude was also dispersed in Hungary. Two other hosts under Peter got through and reached Constantinople, to the astonishment and dismay of the Emperor Alexius. They looted and committed outrages as they came, and at last he shipped them across the Bosphorus, to be massacred rather than defeated by the Seljuks, 1096. This first unhappy appearance of the people, as people in modern European history, was followed in 1097 by the organized forces of the First Crusade. They came by diverse routes from France, Normandy, Flanders, England, southern Italy, and Sicily, and the will and power of them were the Normans. They crossed the Bosphorus and captured Nicaea, which Alexius snatched away from them before they could loot it. They then went on by much the same route as Alexander the Great, through the Cilician Gates, leaving the Turks in Konya unconquered, past the battlefields of the Issus, and so to Antioch, which they took after nearly a year's siege. Then they defeated a great relieving army from Mosul. A large part of the Crusaders remained in Antioch. A smaller force under Godfrey of Bouillon in Belgium went on to Jerusalem. After a little more than a month's siege, the city was finally captured, July 15. The slaughter was terrible. The blood of the conquered ran down the streets, until men splashed in blood as they rode. At nightfall, sobbing for excess of joy, the Crusaders came to the sepulchre from their treading of the winepress and put their blood-stained hands together in prayer. So, on that day of July, the First Crusade came to an end. The authority of the Patriarch of Jerusalem was at once seized upon by the Latin clergy with the expedition, and the Orthodox Christians found themselves in rather a worse case under Latin rule than under the Turk. There were already Latin principalities established at Antioch and Edessa, and there began a struggle for ascendancy between these various courts and kings, and an unsuccessful attempt to make Jerusalem a property of the Pope. These are complications beyond our present scope. Let us quote, however, a characteristic passage from Gibbon. In a style less grave than that of history, I should perhaps compare the Emperor Alexius to the jackal, who is said to follow the steps and to devour the leavings of the lion. Whatever had been his fears and toils in the passage of the First Crusade, they were amply recompensed by the subsequent benefits which he derived from the exploits of the Franks. His dexterity and vigilance secured their first conquest of Nicaea, and from this threatening station, the Turks were compelled to evacuate the neighborhood of Constantinople. While the Crusaders, with blind valor, advanced into the midland countries of Asia, the crafty Greek improved the favorable occasion when the emirs of the sea coast were recalled to the standard of the Sultan. The Turks were driven from the Isles of Rhodes and Chios. The cities of Ephesus and Smyrna, of Sardes, Philadelphia, and Laodicea were restored to the empire, which Alexius enlarged from the Hellespont to the banks of the Meander and the rocky shores of Pamphylia. The churches resumed their splendor. The towns were rebuilt and fortified, and the desert country was peopled with colonies of Christians who were gently removed from the more distant and dangerous frontier. In these paternal cares we may forgive Alexius if we forget the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre, but by the Latins he was stigmatized with the foul reproach of treason and desertion. They had sworn fidelity and obedience to his throne, but he had promised to assist their enterprise in person, or at least with his troops and treasures. His base retreat dissolved their obligations, and the sword, which had been the instrument of their victory, was the pledge and title of their just independence. It does not appear that the emperor attempted to revive his obsolete claims over the kingdom of Jerusalem, but the borders of Cilicia and Syria were more recent in his possession and more accessible to his arms. The great army of the Crusaders was annihilated or dispersed. The Principality of Antioch was left without a head, by the surprise and captivity of Bohemond. His ransom had oppressed him with a heavy debt, and his Norman followers were insufficient to repel the hostilities of the Greeks and Turks. In this distress, Bohemond embraced a magnanimous resolution of leaving the defense of Antioch to his kinsman, the faithful Tancred, of arming the West against the Byzantine Empire, and of executing the design which he inherited from the lessons and example of his father Guiscard. His embarkation was clandestine, and if we may credit a tale of the Princess Anna, he passed the hostile sea closely secreted in a coffin. Anna Komnene adds that to complete the imitation, he was shut up with a dead cock, and condescends to wonder how the barbarian could endure the confinement and putrefaction. This absurd tale is unknown to the Latins. But his reception in France was dignified by the public applause and his marriage with the king's daughter. His return was glorious, since the bravest spirits of the age enlisted under his veteran command, and he repassed the Adriatic at the head of 5,000 horse and 40,000 foot, assembled from the most remote climates of Europe. The strength of Durazzo and prudence of Alexius, the progress of famine and approach of winter, eluded his ambitious hopes, and the venal confederates were seduced from his standard. A treaty of peace suspended the fears of the Greeks. We have dealt thus lengthily with the First Crusade because it displays completely the quality of all these expeditions. The reality of the struggle between the Latin and the Byzantine system became more and more nakedly apparent. In 1101 came reinforcements, in which the fleet of the mercantile republics of Venice and Genoa played a prominent part, and the power of the Kingdom of Jerusalem was extended. The year 1147 saw a Second Crusade, in which both the Emperor Conrad Roman III and King Louis of France participated. It was a much more stately and far less successful and enthusiastic expedition than its predecessor. It had been provoked by the fall of Edessa to the Moslems in 1144. One large division of Germans, instead of going to the Holy Land, attacked and subjugated the still pagan Wends east of the Elbe. This, the Pope agreed, counted as crusading, and so did the capture of Lisbon and the foundation of the Christian Kingdom of Portugal by the Flemish and English contingents. In 1169, a Kurdish adventurer named Saladin became ruler of Egypt, in which country the Shiite heresy had now fallen before a Sunnite revival. This Saladin reunited the efforts of Egypt and Baghdad and preached a jihad, a holy war, a counter-crusade, of all the Moslems against the Christians. This jihad excited almost as much feeling in Islam as the First Crusade had done in Christendom. It was now a case of crusader against crusader, and in 1187 Jerusalem was retaken. This provoked the Third Crusade, 1189. This also was a grand affair, planned jointly by the Emperor Frederick I, known better as Frederick Barbarossa, the King of France, and the King of England, who at that time owned many of the fairest French provinces. The papacy played a secondary part in this expedition. It was in one of its phases of enfeeblement, and the crusade was the most courtly, chivalrous, and romantic of all. Religious bitterness was mitigated by the idea of knightly gallantry, which obsessed both Saladin and Richard I, 1189–1199 of England, Coeur de Lion, and the lover of romance may very well turn to the romances about this period for its flavor. The crusade saved the Principality of Antioch for a time, but failed to retake Jerusalem. The Christians, however, remained in possession of the seacoast of Palestine. By the time of the Third Crusade, the magic and wonder had gone out of these movements altogether. The common people had found them out. Men went, but only kings and nobles straggled back, and that often only after heavy taxation for a ransom. The idea of the Crusades was cheapened by their too frequent and trivial use. Whenever the Pope quarreled with anyone now, he called for a crusade, until the word ceased to mean anything but an attempt to give flavor to an unpalatable civil war. There was a crusade against the heretics in the south of France, one against John, King of England, one against the Emperor Frederick Roman II. The popes did not understand the necessity of dignity to the papacy. They had achieved a moral ascendancy in Christendom. Forthwith they began to fritter it away. They not only cheapened the idea of the Crusades, but they made their tremendous power of excommunication, of putting people outside all the sacraments, hopes, and comforts of religion, ridiculous by using it in mere disputes of policy. Frederick Roman II was not only crusaded against, but excommunicated without visible injury. He was excommunicated again in 1239 and a third time in 1245. The bulk of the Fourth Crusade never reached the Holy Land at all. It started from Venice, 1202, captured Zara, encamped at Constantinople, 1203, and finally in 1204 stormed the city. It was frankly a combined attack on the Byzantine Empire. Venice took much of the coasts and islands of the empire, and a Latin Baldwin of Flanders was set up as emperor in Constantinople. The Latin and Greek churches were declared to be reunited, and Latin emperors ruled as conquerors in Constantinople from 1204 to 1261. In 1212 occurred a dreadful thing, a children's crusade. An excitement that could no longer affect sane adults was spread among the children in the south of France and in the Rhône Valley. A crowd of many thousands of French boys marched to Marseille. They were then lured on board ship by slave traders, who sold them into slavery in Egypt. The Rhineland children tramped into Italy, many perishing by the way, and there dispersed. Pope Innocent Roman III made great capital out of this strange business. "The very children put us to shame," he said, and sought to whip up enthusiasm for a fifth crusade. This crusade aimed at the conquest of Egypt, because Jerusalem was now held by the Egyptian Sultan. Its remnants returned in 1221 after an inglorious evacuation of its one capture, Damietta, with the Jerusalem vestiges of the true cross as a sort of consolation concession on the part of the victor. We have already noted the earlier adventures of this venerable relic before the days of Mohammed in chapter Roman 31, section 2, when it was carried off by Chosroes Roman II to Ctesiphon and recovered by the Emperor Heraclius. Fragments of the true cross, however, had always been in Rome at the Church of Cross in Jerusalem, since the days of the Empress Helena, the mother of Constantine the Great, to whom, says the legend, its hiding place had been revealed in a vision during her pilgrimage to the Holy Land. The Sixth Crusade, 1229, was a crusade bordering upon absurdity. The Emperor Frederick Roman II had promised to go upon a crusade and evaded his vow. He had made a false start and returned. He was probably bored by the mere idea of a crusade, but the vow had been part of the bargain by which he secured the support of Pope Innocent Roman III in his election as emperor. He busied himself in reorganizing the government of his Sicilian kingdom, though he had given the Pope to understand that he would relinquish these possessions if he became emperor. And the Pope was anxious to stop this process of consolidation by sending him to the Holy Land. The Pope did not want Frederick Roman II or any German emperor at all in Italy, because he himself wished to rule Italy. As Frederick Roman II remained evasive, Gregory Roman IX excommunicated him, proclaimed a crusade against him, and invaded his dominions in Italy 1228. Whereupon the emperor sailed with an army to the Holy Land. There he had a meeting with the Sultan of Egypt. The emperor spoke 6 languages freely, including Arabic. And it would seem these two gentlemen, both of skeptical opinions, exchanged views of a congenial sort, discussed the Pope in a worldly spirit, debated the Mongolian rush westward, which threatened them both alike, and agreed finally to a commercial convention, and the surrender of a part of the kingdom of Jerusalem to Frederick. This indeed was a new sort of crusade, a crusade by private treaty. As this astonishing crusader had been excommunicated, he had to indulge in a purely secular coronation in Jerusalem, taking the crown from the altar with his own hand, in a church from which all the clergy had gone. Probably there was no one to show him the holy places. Indeed, these were presently all put under an interdict by the Patriarch of Jerusalem and locked up. Manifestly, the affair differed altogether in spirit from the red onslaught of the First Crusade. It had not even the kindly sociability of the Caliph Omar's visit 600 years before. Frederick Roman II rode out of Jerusalem almost alone, returned from this unromantic success to Italy, put his affairs there in order very rapidly, chased the papal armies out of his possessions, and obliged the Pope to give him absolution from his excommunication, 1230. This Sixth Crusade was indeed not only the reductio ad absurdum of crusades, but of papal excommunications. Of this Frederick Roman II, we shall tell more in a later section, because he was very typical of certain new forces that were coming into European affairs. The Christians lost Jerusalem again in 1244, It was taken from them very easily by the Sultan of Egypt when they attempted an intrigue against him. This provoked the Seventh Crusade, the Crusade of Saint Louis, King of France, Louis Roman IX, who was taken prisoner in Egypt and ransomed in 1250. Not until 1918, when it fell to a mixed force of French, British, and Indian troops, did Jerusalem slip once more from the Moslem grasp. One more crusade remains to be noted, an expedition to Tunis by this same Louis Roman IX, who died of fever there. Section 11. The essential interest of the Crusades for the historian of mankind lies in the wave of emotion, of unifying feeling, that animated the first. Thereafter these expeditions became more and more an established process, and less vital events. The First Crusade was an occurrence like the discovery of America. The later ones were more and more like a trip across the Atlantic. In the 11th century, the idea of the Crusade must have been like a strange and wonderful light in the sky. In the 13th, one can imagine honest burghers saying in tones of protest, "What? Another crusade?" The experience of St. Louis in Egypt is not like a fresh experience for mankind. It is much more like a round of golf over some well-known links, a round that was dogged by misfortune. It is an insignificant series of events. The interest of life had shifted to other directions. The beginning of the Crusades displays all Europe saturated by a naive Christianity and ready to follow the leading of the Pope trustfully and simply. The scandals of the Lateran during its evil days, with which we are all so familiar now, were practically unknown outside Rome. And Gregory Roman VII and Urban Roman II had redeemed all that. But intellectually and morally, their successors at the Lateran and the Vatican were not equal to their opportunities. The strength of the papacy lay in the faith men had in it, and it used that faith so carelessly as to enfeeble it. Rome has always had too much of the shrewdness of the priest and too little of the power of the prophet. So that while the 11th century was a century of ignorant and confiding men, the 13th was an age of knowing and disillusioned men. It was a far more civilized and profoundly skeptical world. The bishops, priests, and the monastic institutions of Latin Christendom before the days of Gregory Roman VII had been perhaps rather loosely linked together and very variable in quality. But it is clear that they were, as a rule, intensely intimate with the people among whom they found themselves, and with much of the spirit of Jesus still alive in them. They were trusted, and they had enormous power within the conscience of their followers. The Church, in comparison with its later state, was more in the hands of local laymen and the local ruler. It lacked its later universality. The energetic bracing up of the Church organization by Gregory Roman VII, which was designed to increase the central power of Rome, broke many subtle filaments between priest and monastery on the one hand and the countryside about them on the other. Men of faith and wisdom believe in growth and their fellow men, but priests, even such priests as Gregory Roman VII, believe in the false efficiency of an imposed discipline. The squabble over investitures made every prince in Christendom suspicious of the bishops as agents of a foreign power. This suspicion filtered down to the parishes. The political enterprises of the papacy necessitated an increasing demand for money. Already in the 13th century, it was being said everywhere that the priests were not good men, that they were always hunting for money. In the days of ignorance, there had been an extraordinary willingness to believe the Catholic priesthood good and wise. Relatively, it was better and wiser in those days. Great powers beyond her spiritual functions had been entrusted to the Church, and very extraordinary freedoms. Of this confidence, the fullest advantage had been taken. In the Middle Ages, the Church had become a state within the state. It had its own law courts. Cases involving not merely priests, but monks, students, crusaders, widows, orphans, and the helpless were reserved for the clerical courts. And whenever the rights or rules of the Church were involved, there the Church claimed jurisdiction over such matters as wills, marriages, oaths, and of course over heresy, sorcery, and blasphemy. There were numerous clerical prisons in which offenders might pine all their lives. The Pope was the supreme lawgiver of Christendom, and his court at Rome the final and decisive court of appeal. And the Church levied taxes. It had not only vast properties and a great income from fees, but it imposed a tax of a tenth, the tithe, upon its subjects. It did not call for this as a pious benefaction. It demanded it as a right. The clergy, on the other hand, were now claiming exemption from lay taxation. This attempt to trade upon their peculiar prestige and evade their share in fiscal burdens was certainly one very considerable factor in the growing dissatisfaction with the clergy. Apart from any question of justice, it was impolitic. It made taxes seem 10 times more burdensome to those who had to pay. It made everyone feel the immunities of the church. And a still more extravagant and unwise claim made by the church was the claim to the power of dispensation. The Pope might in many instances set aside the laws of the church in individual cases. He might allow cousins to marry, permit a man to have 2 wives, or release anyone from a vow. But to do such things is to admit that the laws affected are not based upon necessity and an inherent righteousness, that they are in fact restrictive and vexatious. The lawgiver, of all beings, most owes the law allegiance. He of all men should behave as though the law compelled him. But it is the universal weakness of mankind that what we are given to administer, we presently imagine we own. Section 12. The Emperor Frederick Roman II is a very convenient example of the sort of doubter and rebel the 13th century could produce. It may be interesting to tell a little of this intelligent and cynical man. He was the son of the German Emperor, Henry Roman VI, and grandson of Frederick Barbarossa, and his mother was the daughter of Roger I, the Norman king of Sicily. He inherited this kingdom in 1198 when he was 4 years old. His mother was his guardian for 6 months, and when she died, Pope Innocent Roman III, 1198 to 1216, became regent and guardian. He seems to have had an exceptionally good and remarkably mixed education, and his accomplishments earned him the flattering title of Stupor Mundi, the amazement of the world. The result of getting an Arabic view of Christianity and a Christian view of Islam was to make him believe that all religions were impostures, a view held perhaps by many a stifled observer in the age of faith. But he talked about his views. His blasphemies and heresies are on record. Growing up under the arrogant rule of Innocent Roman III, who never seems to have realized that his ward had come of age, he developed a slightly humorous evasiveness. It was the papal policy to prevent any fresh coalescence of the power of Germany and Italy, and it was equally Frederick's determination to get whatever he could. When presently opportunity offered him the imperial crown of Germany, he secured the Pope's support by agreeing, if he were elected, to relinquish his possessions in Sicily and South Italy, and to put down heresy in Germany. For Innocent Roman III was one of the great persecuting popes, an able, grasping, and aggressive man. For a pope, he was exceptionally young. He became pope at 37. It was Innocent who had preached a cruel crusade against the heretics in the south of France, a crusade that presently became a looting expedition beyond his control. So soon as Frederick was elected emperor, 1211, Innocent pressed for the performance of the vows and promises he had wrung from his dutiful ward. The clergy were to be freed from lay jurisdiction and from taxation, and exemplary cruelties were to be practiced upon the heretics. None of which things Frederick did. As we have already told, he would not even relinquish Sicily. He liked Sicily as a place of residence better than he liked Germany. Innocent Roman III died baffled in 1216, and his successor, Honorius Roman III, effected nothing. Honorius was succeeded by Gregory Roman IX, 1227, who evidently came to the papal throne with a nervous resolution to master this perplexing young man. He excommunicated him at once for failing to start upon his crusade, which was now 12 years overdue, and he denounced his vices, heresies, and general offenses in a public letter, 1227. To this, Frederick replied in a far abler document addressed to all the princes of Europe, a document of extreme importance in history, because it is the first clear statement of the issue between the pretensions of the Pope to be absolute ruler of all Christendom and the claims of the secular rulers. This conflict had always been smoldering. It had broken out here in one form, and there in another. But now Frederick put it in clear general terms upon which men could combine together. Having delivered this blow, he departed upon the Pacific Crusade of which we have already told. In 1239, Gregory Roman IX was excommunicating him for a second time, and renewing that warfare of public abuse in which the papacy had already suffered severely. The controversy was revived after Gregory Roman IX was dead, when Innocent Roman IV was pope, and again a devastating letter, which men were bound to remember, was written by Frederick against the Church. He denounced the pride and irreligion of the clergy, and ascribed all the corruptions of the time to their pride and wealth. He proposed to his fellow princes a general confiscation of church property for the good of the church. It was a suggestion that never afterwards left the imagination of the European princes. We will not go on to tell of his last years or of the disaster at Parma, due to his carelessness, which cast a shadow of failure over his end. The particular events of his life are far less significant than its general atmosphere. It is possible to piece together something of his court life in Sicily. He is described towards the end of his life as red, bald, and short-sighted, but his features were good and pleasing. He was luxurious in his way of living and fond of beautiful things. He is described as licentious, but it is clear that his mind was not satisfied by religious skepticism and that he was a man of very effectual curiosity and inquiry. He gathered Jewish and Moslem as well as Christian philosophers at his court, and he did much to irrigate the Italian mind with Saracenic influences. Through him, Arabic numerals and algebra were introduced to Christian students, and among other philosophers at his court was Michael Scott, who translated portions of Aristotle and the commentaries thereon of the great Arab philosopher Averroes of Cordoba. In 1224, Frederick founded the University of Naples, and he enlarged and enriched the great medical school at Salerno University, the most ancient of universities. He also founded a zoological garden. He left a book on hawking, which shows him to have been an acute observer of the habits of birds, and he was one of the first Italians to write Italian verse. Italian poetry was indeed born at his court. He has been called by an able writer the first of the moderns, and the phrase expresses aptly the unprejudiced detachment of his intellectual side. His was an all-round originality. During a gold shortage, he introduced and made a success of a coinage of stamped leather, bearing his promise to pay in gold, a sort of leather banknote issue. In spite of the torrent of abuse and calumny in which Frederick was drenched, he left a profound impression upon the popular imagination. He is still remembered in South Italy almost as vividly as is Napoleon I by the peasants of France. He is the Grand Federigo. And German scholars declare that, in spite of Frederick's manifest dislike for Germany, it is he, and not Frederick Barbarossa, to whom that German legend originally attached that legend which represents a great monarch slumbering in a deep cavern, his beard grown round a stone table, against a day of awakening when the world will be restored by him from an extremity of disorder to peace. Afterwards, it seems, the story was transferred to the Crusader Barbarossa, the grandfather of Frederick Roman II. A difficult child was Frederick Roman II for Mother Church, and he was only the precursor of many such difficult children. The princes and educated gentlemen throughout Europe read his letters and discussed them. The more enterprising university students found, marked, and digested the Arabic Aristotle he had made accessible to them in Latin. Salerno cast a baleful light upon Rome. All sorts of men must have been impressed by the futility of the excommunications and interdicts that were leveled at Frederick. Section 13. We have said that innocent Roman III never seemed to realize that his ward, Frederick Roman II, was growing up. It is equally true that the papacy never seemed to realize that Europe was growing up. It is impossible for an intelligent modern student of history not to sympathize with the underlying idea of the papal court, with the idea of one universal rule of righteousness keeping the peace of the earth, and not to recognize the many elements of nobility that entered into the Lateran policy. Sooner or later mankind must come to one universal peace, unless our race is to be destroyed by the increasing power of its own destructive inventions, and that universal peace must needs take the form of a government, that is to say a law-sustaining organization, in the best sense of the word religious. A government ruling men through the educated coordination of their minds in a common conception of human history and human destiny. The papacy we must now recognize as the first clearly conscious attempt to provide such a government in the world. We cannot too earnestly examine its deficiencies and inadequacies, for every lesson we can draw from them is necessarily of the greatest value to us in forming our ideas of our own international relationships. We have tried to suggest the main factors in the breakdown of the Roman Republic, and it now behoves us to attempt a diagnosis of the failure of the Roman Church to secure and organize the goodwill of mankind. The first thing that will strike the student is the intermittence of the efforts of the Church to establish the world city of God. The policy of the Church was not wholeheartedly and continuously set upon that end. It was only now and then that some fine personality or some group of fine personalities dominated it in that direction. The kingdom of God that Jesus of Nazareth had preached was overlaid, as we have explained, almost from the beginning by the doctrines and ceremonial traditions of an earlier age and of an intellectually inferior type. Christianity, almost from its commencement, ceased to be purely prophetic and creative. It entangled itself with archaic traditions of human sacrifice, with Mithraic blood cleansing, with priestcraft as ancient as human society, and with elaborate doctrines about the structure of the divinity. The gory forefinger of the Etruscan Pontifex Maximus emphasized the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. The mental complexity of the Alexandrian Greek entangled them. In the inevitable jangle of these incompatibles, the Church had become dogmatic. In despair of other solutions to its intellectual discords, it had resorted to arbitrary authority. Its priests and bishops were more and more men molded to creeds and dogmas and set procedures. By the time they became cardinals or popes, they were usually oldish men, habituated to a politic struggle for immediate ends and no longer capable of worldwide views. They no longer wanted to see the kingdom of God established in the hearts of men. They had forgotten about that. They wanted to see the power of the Church, which was their own power, dominating men. They were prepared to bargain even with the hates and fears and lusts in men's hearts to ensure that power. And it was just because many of them probably doubted secretly of the entire soundness of their vast and elaborate doctrinal fabric that they would brook no discussion of it. They were intolerant of questions or dissent, not because they were sure of their faith, but because they were not. They wanted conformity for reasons of policy. By the 13th century, the Church was evidently already morbidly anxious about the gnawing doubts that might presently lay the whole structure of its pretensions in ruins. It had no serenity of soul. It was hunting everywhere for heretics, as timid old ladies are said to look under beds and in cupboards for burglars before retiring for the night. We have already mentioned, Roman 31, section 5, the Persian Mani who was crucified and flayed in the year 277. His way of representing the struggle between good and evil was as a struggle between a power of light which was, as it were, in rebellion against a power of darkness inherent in the universe. All these profound mysteries are necessarily represented by symbols and poetic expressions, and the ideas of Mani still find a response in many intellectual temperaments today. One may hear Manichaean doctrines from many Christian pulpits, but the Orthodox Catholic symbol was a different one. These Manichaean ideas had spread very widely in Europe, and particularly in Bulgaria and the south of France. In the south of France, the people who held them were called the Cathars or Albigenses. Their ideas jarred so little with the essentials of Christianity that they believed themselves to be devout Christians. As a body, they lived lives of conspicuous virtue and purity in a violent, undisciplined, and vicious age. But they questioned the doctrinal soundness of Rome and the orthodox interpretation of the Bible. They thought Jesus was a rebel against the cruelty of the God of the Old Testament and not his harmonious Son. Closely associated with the Albigenses were the Waldenses, the followers of a man called Waldo, who seems to have been quite soundly Catholic in his theology, but equally offensive to the Church because he denounced the riches and luxury of the clergy. This was enough for the Lateran. And so we have the spectacle of innocent Roman III preaching a crusade against these unfortunate sectaries, and permitting the enlistment of every wandering scoundrel at loose ends to carry fire and sword and rape, and every conceivable outrage among the most peaceful subjects of the King of France. The accounts of the cruelties and abominations of this crusade are far more terrible to read than any account of Christian martyrdoms by the pagans, and they have the added horror of being indisputably true. This black and pitiless intolerance was an evil spirit to be mixed into the project of a rule of God on earth. This was a spirit entirely counter to that of Jesus of Nazareth. We do not hear of his smacking the faces or wringing the wrists of recalcitrant or unresponsive disciples, but the popes during their centuries of power were always raging against the slightest reflection upon the intellectual sufficiency of the Church. And the intolerance of the Church was not confined to religious matters. The shrewd, pompous, irascible, and rather malignant old men who manifestly constituted a dominant majority in the councils of the church, resented any knowledge but their own knowledge, and distrusted any thought at all that they did not correct and control. They set themselves to restrain science, of which they were evidently jealous. Any mental activity but their own struck them as being insolent. Later on they were to have a great struggle upon the question of the Earth's position in space, and whether it moved round the sun or not. This was really not the business of the Church at all. She might very well have left to reason the things that are reason, but she seems to have been impelled by an inner necessity to estrange the intellectual conscience in men. Had this intolerance sprung from a real intensity of conviction, it would have been bad enough. But it was accompanied by a scarcely disguised contempt for the intelligence and mental dignity of the common man that makes it far less acceptable to our modern judgments, and which no doubt made it far less acceptable to the free spirits of the time. We have told quite dispassionately the policy of the Roman Church towards her troubled sister in the East. Many of the tools and expedients she used were abominable. In her treatment of her own people, a streak of real cynicism is visible. She destroyed her prestige by disregarding her own teaching of righteousness. Of dispensations, we have already spoken, section 11. Her crowning folly in the 16th century was the sale of indulgences, whereby the sufferings of the soul in purgatory could be commuted for a money payment. But the spirit that led at last to this shameless, and, as it proved, disastrous proceeding, was already very evident in the 12th and 13th centuries. Long before the seed of criticism that Frederick Roman II had sown had germinated in men's minds and produced its inevitable crop of rebellion, there was apparent a strong feeling in Christendom that all was not well with the spiritual atmosphere. There began movements that nowadays we should call revivalist, within the Church, that implied rather than uttered a criticism of the sufficiency of her existing methods and organization. Men sought fresh forms of righteous living outside the monasteries and priesthood. One notable figure is that of Saint Francis of Assisi, 1180–1226. We cannot tell here in any detail of how this pleasant young gentleman gave up all the amenities and ease of his life and went forth to seek God. The opening of the story is not unlike the early experiences of Gautama Buddha. He had a sudden conversion in the midst of a life of pleasure, and, taking a vow of extreme poverty, he gave himself up to an imitation of the life of Christ and to the service of the sick and wretched, and more particularly to the service of the lepers, who then abounded in Italy. He was joined by great multitudes of disciples, and so the first friars of the Franciscan order came into existence. An order of women devotees was set up beside the original confraternity, and in addition, great numbers of men and women were brought into less formal association. He preached, unmolested by the Moslems, be it noted, in Egypt and Palestine, though the Fifth Crusade was then in progress. His relations with the Church are still a matter for discussion. His work had been sanctioned by Pope Innocent Roman III, but while he was in the East, there was a reconstitution of his order, intensifying its discipline and substituting authority for responsive impulse, and as a consequence of these changes, he resigned its headship. To the end, he clung passionately to the ideal of poverty, but he was hardly dead before the order was holding property through trustees and building a great church and monastery to his memory at Assisi. The disciplines of the order that were applied after his death to his immediate associates are scarcely to be distinguished from a persecution. Several of the more conspicuous zealots for simplicity were scourged, others were imprisoned, one was killed while attempting to escape, and Brother Bernard, the first disciple, passed a year in the woods and hills, hunted like a wild beast. This struggle within the Franciscan order is a very interesting one, because it foreshadows the great troubles that were coming to Christendom. All through the 13th century, a section of the Franciscans were straining at the rule of the Church, and in 1318 4 of them were burnt alive at Marseille as incorrigible heretics. There seems to have been little difference between the teaching and spirit of St. Francis and that of Waldo in the 12th century, the founder of the murdered sect of Waldenses. Both were passionately enthusiastic for the spirit of Jesus of Nazareth. But while Waldo rebelled against the Church, St. Francis did his best to be a good child of the Church, and his comment on the spirit of official Christianity was only implicit. but both were instances of an outbreak of conscience against authority and the ordinary procedure of the Church. And it is plain that in the second instance, as in the first, the Church scented rebellion. A very different character to Saint Francis was the Spaniard Saint Dominic, 1170–1221, who was, of all things, orthodox. He had a passion for the argumentative conversion of heretics, and he was commissioned by Pope Innocent Roman III to go and preach to the Albigenses. His work went on side by side with the fighting and massacres of the Crusade. Whom Dominic could not convert, Innocent's crusader slew. Yet his very activities and the recognition and encouragement of his order by the Pope witness to the rising tide of discussion, and to the persuasion even of the papacy that force was no remedy. In several respects, the development of the Black Friars or Dominicans, the Franciscans, where the Grey Friar shows the Roman Church at the parting of the ways, committing itself more and more deeply to organized dogma, and so to a hopeless conflict with the quickening intelligence and courage of mankind. She whose one duty was to lead, chose to compel. The last discourse of Saint Dominic to the heretics he had sought to convert is preserved to us. It is a signpost in history. It betrays the fatal exasperation of a man who has lost his faith in the power of truth because his truth has not prevailed. For many years, he said, I have exhorted you in vain, with gentleness preaching, praying, and weeping. But according to the proverb of my country, where blessing can accomplish nothing, blows may avail. We shall rouse against you princes and prelates who, alas, will arm nations and kingdoms against this land, and thus blows will avail where blessings and gentleness have been powerless. The 13th century saw the development of a new institution in the Church, the Papal Inquisition. Before this time, it had been customary for the Pope to make occasional inquests or inquiries into heresy in this region or that, but now Innocent Roman III saw in the new order of the Dominicans a powerful instrument of suppression. The Inquisition was organized as a standing inquiry under their direction, and with fire and torment, the Church set itself, through this instrument, to assail and weaken the human conscience in which its sole hope of world dominion resided. Before the 13th century, the penalty of death had been inflicted, but rarely upon heretics and unbelievers. Now in 100 marketplaces in Europe, the dignitaries of the Church watched the blackened bodies of its antagonists, for the most part poor and insignificant people, burn and sink pitifully, and their own great mission to mankind burn and sink with them into dust and ashes. The beginnings of the Franciscans and the Dominicans were but two among many of the new forces that were arising in Christendom, either to help or shatter the Church, as its own wisdom might decide. Those two orders the Church did assimilate and use, though with a little violence in the case of the former. But other forces were more frankly disobedient and critical. A century and a half later came Wycliffe, 1320–1384. He was a learned doctor at Oxford. For a time he was master of Balliol, and he held various livings in the Church. Quite late in his life, he began a series of outspoken criticisms of the corruption of the clergy and the unwisdom of the Church. He organized a number of poor priests, the Wycliffites, to spread his ideas throughout England, and in order that people should judge between the Church and himself, he translated the Bible into English. He was a more learned and far abler man than either Saint Francis or Saint Dominic. He had supporters in high places and a great following among the people, and though Rome raged against him and ordered his imprisonment, he died a free man, still administering the sacraments as parish priest of Lutterworth. But the black and ancient spirit that was leading the Catholic Church to its destruction would not let his bones rest in his grave. By a decree of the Council of Constance in 1415, his remains were ordered to be dug up and burnt, an order which was carried out at the command of Pope Martin V by Bishop Fleming in 1428. This desecration was not the act of some isolated fanatic. It was the official act of the Church. Section 14. The history of the papacy is confusing to the general reader because of the multitude and abundance of the popes. They mostly began to reign as old men, and their reigns were short, averaging less than 2 years each. But certain of the popes stand out and supply convenient handles for the student to grasp. Such were Gregory I 596 for the Great, the first monkish pope, the friend of Benedict, the sender of the English mission. Other noteworthy popes are Leo Roman III, 795–816, who crowned Charlemagne, the scandalous popes John I 931-936 and John Roman XII 955-963, which latter was deposed by the Emperor Otto I and the great Hildebrand, who ended his days as Pope Gregory Roman VII 1073-1085, and who did so much by establishing the celibacy of the clergy and insisting upon the supremacy of the Church over kings and princes to centralize the power of the Church in Rome. The next pope, but one after Gregory Roman VII, was Urban Roman II 1087-1099, the pope of the First Crusade. The period from the time of Gregory Roman VII onward for a century and a half was the great period of ambition and effort for the Church. There was a real sustained attempt to unite all Christendom under a purified and reorganized Church. The setting up of Latin kingdoms in Syria and the Holy Land, in religious communion with Rome, after the First Crusade, marked the opening stage of a conquest of Eastern Christianity by Rome that reached its climax during the Latin rule in Constantinople. 1261. In 1176, at Venice, the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, Frederick I, knelt to the Pope Alexander Roman III, recognized his spiritual supremacy, and swore fealty to him. But after the death of Alexander Roman III, in 1181, the peculiar weakness of the papacy, its liability to fall to old and enfeebled men, became manifest. 5 popes tottered to the Lateran to die within the space of 10 years. Only with Innocent Roman III, 1198-12-16, did another vigorous pope take up the great policy of the city of God. Under Innocent Roman III, the guardian of that Emperor Frederick Roman II, whose career we have already studied in section 10 and 12, and the 5 popes who followed him, the Pope of Rome came nearer to being the monarch of a united Christendom than he had ever been before, and was ever to be again. The empire was weakened by internal dissensions. Constantinople was in Latin hands, from Bulgaria to Ireland, and from Norway to Sicily and Jerusalem, the Pope was supreme. Yet this supremacy was more apparent than real. For, as we have seen, while in the time of Urban the power of faith was strong in all Christian Europe, in the time of Innocent Roman III, the papacy had lost its hold upon the hearts of princes, and the faith and conscience of the common people was turning against a merely political and aggressive church. The Church in the 13th century was extending its legal power in the world and losing its grip upon men's consciences. It was becoming less persuasive and more violent. No intelligent man can tell of this process or read of this process of failure without very mingled feelings. The Church had sheltered and formed a new Europe throughout the long ages of European darkness and chaos. It had been the matrix in which the new civilization had been cast. But this new-formed civilization was impelled to grow by its own inherent vitality, and the Church lacked sufficient power of growth and accommodation. The time was fast approaching when this matrix was to be broken. The first striking intimation of the decay of the living and sustaining forces of the papacy appeared when presently the popes came into conflict with the growing power of the French king. During the lifetime of the Emperor Frederick Roman II, Germany fell into disunion, and the French king began to play the role of guard, supporter, and rival to the pope that had hitherto fallen to the Hohenstaufen emperors. A series of popes pursued the policy of supporting the French monarchs. French princes were established in the kingdom of Sicily and Naples, with the support and approval of Rome, and the French kings saw before them the possibility of restoring and ruling the empire of Charlemagne. When, however, the German interregnum after the death of Frederick Roman II, the last of the Hohenstaufens, came to an end and Rudolf of Habsburg was elected first Habsburg emperor, 1273, the policy of the Lateran began to fluctuate between France and Germany, veering about with the sympathies of each successive pope. In the East in 1261, the Greeks recaptured Constantinople from the Latin emperors, and the founder of the new Greek dynasty, Michael Palaeologus, Michael Roman VIII, after some unreal tentatives of reconciliation with the Pope, broke away from the Roman communion altogether. And with that, and the fall of the Latin kingdoms in Asia, the eastward ascendancy of the popes came to an end. In 1294, Boniface Roman VIII became pope. He was an Italian, hostile to the French, and full of a sense of the great traditions and mission of Rome. For a time he carried things with a high hand. In 1300, he held a jubilee, and a vast multitude of pilgrims assembled in Rome. So great was the influx of money into the papal treasury that 2 assistants were kept busy with rakes collecting the offerings that were deposited at the tomb of St. Peter. But this festival was a delusive triumph. It is easier to raise a host of excursionists than a band of crusaders. Boniface came into conflict with the French king in 1302, and in 1303, as he was about to pronounce sentence of excommunication against that monarch, he was surprised and arrested in his own ancestral palace, at Anagni, by Guillaume de Nogaret. This agent from the French king forced an entrance into the palace, made his way into the bedroom of the frightened Pope. He was lying in bed with a cross in his hand's end, heaped threats and insults upon him. The Pope was liberated a day or so later by the townspeople and returned to Rome. But there he was seized upon and again made prisoner by the Orsini family, and in a few weeks' time, the shocked and disillusioned old man died a prisoner in their hands. The people of Anagni did resent the first outrage and rose against Nogaret to liberate Boniface, but then Anagni was the Pope's native town. The important point to note is that the French king, in this rough treatment of the head of Christendom, was acting with the full approval of his people. He had summoned a council of the 3 estates of France, Lords, Church, and Commons, and gained their consent before proceeding to extremities. Neither in Italy, Germany, nor England was there the slightest general manifestation of disapproval at this free handling of the sovereign pontiff. The idea of Christendom had decayed until its power over the minds of men had gone. Throughout the 14th century, the papacy did nothing to recover its moral sway. The next pope elected, Clement V, was a Frenchman, the choice of King Philip of France. He never came to Rome. He set up his court in the town of Avignon, which then belonged not to France, but to the papal see, though embedded in French territory, and there his successors remained until 1377, when Pope Gregory XI returned to the Vatican Palace in Rome. But Gregory XI did not take the sympathies of the whole church with him. Many of the cardinals were of French origin, and their habits and associations were rooted deep at Avignon. When in 1378 Gregory XI died, and an Italian, Urban Roman VI, was elected, these dissentient cardinals declared the election invalid and elected another pope, the anti-pope, Clement Roman VII. This split is called the Great Schism. The popes remained in Rome, and all the anti-French powers, the emperor, the King of England, Hungary, Poland, and the north of Europe were loyal to them. The anti-popes, on the other hand, continued in Avignon and were supported by the King of France, his ally the King of Scotland, Spain, Portugal, and various German princes. Each pope excommunicated and cursed the adherents of his rival, so that by one standard or another all Christendom was damned during this time, 1378–1417. The lamentable effect of this split upon the solidarity of Christendom it is impossible to exaggerate. Is it any marvel that such men as Wycliffe began to teach men to think on their own account when the fountain of truth thus squirted against itself? In 1417, the Great Schism was healed at the Council of Constance, the same council that dug up and burnt Wycliffe's bones, and which, as we shall tell later, caused the burning of John Huss. At this council, Pope and anti-pope resigned or were swept aside, and Martin V became the sole pope of a formally reunited but spiritually very badly strained Christendom. How later on the Council of Bâle, 1437, led to a fresh schism, and to further anti-popes, we cannot relate here. Such, briefly, is the story of the great centuries of papal ascendancy and papal decline. It is the story of the failure to achieve the very noble and splendid idea of a unified and religious world. We have pointed out in the previous section how greatly the inheritance of a complex dogmatic theology encumbered the Church in this its ambitious adventure. It had too much theology and not enough religion. But it may not be idle to point out here how much the individual insufficiency of the popes also contributed to the collapse of its scheme and dignity. There was no such level of education in the world as to provide a succession of cardinals and popes with the breadth of knowledge and outlook needed for the task they had undertaken. They were not sufficiently educated for their task, and only a few, by sheer force of genius, transcended that defect. And as we have already pointed out, they were, when at last they got to power, too old to use it. Before they could grasp the situation they had to control, most of them were dead. It would be interesting to speculate how far it would have tilted the balance in favor of the Church if the cardinals had retired at 50, and if no one could have been elected pope after 55. This would have lengthened the average reign of each pope and enormously increased the continuity of the policy of the Church. And it is perhaps possible that a more perfect system of selecting the cardinals, who were the electors and counselors of the pope, might have been devised. The rules and ways by which men reach power are of very great importance in human affairs. The psychology of the ruler is a science that has still to be properly studied. We have seen the Roman Republic wrecked, and here we see the Church failing in its world mission very largely through ineffective electoral methods. 34. The Great Empire of Genghis Khan and his successors. The Age of the Land Ways. Section 1. Asia at the end of the 12th century. Section 2. The Rise and Victories of the Mongols. Section 3. The Travels of Marco Polo. Section 4. The Ottoman Turks in Constantinople. Section 5. Why the Mongols were not Christianized. Section 5a. Kublai Khan founds the Yuan dynasty. Section b. The Mongols revert to tribalism. Section 5c. The Kipchak Empire and the Tsar of Muscovy. Section 5d. Tamerlane. Section 5e. The Mongol Empire of India. Section 5f. The Mongols and the Gypsies. Section 1. We have to tell now of the last and greatest of all the raids of nomadism upon the civilizations of the East and West. We have traced in this history the development side by side of these two ways of living, and we have pointed out that as the civilizations grew more extensive and better organized, the arms, the mobility, and the intelligence of the nomads also improved. The nomad was not simply an uncivilized man, he was a man specialized and specializing along his own line. From the very beginning of history, the nomad and the settled people have been in reaction. We have told of the Semitic and Elamite raids upon Sumeria. We have seen the Western Empire smashed by the nomads of the Great Plains and Persia conquered, and Byzantium shaken by the nomads of Arabia. Whenever civilization seems to be choking amidst its weeds of wealth and debt and servitude, when its faith seems rotting into cynicism, and its powers of further growth are hopelessly entangled in effete formulae, the nomad drives in like a plow to break up the festering stagnation and release the world to new beginnings. The Mongol aggression, which began with the 13th century, was the greatest, and so far it has been the last, of all these destructive replowings of human association. From entire obscurity, the Mongols came very suddenly into history towards the close of the 12th century. They appeared in the country to the north of China, in the land of origin of the Huns and Turks, and they were manifestly of the same strain as these peoples. They were gathered together under a chief, with whose name we will not tax the memory of the reader. Under his son, Genghis Khan, their power grew with extraordinary swiftness. The reader will already have an idea of the gradual breaking up of the original unity of Islam. In the beginning of the 13th century, there were a number of separate and discordant Moslem states in Western Asia. There was Egypt with Palestine and much of Syria. Under the successors of Saladin, there was the Seljuk power in Asia Minor. There was still an Abbasid caliphate in Baghdad, and to the east of this again, there had grown up a very considerable empire, the Kharismian Empire, that of the Turkish princes from Khiva, who had conquered a number of fragmentary Seljuk principalities and reigned from the Ganges Valley to the Tigris. They had but an insecure hold on the Persian and Indian populations. The state of the Chinese civilization was equally inviting to an enterprising invader. One last glimpse of China in this history was in the 7th century during the opening years of the Tang dynasty, when that shrewd and able Emperor Taizong was weighing the respective merits of Nestorian Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and the teachings of Lao Tzu, and on the whole inclining to the opinion that Lao Tzu was as good a teacher as any. We have described his reception of the traveler Yuan Chuang. Taizong tolerated all religions, but several of his successors conducted a pitiless persecution of the Buddhist faith. It flourished in spite of these persecutions, and its monasteries played a somewhat analogous part in at first sustaining learning and afterwards retarding it, that the Christian monastic organization did in the West. By the 10th century, the great Tang dynasty was in an extreme state of decay. The usual degenerative process through a series of voluptuaries and incapables had gone on, and China broke up again politically into a variable number of contending states. The age of the 10 states. An age of confusion that lasted through the first half of the 10th century. Then arose a dynasty, the Northern Sung 960–1127, which established a sort of unity, but which was in constant struggle with a number of Hunnish peoples from the north who were pressing down the eastern coast. For a time, one of these peoples, the Khitan, prevailed. In the 12th century, these people had been subjugated and had given place to another Hunnish empire, the Empire of the Qin, with its capital at Pekin and its southern boundary south of Huangzhou. The Sung Empire shrank before this Qin Empire. In 1138, the capital was shifted from Nankin, which was now too close to the northern frontier, to the city of Hanchao on the coast. From 1127 onward to 1295, the Sung dynasty is known as the Southern Sung. To the northwest of its territories, there was now the Tartar Empire of the Asia. To the north, the Qin Empire, both states in which the Chinese population was under rulers in whom nomadic traditions were still strong. So that here on the east also the main masses of Asiatic mankind were under uncongenial rulers, and ready to accept, if not to welcome, the arrival of a conqueror. Northern India, we have already noted, was also a conquered country at the opening of the 13th century. It was at first a part of the Kievan Empire, but in 1206, an adventurous ruler, Qutub, who had been a slave and who had risen as a slave to be governor of the Indian province, set up a separate Moslem state of Hindustan in Delhi. Brahmanism had long since ousted Buddhism from India, but the converts to Islam were still but a small ruling minority in the land. Such was the political state of Asia when Genghis Khan began to consolidate his power among the nomads in the country between Lakes Balkhash and Baikal in the beginning of the 13th century. Section 2. The career of conquest of Genghis Khan and his immediate successors astounded the world, and probably astounded no one more than these Mongol Khans themselves. The Mongols were in the 12th century a tribe subject to those Qin who had conquered northeast China. They were a horde of nomadic horsemen living in tents and subsisting mainly upon mares' milk products and meat. Their occupations were pasturage and hunting, varied by war. They drifted northward as the snows melted for summer pasture, and southward to winter pasture after the custom of the steppes. Their military education began with a successful insurrection against the Qin. The Empire of Qin had the resources of half China behind it, and in the struggle, the Mongols learnt very much of the military science of the Chinese. By the end of the 12th century, they were already a fighting tribe of exceptional quality. The opening years of the career of Genghis were spent in developing his military machine, in assimilating the Mongols and the associated tribes about them into one organized army. His first considerable extension of power was westward, when the Tartar Kyrgyz and the Uyghurs, who were the Tartar people of the Tarim Basin, were not so much conquered as induced to join his organization. He then attacked the Qin Empire and took Pekin 1214. The Khitan people, who had been so recently subdued by the Qin, threw in their fortunes with his, and were a very great help to him. The settled Chinese population went on sowing and reaping and trading during this change of masters, without lending its weight to either side. We have already mentioned the very recent Kharismian Empire of Turkestan, Persia, and North India. This empire extended eastward to Kashgar, and it must have seemed one of the most progressive and hopeful empires of the time. Genghis Khan, while still engaged in this war with the Qin Empire, sent envoys to Kharismia. They were put to death, an almost incredible stupidity. The Kharismian government, to use the political jargon of today, had decided not to recognize Genghis Khan and took this spirited course with him. Thereupon, 1218, the great host of horsemen that Genghis Khan had consolidated and disciplined swept over the Pamirs and down into Turkestan. It was well armed, and probably it had some guns and gunpowder for siege work, for the Chinese were certainly using gunpowder at this time, and the Mongols learnt its use from them. Kashgar, Kakand, Bakhara fell, and then Samarkand, the capital of the Kharismian Empire. Thereafter nothing held the Mongols in the Kharismian territories. They swept westward to the Caspian and southward as far as Lahore. To the north of the Caspian, a Mongol army encountered a Russian force from Kiev. There was a series of battles in which the Russian armies were finally defeated and the Grand Duke of Kiev taken prisoner. So it was the Mongols appeared on the northern shores of the Black Sea. A panic swept Constantinople, which set itself to reconstruct its fortifications. Meanwhile, other armies were engaged in the conquest of the Empire of the Asia in China. This was annexed, and only the southern part of the Qin Empire remained unsubdued. In 1227, Genghis Khan died in the midst of a career of triumph. His empire reached already from the Pacific to the Dnieper, and it was an empire still vigorously expanding. Like all the empires founded by nomads, it was, to begin with, purely a military and administrative empire, a framework rather than a rule. It centered on the personality of the monarch, and its relations with the mass of the populations over which it ruled was simply one of taxation for the maintenance of the horde. But Genghis Khan had called to his aid a very able and experienced administrator of the Qin Empire, who was learned in all the traditions and science of the Chinese. This statesman, Yelyu Chutsai, was able to carry on the affairs of the Mongols long after the death of Genghis Khan, and there can be little doubt that he is one of the great political heroes of history. He tempered the barbaric ferocity of his masters and saved innumerable cities and works of art from destruction. He collected archives and inscriptions, and when he was accused of corruption, his sole wealth was found to consist of documents and a few musical instruments. To him, perhaps quite as much as to Genghis, is the efficiency of the Mongol military machine to be ascribed. Under Genghis, we may note further, we find the completest religious toleration established across the entire breadth of Asia. At the death of Genghis, the capital of the new empire was still in the great barbaric town of Karakorum in Mongolia. There an assembly of Mongol leaders elected Ogdai Khan, the son of Genghis, as his successor. The war against the vestiges of the Qin Empire was prosecuted until Qin was altogether subdued, 1234. The Chinese Empire to the south under the Sung dynasty helped the Mongols in this task, so destroying their own bulwark against the universal conquerors. The Mongol hosts then swept right across Asia to Russia, 1235, an amazing march. Kiev was destroyed in 1240, and nearly all Russia became tributary to the Mongols. Poland was ravaged, and a mixed army of Poles and Germans was annihilated at the Battle of Liegnitz in Lower Silesia in 1241. The Emperor Frederick Roman II does not seem to have made any great efforts to stay the advancing tide. It is only recently, says Barry, in his notes to Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, that European history has begun to understand that the successes of the Mongol army, which overran Poland and occupied Hungary in the spring of AD 1240, were won by consummate strategy, and were not due to a mere overwhelming superiority of numbers. But this fact has not yet become a matter of common knowledge. The vulgar opinion which represents the Tartars as a wild horde carrying all before them solely by their multitude, and galloping through Eastern Europe without a strategic plan, rushing at all obstacles and overcoming them by mere weight, still prevails. It was wonderful how punctually and effectually the arrangements of the commander were carried out in operations extending from the lower Vistula to Transylvania. Such a campaign was quite beyond the power of any European army of the time, and it was beyond the vision of any European commander. There was no general in Europe, from Frederick Roman II downward, who was not a tyro in strategy compared to Subutai. It should also be noticed that the Mongols embarked upon the enterprise with full knowledge of the political situation of Hungary, and the condition of Poland. They had taken care to inform themselves by a well-organized system of spies. On the other hand, the Hungarians and Christian powers, like childish barbarians, knew hardly anything about their enemies. But though the Mongols were victorious at Liegnitz, they did not continue their drive westward. They were getting into woodlands and hilly country, which did not suit their tactics, and so they turned southward and prepared to settle in Hungary, massacring or assimilating the kindred Magyar, even as these had previously massacred and assimilated the mixed Scythians and Avars and Huns before them. From the Hungarian plain, they would probably have made raids west and south, as the Hungarians had done in the 9th century, the Avars in the 7th and 8th, and the Huns in the 5th. But in Asia, the Mongols were fighting a stiff war of conquest against the Sung, and they were also raiding Persia and Asia Minor. Ogdai died suddenly, and in 1242 there was trouble about the succession, and recalled by this, the undefeated hosts of Mongols began to pour back across Hungary and Romania towards the east. To the great relief of Europe, the dynastic troubles at Karakorum lasted for some years, and this vast new empire showed signs of splitting up. Mangu Khan became the Great Khan in 1251, and he nominated his brother Kublai Khan as Governor-General of China. Slowly but surely, the entire Sung Empire was subjugated, and as it was subjugated, the Eastern Mongols became more and more Chinese in their culture and methods. Tibet was invaded and devastated by Mangu, and Persia and Syria invaded in good earnest. Another brother of Mangu, Hulagu, was in command of this latter war. He turned his arms against the caliphate and captured Baghdad, in which city he perpetrated a massacre of the entire population. Baghdad was still the religious capital of Islam, and the Mongols had become bitterly hostile to the Muslims. This hostility exacerbated the natural discord of nomad and townsmen. In 1259, Mangu died, and in 1260, for it took the best part of a year for the Mongol leaders to gather from the extremities of this vast empire, from Hungary and Syria and Sind, and China Kublai was elected Great Khan. He was already deeply interested in Chinese affairs. He made his capital Pekin instead of Karakoram, and Persia, Syria, and Asia Minor became virtually independent under his brother Hulagu, while the hordes of Mongols in Russia and Asia next to Russia, and various smaller Mongol groups in Turkestan became also practically separate. Kublai died in 1294, and with his death even the titular supremacy of the Great Khan disappeared. At the death of Kublai there was a main Mongol empire, with Pekin as its capital, including all China and Mongolia. There was a second great Mongol empire, that of Kipchak in Russia. There was a third in Persia, that founded by Hulagu, the Ilkhan Empire, to which the Seljuk Turks in Asia Minor were tributary. There was a Siberian state between Kipchak and Mongolia, and another separate state, Great Turkey, in Turkestan. It is particularly remarkable that India beyond the Punjab was never invaded by the Mongols during this period, and that an army under the Sultan of Egypt completely defeated Ketboga, Hulagu's general, in Palestine, 1260, and stopped them from entering Africa. By 1260, the impulse of Mongol conquest had already passed its zenith. Thereafter the Mongol story is one of division and decay. The Mongol dynasty that Kublai Khan had founded in China, the Yuan dynasty, lasted from 1280 until 1368. Later on, a recrudescence of Mongolian energy in Western Asia was destined to create a still more enduring monarchy in India. Section 3. Now this story of Mongolian conquests is surely the most remarkable in all history. The conquests of Alexander the Great cannot compare with them in extent, and their effect in diffusing and broadening men's ideas, though such things are more difficult to estimate, is at least comparable to the spread of the Hellenic civilization which is associated with Alexander's adventure. For a time, all Asia and Western Europe enjoyed an open intercourse. All the roads were temporarily open, and representatives of every nation appeared at the court of Karakoram. The barriers between Europe and Asia, set up by the religious feud of Christianity and Islam, were lowered. Great hopes were entertained by the papacy for the conversion of the Mongols to Christianity. Their only religion so far had been shamanism, a primitive paganism. Envoys of the Pope, Buddhist priests from India, Parisian and Italian and Chinese artificers, Byzantine and Armenian merchants, mingled with Arab officials and Persian and Indian astronomers and mathematicians at the Mongol court. We hear too much in history of the campaigns and massacres of the Mongols, and not enough of their indubitable curiosity and zest for learning. Not perhaps as an originative people, but as transmitters of knowledge and method, their influence upon the world's history has been enormous. And everything one can learn of the vague and romantic personalities of Genghis or Kublai tends to confirm the impression that these men were built upon a larger scale, and were at least as understanding and creative monarchs as either that flamboyant but egotistical figure, Alexander the Great, or that raiser of political ghosts, that energetic but illiterate theologian, Charlemagne. The missionary enterprises of the papacy in Mongolia ended in failure. Christianity was losing its persuasive power. The Mongols had no prejudice against Christianity. They evidently preferred it at first to Islam, but the missions that came to them were manifestly using the power in the great teachings of Jesus to advance the vast claims of the Pope to world dominion. Christianity, so vitiated, was not good enough for the Mongol mind. To make the empire of the Mongols part of the kingdom of God might have appealed to them, but not to make it a fief of a group of French and Italian priests, whose claims were as gigantic as their powers and outlook were feeble, who were now the creatures of the Emperor of Germany, now the nominees of the King of France, and now the victims of their own petty spites and vanities. In 1269, Kublai Khan sent a mission to the Pope with the evident intention of finding some common mode of action with Western Christendom. He asked that 100 men of learning and ability should be sent to his court to establish an understanding. His mission found the Western world popeless and engaged in one of those disputes about the succession that are so frequent in the history of the papacy. For 2 years, there was no pope at all. When at last a pope was appointed, he dispatched 2 Dominican friars to convert the greatest power in Asia to his rule. Those worthy men were appalled by the length and hardship of the journey before them and found an early excuse for abandoning the expedition. But this abortive mission was only one of a number of attempts to communicate, and always they were feeble and feeble-spirited attempts, with nothing of the conquering fire of the earlier Christian missions. Innocent Roman IV had already sent some Dominicans to Karakoram, and Saint Louis of France had also dispatched missionaries and relics by way of Persia. Mangu Khan had numerous Nestorian Christians at his court, and subsequent papal envoys actually reached Pekin. We hear of the appointment of various legates and bishops to the east, but many of these seem to have lost themselves and perhaps their lives before they reached China. There was a papal legate in Pekin in 1346, but he seems to have been a mere papal diplomatist. With the downfall of the Mongolian, Yuan, dynasty, 1368, the dwindling opportunity of the Christian missions passed altogether. The House of Yuan was followed by that of Ming, a strongly nationalist Chinese dynasty, at first very hostile to all foreigners. There may have been a massacre of the Christian missions. Until the later days of the Mings, 1644, little more is heard of Christianity, whether Nestorian or Catholic, in China. Then a fresh and rather more successful attempt to propagate Catholic Christianity in China was made by the Jesuits, but this second missionary wave reached China by the sea. In the year 1298, a naval battle occurred between the Genoese and the Venetians, in which the latter were defeated. Among the 7,000 prisoners taken by the Genoese was a Venetian gentleman named Marco Polo, who had been a great traveler, and who was very generally believed by his neighbors to be given to exaggeration. He had taken part in that first mission to Kublai Khan and had gone on when the 2 Dominicans turned back. While this Marco Polo was a prisoner in Genoa, he beguiled his tedium by talking of his travels to a certain writer named Rusticino, who wrote them down. We will not enter here into the vexed question of the exact authenticity of Rusticino's story. We do not certainly know in what language it was written, but there can be no doubt of the general truth of this remarkable narrative, which became enormously popular in the 14th and 15th centuries with all men of active intelligence. The Travels of Marco Polo is one of the great books of history. It opens this world of the 13th century, this century which saw the reign of Frederick Roman II and the beginnings of the Inquisition, to our imaginations as no mere historian's chronicle can do. It led directly to the discovery of America. It begins by telling of the journey of Marco's father, Niccolo Polo, and uncle, Maffei Polo, to China. These 2 were Venetian merchants of standing, living in Constantinople, and some when about 1260 they went to the Crimea and thence to Kazan. From that place they journeyed to Bokhara, and at Bokhara they fell in with a party of envoys from Kublai Khan in China to his brother Hulagu in Persia. These envoys pressed them to come on to the great Khan, who at that time had never seen men of the Latin peoples. They went on, and it is clear they made a very favorable impression upon Kublai and interested him greatly in the civilization of Christendom. They were made the bearers of that request for 100 teachers and learned men, intelligent men acquainted with the 7 arts, able to enter into controversy, and able clearly to prove to idolaters and other kinds of folk that the law of Christ was best, to which we have just alluded. But when they returned, Christendom was in a phase of confusion, and it was only after a delay of 2 years that they got their authorization to start for China again in the company of those 2 faint-hearted Dominicans. They took with them young Marco, and it is due to his presence and the boredom of his subsequent captivity at Genoa that this most interesting experience has been preserved to us. The 3 Polos started by way of Palestine and not by the Crimea, as in the previous expedition. They had with them a gold tablet and other indications from the Great Khan that must have greatly facilitated their journey. The Great Khan had asked for some oil from the lamp that burns in the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, and so thither they first went, and then by way of Cilicia into Armenia. They went thus far north because the Sultan of Egypt was raiding the Ilkhan domains at this time. Thence they came by way of Mesopotamia to Ormuz on the Persian Gulf, as if they contemplated a sea voyage. At Ormuz, they met merchants from India. For some reason, they did not take ship, but instead turned northward through the Persian deserts, and so by way of Balkh over the Pamir to Kashgar, and by way of Khatan and the Lab Nor, so following in the footsteps of Yuan Huang into the Huanggo Valley and on to Pekin. Pekin Polo calls Cambulac, northern China, Cathay equals Kitten, and southern China of the former Sung dynasty, Manzi. At Pekin was the Great Khan, and they were hospitably entertained. Marco particularly pleased Kublai. He was young and clever, and it is clear he had mastered the Tartar language very thoroughly. He was given an official position and sent on several missions, chiefly in southwest China. The tale he had to tell of vast stretches of smiling and prosperous country, all the way excellent hostelries for travelers, and fine vineyards, fields, and gardens, of many abbeys of Buddhist monks, of manufactures of cloth of silk and gold and many fine taffetas, a constant succession of cities and boroughs, and so on, first roused the incredulity and then fired the imagination of all Europe. He told of Burma and of its great armies with hundreds of elephants, and how these animals were defeated by the Mongol bowmen, and also of the Mongol conquest of Pegu. He told of Japan and greatly exaggerated the amount of gold in that country. And still more wonderful, he told of Christians and Christian rulers in China, and of a certain Prester John the priest, who was the king of a Christian people. Those people he had not seen. Apparently they were a tribe of Nestorian Tartars in Mongolia. An understandable excitement probably made Rusticino overemphasize what must have seemed to him the greatest marvel of the whole story, and Prester John became one of the most stimulating legends of the 14th and 15th centuries. It encouraged European enterprise enormously to think that far away in China was a community of their coreligionists, presumably ready to welcome and assist them. For 3 years, Marco ruled the city of Yangzhou as governor, and he probably impressed the Chinese inhabitants as being very little more of a foreigner than any Tartar would have been. He may also have been sent on a mission to India. Chinese records mention a certain Polo attached to the Imperial Council in 1277, a very valuable confirmation of the general truth of the Polo story. The Polos had taken about 3.5 years to get to China. They stayed there upwards of 16, then they began to feel homesick. They were the proteges of Kublai, and possibly they felt that his favors roused a certain envy that might have disagreeable results after his death. They sought his permission to return. For a time he refused it, and then an opportunity occurred. Arghun, the Ilkhan monarch of Persia, the grandson of Hulagu, Kublai's brother, had lost his Mongol wife, and on her deathbed had promised not to wed any other woman but a Mongol of her own tribe. He sent ambassadors to Pekin, and a suitable princess was selected, a girl of 17. To spare her the fatigues of the caravan route, it was decided to send her by sea with a suitable escort. The barons, in charge of her, asked for the company of the Polos, because these latter were experienced travelers and sage men, and the Polos snatched at this opportunity of getting homeward. The expedition sailed from some port on the east of South China. They stayed long in Sumatra and South India, and they reached Persia after a voyage of 2 years. They delivered the young lady safely to Arghun's successor, for Arghun was dead-end. She married Arghun's son. The Polos then went by Tabriz to Trebizond, sailed to Constantinople, and got back to Venice about 1295. It is related that the returned travelers, dressed in Tartar garb, were refused admission to their own house. It was some time before they could establish their identity. Many people who admitted that were still inclined to look askance at them as shabby wanderers, and in order to dispel such doubts, they gave a great feast, and when it was at its height they had their old padded suits brought to them, dismissed the servants, and then ripped open these garments, whereupon an incredible display of rubies, sapphires, carbuncles, emeralds, and diamonds poured out before the dazzled company. Even after this, Marco's accounts of the size and population of China were received with much furtive mockery. The wits nicknamed him Il Milioni because he was always talking of millions of people and millions of ducats. Such was the story that raised eyebrows first in Venice and then throughout the Western world. The European literature, and especially the European romance of the 15th century, echoes with the names in Marco Polo's story, with Cathay and Cambulac and the like. Section 4. These travels of Marco Polo were only the beginning of a very considerable intercourse. That intercourse was to bring many revolutionary ideas and many revolutionary things to Europe, including a greatly extended use of paper and printing from blocks, the almost equally revolutionary use of gunpowder in warfare, and the mariner's compass, which was to release the European shipping from navigation by coasting. The popular imagination has always been disposed to ascribe every such striking result to Marco Polo. He has become the type and symbol for all such interchanges. As a matter of fact, there is no evidence that he had any share in these three importations. There were many mute Marco Polos who never met their Rusticianos, and history has not preserved their names. Before we go on, however, to describe the great widening of the mental horizons of Europe that was now beginning, and to which this book of travels was to contribute very materially, it will be convenient first to note a curious side consequence of the great Mongol conquests, the appearance of the Ottoman Turks upon the Dardanelles, and next to state in general terms the breaking up and development of the several parts of the empire of Genghis Khan. The Ottoman Turks were a little band of fugitives who fled southwesterly before the first invasion of western Turkestan by Genghis. They made their long way from Central Asia, over deserts and mountains and through alien populations, seeking some new lands in which they might settle. A small band of alien herdsmen, says Sir Mark Sykes, wandering unchecked through crusades and counter-crusades, principalities, empires, and states. Where they camped, how they moved and preserved their flocks and herds, where they found pasture, how they made their peace with the various chiefs through whose territories they passed, are questions which one may well ask in wonder. They found a resting place at last, and kindred and congenial neighbors on the tablelands of Asia Minor among the Seljuk Turks. Most of this country, the modern Anatolia, was now largely Turkish in speech and Moslem in religion, except that there was a considerable proportion of Greeks, Jews, and Armenians in the town populations. No doubt the various strains of Hittite, Phrygian, Trojan, Lydian, Ionian Greek, Cimmerian, Galatian, and Italian, from the Pergamus times, still flowed in the blood of the people, but they had long since forgotten these ancestral elements. They were indeed much the same blend of ancient Mediterranean dark whites, Nordic Aryans, Semites, and Mongolians as were the inhabitants of the Balkan Peninsula. But they believed themselves to be a pure Turanian race and altogether superior to the Christians on the other side of the Bosphorus. Gradually, the Ottoman Turks became important, and at last dominant among the small principalities into which the Seljuk Empire, the Empire of Raum, had fallen. Their relations with the dwindling Empire of Constantinople remained for some centuries tolerantly hostile. They made no attack upon the Bosphorus, but they got a footing in Europe at the Dardanelles, and, using this route, the route of Xerxes and not the route of Darius, they pushed their way steadily into Macedonia, Epirus, Illyria, Yugoslavia, and Bulgaria. In the Serbs, Yugoslavs, and Bulgarians, the Turks found people very like themselves in culture, and though neither side recognized it, probably very similar in racial admixture, with a little less of the dark Mediterranean and Mongolian strains than the Turks and a trifle more of the Nordic element. But these Balkan peoples were Christians and bitterly divided among themselves. The Turks, on the other hand, spoke one language. They had a greater sense of unity, they had the Moslem habits of temperance and frugality, and they were on the whole better soldiers. They converted what they could of the conquered people to Islam. The Christians they disarmed, and conferred upon them the monopoly of tax-paying. Gradually, the Ottoman princes consolidated an empire that reached from the Taurus Mountains in the east to Hungary and Romania in the west. Adrianople became their chief city. They surrounded the shrunken empire of Constantinople on every side. The Ottomans organized a standing military force, the Janissaries, rather on the lines of the Mamelukes who dominated Egypt. These troops were formed of levies of Christian youths to the extent of 1,000 per annum, who were affiliated to the Bektashi order of dervishes, and though at first not obliged to embrace Islam, were one and all strongly imbued with the mystic and fraternal ideas of the confraternity to which they were attached. Highly paid, well-disciplined, a close and jealous secret society, the Janissaries provided the newly formed Ottoman state with a patriotic force of trained infantry soldiers, which, in an age of light cavalry and hired companies of mercenaries, was an invaluable asset. The relations between the Ottoman sultans and the emperors has been singular in the annals of Muslim and Christian states. The Turks had been involved in the family and dynastic quarrels of the imperial city, were bound by ties of blood to the ruling families, frequently supplied troops for the defense of Constantinople, and on occasion hired parts of its garrison to assist them in their various campaigns. The sons of the emperors and Byzantine statesmen even accompanied the Turkish forces in the field. Yet the Ottomans never ceased to annex imperial territories and cities, both in Asia and Thrace. This curious intercourse between the House of Osman and the imperial government had a profound effect on both institutions. The Greeks grew more and more debased and demoralized by the shifts and tricks that their military weakness obliged them to adopt towards their neighbors. The Turks were corrupted by the alien atmosphere of intrigue and treachery which crept into their domestic life. Fratricide and parricide, the two crimes which most frequently stain the annals of the imperial palace, eventually formed a part of the policy of the Ottoman dynasty. One of the sons of Murad I embarked on an intrigue with Andronicus, the son of the Greek emperor, to murder their respective fathers. The Byzantine found it more easy to negotiate with the Ottoman pasha than with the Pope. For years the Turks and Byzantines had intermarried and hunted in couples in strange bypaths of diplomacy. The Ottoman had played the Bulgar and the Serb of Europe against the emperor, just as the emperor had played the Asiatic emir against the sultan. The Greek and Turkish royal princes had mutually agreed to hold each other's rivals as prisoners and hostages. In fact, Turk and Byzantine policy had so intertwined that it is difficult to say whether the Turks regarded the Greeks as their allies, enemies, or subjects, or whether the Greeks looked upon the Turks as their tyrants, destroyers, or protectors. It was in 1453, under the Ottoman Sultan, Mohammed Roman II, that Constantinople at last fell to the Moslems. He attacked it from the European side and with a great power of artillery. The Greek emperor was killed, and there was much looting and massacre. The great church of St. Sophia, which Justinian the Great had built, 532, was plundered of its treasures and turned at once into a mosque. This event sent a wave of excitement throughout Europe, and an attempt was made to organize a crusade, but the days of the crusades were past. Illustration: the Ottoman Empire at the death of Suleiman the Magnificent 1566 AD. Says Sir Mark Sykes, "To the Turks the capture of Constantinople was a crowning mercy and yet a fatal blow. Constantinople had been the tutor and polisher of the Turks. So long as the Ottomans could draw science, learning, philosophy, art, and tolerance from a living fountain of civilization in the heart of their dominions, so long had the Ottomans not only brute force, but intellectual power. So long as the Ottoman Empire had in Constantinople a free port, a market, a center of world finance, a pool of gold, an exchange, so long did the Ottomans never lack for money and financial support. Mohammed was a great statesman. The moment he entered Constantinople, he endeavored to stay the damage his ambition had done. He supported the Patriarch, he conciliated the Greeks, he did all he could to continue Constantinople the city of the emperors. But the fatal step had been taken. Constantinople as the city of the sultans was Constantinople no more. The markets died away, the culture and civilization fled, the complex finance faded from sight, and the Turks had lost their governors and their support. On the other hand, the corruptions of Byzantium remained. The bureaucracy, the eunuchs, the palace guards, the spies, the bribers, go-betweens, all these the Ottomans took over, and all these survived in luxuriant life. The Turks, in taking Stambul, let slip a treasure and gained a pestilence. Mohammed's ambition was not sated by the capture of Constantinople. He set his eyes also upon Rome. He captured and looted the Italian town of Otranto, and it is probable that a very vigorous and perhaps successful attempt to conquer Italy, for the peninsula was divided against itself, was averted only by his death, 1481. His sons engaged in fratricidal strife. Under Bayezid Roman II, 1480–1512, his successor, war was carried into Poland, and most of Greece was conquered. Selim, 1512–1520, the son of Bayezid, extended the Ottoman power over Armenia and conquered Egypt. In Egypt, the last Abbasid caliph was living under the protection of the Mamluk Sultanate. The Fatimite Caliphate was a thing of the past. Selim bought the title of caliph from this last degenerate Abbasid and acquired the sacred banner and other relics of the Prophet. So the Ottoman Sultan became also caliph of all Islam. Selim was followed by Sulayman the Magnificent, 1520–1566, who conquered Baghdad in the east and the greater part of Hungary in the west, and very nearly captured Vienna. His fleets also took Algiers and inflicted a number of reverses upon the Venetians. In most of his warfare with the empire, he was in alliance with the French. Under him, the Ottoman power reached its zenith. Section 5. Let us now very briefly run over the subsequent development of the main masses of the empire of the Great Khan. In no case did Christianity succeed in capturing the imagination of these Mongol states. Christianity was in a phase of moral and intellectual insolvency, without any collective faith, energy, or honor. We have told of the wretched brace of timid Dominicans, which was the Pope's reply to the appeal of Kublai Khan, and we have noted the general failure of the overland mission of the 13th and 14th centuries. That apostolic passion that could win whole nations to the kingdom of heaven was dead in the Church. In 1305, as we have told, the Pope became the kept pontiff of the French king. All the craft and policy of the popes of the 13th century to oust the emperor from Italy had only served to let in the French to replace him. From 1305 to 1377, the popes remained at Avignon, and such slight missionary effort as they made was merely a part of the strategy of Western European politics. In 1377, the Pope Gregory's I did indeed re-enter Rome and die there, but the French cardinals split off from the others at the election of his successor, and two popes were elected, one at Avignon and one at Rome. This split, the Great Schism, lasted from 1378 to 1418. Each pope cursed the other and put all his supporters under an interdict. Such was the state of Christianity, and such were now the custodians of the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. All Asia was white unto harvest, but there was no effort to reap it. When at last the Church was reunited and missionary energy returned with the foundation of the order of the Jesuits, the days of opportunity were over. The possibility of a worldwide moral unification of East and West through Christianity had passed away. The Mongols in China and Central Asia turned to Buddhism. In South Russia, Western Turkestan, and the Ilkhan Empire they embraced Islam. Section 5a. In China, the Mongols were already saturated with Chinese civilization by the time of Kublai. After 1280, the Chinese annals treat Kublai as a Chinese monarch, the founder of the Yuan dynasty, 1280–1368. This Mongol dynasty was finally overthrown by a Chinese nationalist movement which set up the Ming dynasty, 1368–1644. A cultivated and artistic line of emperors, ruling until a northern people, the Manchus, who were the same as the Qin whom Genghis had overthrown, conquered China and established a dynasty which gave way only to a native republican form of government in 1912. It was the Manchus who obliged the Chinese to wear pigtails as a mark of submission. The pigtailed Chinaman is quite a recent and now a vanished figure in history. Section 5b. In the Pamirs, in much of eastern and western Turkestan, and to the north, the Mongols dropped back towards the tribal conditions from which they had been lifted by Genghis. It is possible to trace the dwindling succession of many of the small Khans who became independent during this period, almost down to the present time. The Kalmucks in the 17th and 18th centuries founded a considerable empire, but dynastic troubles broke it up before it had extended its power beyond Central Asia. The Chinese recovered eastern Turkestan from them about 1757. Tibet was more and more closely linked with China and became the great home of Buddhism and Buddhist monasticism. Over most of the area of Western Central Asia and Persia and Mesopotamia, the ancient distinction of nomad and settled population remains to this day. The townsmen despise and cheat the nomads ill-treat and despise the townsfolk. Section 5c. The Mongols of the great realm of Kipchak remained nomadic and grazed their stock across the wide plains of South Russia and Western Asia adjacent to Russia. They became not very devout Moslems, retaining many traces of their earlier barbaric shamanism. Their chief Khan was the Khan of the Golden Horde. To the west, over large tracts of open country, and more particularly in what is now known as Ukrainia, the old Scythian population, Slavs with a Mongol admixture, reverted to a similar nomadic life. These Christian nomads, the Cossacks, formed a sort of frontier screen against the Tartars, and their free and adventurous life was so attractive to the peasants of Poland and Lithuania that severe laws had to be passed to prevent a vast migration from the plowlands to the steppes. The serf-owning landlords of Poland regarded the Cossacks with considerable hostility on this account, and war was as frequent between the Polish chivalry and the Cossacks as it was between the latter and the Tartars. In the Empire of Kipchak, as in Turkestan almost up to the present time, while the nomads roamed over wide areas, a number of towns and cultivated regions sustained a settled population which usually paid tribute to the nomad Khan. In such towns as Kiev, Moscow, and the like, the pre-Mongol Christian town life went on under Russian dukes or Tartar governors, who collected the tribute for the Khan of the Golden Horde. The Grand Duke of Moscow gained the confidence of the Khan, and gradually, under his authority, obtained an ascendancy over many of his fellow tributaries. In the 15th century, under its Grand Duke, Ivan Roman III, Ivan the Great, 1460–1505, Moscow threw off its Mongol allegiance and refused to pay tribute any longer, 1480. The successors of Constantine no longer reigned in Constantinople, and Ivan took possession of the Byzantine double-headed eagle for his arms. He claimed to be the heir to Byzantium because of his marriage, 1472, with Zoe Paleologus of the imperial line. This ambitious Grand Dukedom of Moscow assailed and subjugated the ancient Northman trading Republic of Novgorod to the north, and so the foundations of the modern Russian Empire were laid, and a link with the mercantile life of the Baltic established. Ivan Roman III did not, however, carry his claim to be the heir of the Christian rulers of Constantinople to the extent of assuming the imperial title. This step was taken by his grandson, Ivan Roman IV, Ivan the Terrible, because of his insane cruelties, 1533–1584. Although the ruler of Moscow thus came to be called Tsar Caesar, his tradition was in many respects Tartar rather than European. He was autocratic after the unlimited Asiatic pattern, and the form of Christianity he affected was the Eastern, court-ruled, Orthodox form, which had reached Russia long before the Mongol conquest, by means of Bulgarian missionaries from Constantinople. To the west of the domains of Kipchak, outside the range of Mongol rule, a second center of Slav consolidation had been set up during the 10th and 11th centuries in Poland. The Mongol wave had washed over Poland, but had never subjugated it. Poland was not Orthodox, but Roman Catholic in religion. It used the Latin alphabet instead of the strange Russian letters, and its monarch never assumed an absolute independence of the emperor. Poland was in fact in its origins an outlying part of Christendom and of the Holy Empire. Russia never was anything of the sort. Section 5d. The nature and development of the Empire of the Ilkhands in Persia, Mesopotamia, and Syria is perhaps the most interesting of all the stories of these Mongol powers, because in this region nomadism really did attempt, and really did to a very considerable degree succeed, in its attempt to stamp a settled civilized system out of existence. When Genghis Khan first invaded China, we are told that there was a serious discussion among the Mongol chiefs whether all the towns and settled populations should not be destroyed. To these simple practitioners of the open-air life, the settled population seemed corrupt, crowded, vicious, effeminate, dangerous, and incomprehensible, a detestable human efflorescence upon what would otherwise have been good pasture. They had no use whatever for the towns. The early Franks and the Anglo-Saxon conquerors of South Britain had much the same feeling towards townsmen, but it was only under Hulagu in Mesopotamia that these ideas seem to have been embodied in a deliberate policy. The Mongols here did not only burn and massacre, they destroyed the irrigation system that had endured for at least 8,000 years, and with that the mother civilization of all the Western world came to an end. Since the days of the priest-kings of Sumeria, there had been a continuous cultivation in these fertile regions, an accumulation of tradition, a great population, a succession of busy cities, Eridu, Nippur, Babylon, Nineveh, Ctesiphon, Baghdad. Now the fertility ceased. Mesopotamia became a land of ruins and desolation, through which great waters ran to waste or overflowed their banks to make malarious swamps. Later on, Mosul and Baghdad revived feebly as second-rate towns. But for the defeat and death of Hulagu's general Kitboga in Palestine, 1260, the same fate might have overtaken Egypt. But Egypt was now a Turkish sultanate. It was dominated by a body of soldiers, the Mamelukes, whose ranks, like those of their imitators, the Janissaries of the Ottoman Empire, were recruited and kept vigorous by the purchase and training of boy slaves. A capable sultan such men would obey, a weak or evil one they would replace. Under this ascendancy, Egypt remained an independent power until 1517, when it fell to the Ottoman Turks. The first destructive vigor of Hulagu's Mongols soon subsided, but in the 15th century, a last tornado of nomadism arose in western Turkestan under the leadership of a certain Timur the Lame, or Timurlane. He was descended in the female line from Genghis Khan. He established himself in Samarkand and spread his authority over Kipchak, Turkestan to South Russia, Siberia, and southward as far as the Indus. He assumed the title of Great Khan in 1369. He was a nomad of the savage school, and he created an empire of desolation from North India to Syria. Pyramids of skulls were his particular architectural fancy. After the storming of Ispahan, he made one of 70,000. His ambition was to restore the empire of Genghis Khan as he conceived it, a project in which he completely failed. He spread destruction far and wide. The Ottoman Turks. It was before the taking of Constantinople and their days of greatness, and Egypt paid him tribute. The Punjab he devastated, and Delhi surrendered to him. After Delhi had surrendered, however, he made a frightful massacre of its inhabitants. At the time of his death, 1405, very little remained to witness to his power but a name of horror, ruins, and desolated countries, and a shrunken and impoverished domain in Persia. The dynasty founded by Timur in Persia was extinguished by another Turkoman horde 50 years later. Section 5e. In 1505, a small Turkoman chieftain, Babur, a descendant of Timur and therefore of Genghis, was forced after some years of warfare, and some temporary successes. For a time he held Samarkand to fly with a few followers over the Hindu Kush to Afghanistan. There his band increased, and he made himself master of Kabul. He assembled an army, accumulated guns, and then laid claim to the Punjab, because Timur had conquered it 107 years before. He pushed his successes beyond the Punjab. India was in a state of division, and quite ready to welcome any capable invader who promised peace and order. After various fluctuations of fortune, Babur met the Sultan of Delhi at Panipat, 1525, 10 miles north of that town, and though he had but 25,000 men, provided, however, with guns, against 1,000 elephants and 4 times as many men. The numbers, by the by, are his own estimate. He gained a complete victory. He ceased to call himself King of Kabul and assumed the title of Emperor of Hindustan. "This," he wrote, "is quite a different world from our countries. It was finer, more fertile, altogether richer. He conquered as far as Bengal, but his untimely death in 1530 checked the tide of Mongol conquest for a quarter of a century, and it was only after the accession of his grandson Akbar that it flowed again. Akbar subjugated all India as far as Berar, and his great-grandson Aurangzeb, 1658-1707, was practically master of the entire peninsula. This great dynasty of Babur, 1526-1530, Humayun 1530-1556, Akbar 1556-1605, Jehangir 1605-1628, Shah Jahan 1628-1658, and Aurangzeb 1658-1707, in which son succeeded father for 6 generations, this Mughal equals Mongol dynasty marks the most splendid age that had hitherto dawned upon India. Akbar, next perhaps to Asoka, was one of the greatest of Indian monarchs, and one of the few royal figures that approach the stature of great men. To Akbar it is necessary to give the same distinctive attention that we have shown to Charlemagne or Constantine the Great. He is one of the hinges of history. Much of his work of consolidation and organization in India survives to this day. It was taken over and continued by the British when they became the successors of the Mughal emperors. The British monarch, indeed, now uses as his Indian title the title of the Mughal emperors, Kaisar-i-Hind. All the other great administrations of the descendants of Genghis Khan, in Russia, throughout Western and Central Asia, and in China, have long since dissolved away and given place to other forms of government. Their governments were indeed little more than taxing governments, a system of revenue collecting to feed the central establishment of the ruler, like the Golden Horde in South Russia or the imperial city at Karakoram or Pekin. The life and ideas of the people they left alone, careless how they lived so long as they paid. So it was that after centuries of subjugation, a Christian Moscow and Kiev, a Shiite Persia, and a thoroughly Chinese China rose again from their Mongol submergence. But Akbar made a new India. He gave the princes and ruling classes of India some inklings at least of a common interest. If India is now anything more than a sort of ragbag of incoherent states and races, a prey to every casual raider from the north, it is very largely due to him. His distinctive quality was his openness of mind. He set himself to make every sort of able man in India, whatever his race or religion, available for the public work of Indian life. His instinct was the true statesman's instinct for synthesis. His empire was to be neither a Moslem nor a Mongol one, nor was it to be Rajput or Aryan or Dravidian or Hindu or high or low caste. It was to be Indian. During the years of his training, he enjoyed many opportunities of noting the good qualities, the fidelity, the devotion, often the nobility of soul of those Hindu princes, whom, because they were followers of Brahma, his Moslem courtiers devoted mentally to eternal torments. He noted that these men, and men who thought like them, constituted the vast majority of his subjects. He noted, further, of many of them, and those the most trustworthy, that though they had apparently much to gain from a worldly point of view by embracing the religion of the court, they held fast to their own. His reflective mind, therefore, was unwilling from the outset to accept the theory that because he, the conqueror, the ruler, happened to be born a Mohammedan, therefore Mohammedanism was true for all mankind. Gradually his thoughts found words in the utterance. Why should I claim to guide men before I myself am guided? And, as he listened to other doctrines and other creeds, his honest doubts became confirmed, and noting daily the bitter narrowness of sectarianism, no matter of what form of religion, he became more and more wedded to the principle of toleration for all. The son of a fugitive emperor, says Dr. Emil Schmidt, born in the desert, brought up in nominal confinement, he had known the bitter side of life from his youth up. Fortune had given him a powerful frame, which he trained to support the extremities of exertion. Physical exercise was with him a passion. He was devoted to the chase, and especially to the fierce excitement of catching the wild horse or elephant or slaying the dangerous tiger. On one occasion, when it was necessary to dissuade the Raja of Jodhpur to abandon his intention of forcing the widow of his deceased son to mount the funeral pyre, Akbar rode 220 miles in 2 days. In battle, he displayed the utmost bravery. He led his troops in person during the dangerous part of a campaign, leaving to his generals the lighter task of finishing the war. In every victory, he displayed humanity to the conquered, and decisively opposed any exhibition of cruelty. Free from all these prejudices which separate society and create dissension, tolerant to men of other beliefs, impartial to men of other races, whether Hindu or Dravidian, he was a man obviously marked out to weld the conflicting elements of his kingdom into a strong and prosperous whole. In all seriousness, he devoted himself to the work of peace. Moderate in all pleasures, needing but little sleep, and accustomed to divide his tune with the utmost accuracy, he found leisure to devote himself to science and art after the completion of his state duties. The famous personages and scholars who adorned the capital he had built for himself at Fatehpur Sikri were at the same time his friends. Every Thursday evening a circle of these was collected for intellectual conversation and philosophical discussion. His closest friends were 2 highly talented brothers, Faizi and Abul Fazl, the sons of a learned freethinker. The elder of these was a famous scholar in Hindu literature. With his help, and under his direction, Akbar had the most important of the Sanskrit works translated into Persian. Fazl, on the other hand, who was an especially close friend of Akbar, was a general, a statesman, and an organizer, and to his activity Akbar's kingdom chiefly owed the solidarity of its internal organization. Such was the quality of the circle that used to meet in the palaces of Fatehpur Sikri, buildings which still stand in the Indian sunlight but empty now and desolate. Fatehpur Sikri, like the city of Ambar, is now a dead city. A few years ago, the child of a British official was killed by a panther in one of its silent streets. All this that we have quoted reveals a preeminent monarch. But Akbar, like all men, great or petty, lived within the limitations of his period and its circles of ideas. And a Turkoman, ruling in India, was necessarily ignorant of much that Europe had been painfully learning for 1,000 years. He knew nothing of the growth of a popular consciousness in Europe, and little or nothing of the wide educational possibilities that the Church had been working out in the West. His upbringing in Islam and his native genius made it plain to him that a great nation in India could only be cemented by common ideas upon a religious basis. But the knowledge of how such a solidarity could be created and sustained by universal schools, cheap books, and a university system at once organized and free to think, to which the modern state is still feeling its way, was as impossible to him as a knowledge of steamboats or aeroplanes. The form of Islam he knew best was the narrow and fiercely intolerant form of the Turkish Sunnites. The Moslems were only a minority of the population. The problem he faced was indeed very parallel to the problem of Constantine the Great, but it had peculiar difficulties of its own. He never got beyond an attempt to adapt Islam to a wider appeal by substituting for "there is one God and Muhammad is his prophet" the declaration, "there is one God and the emperor is his vice-regent." This he thought might form a common platform for every variety of faith in India, that kaleidoscope of religions. With this faith, he associated a simple ritual borrowed from the Persian Zoroastrians, the Parsis, who still survived, and survive today in India. This new state religion, however, died with him because it had no roots in the minds of the people about him. The essential factor in the organization of a living state, the world is coming to realize, is the organization of an education. This Akbar never understood, and he had no class of men available who would suggest such an idea to him or help him to carry it out. The Moslem teachers in India were not so much teachers as conservators of an intense bigotry. They did not want a common mind in India, but only a common intolerance in Islam. The Brahmins, who had the monopoly of teaching among the Hindus, had all the conceit and slackness of hereditary privilege. Yet though Akbar made no general educational scheme for India, he set up a number of Moslem and Hindu schools. He knew less and he did more for India in these matters than the British who succeeded him. Some of the British viceroys have aped his magnificence, his costly tents and awnings, his palatial buildings and his elephants of state, but none have gone far enough beyond the political outlook of this medieval Turkoman to attempt that popular education which is an absolute necessity to India before she can play her fitting part in the commonweal of mankind. Section 5F. A curious side result of these later Mongol perturbations, those of the 14th century of which Tamerlane was the head and center, was the appearance of drifting batches of a strange refugee Eastern people in Europe, the Gypsies. They appeared somewhen about the end of the 14th and early 15th centuries in Greece, where they were believed to be Egyptians, hence gypsy, a very general persuasion which they themselves accepted and disseminated. Their leaders, however, styled themselves Counts of Asia Minor. They had probably been drifting about Western Asia for some centuries before the massacres of Tamerlane drove them over the Hellespont. They may have been dislodged from their original homeland as the Ottoman Turks were by the great cataclysm of Genghis or even earlier. They had drifted about as the Ottoman Turks had drifted about, but with less good fortune. They spread slowly westward across Europe, strange fragments of nomadism in a world of plough and city, driven off their ancient habitat of the Bactrian steppes to harbor upon European commons and by hedgerows and in wild woodlands and neglected patches. The Germans called them Hungarians and Tartars, the French, Bohemians. They do not seem to have kept the true tradition of their origin, but they have a distinctive language which indicates their lost history. It contains many North Indian words and is probably in its origin North India. There are also considerable Armenian and Persian elements in their speech. They are found in all European countries today. They are tinkers, peddlers, horse dealers, showmen, fortune-tellers, and beggars. To many imaginative minds, their wayside encampments, with their smoking fires, their rounded tents, their hobbled horses, and their brawl of sunburnt children, have a very strong appeal. Civilization is so new a thing in history, and has been for most of the time so very local a thing, that it has still to conquer and assimilate most of our instincts to its needs. In most of us, irked by its conventions and complexities, there stirs the nomad strain. We are but half-hearted homekeepers. The blood in our veins was brewed on the steppes as well as on the plowlands. 35. The renaissance of Western civilization. Landways give place to seaways. Section 1. Christianity and popular education. Section 2. Europe begins to think for itself. Section 3. The Great Plague and the dawn of communism. Section 4. How paper liberated the human mind. Section 5. Protestantism of the princes and Protestantism of the peoples. Section The Reawakening of Science. Section 7. The new growth of European towns. Section 8. America comes into history. Section 9. What Machiavelli thought of the world. Section 10. The Republic of Switzerland. Section 11a. The life of the Emperor Charles v. Section 11b. Protestants if the prince wills it. Section 11c. The intellectual undertow. Section 1. Judged by the map, the 3 centuries from the beginning of the 13th to the end of the 15th century were an age of recession for Christendom. These centuries were the age of the Mongolian peoples. Nomadism from Central Asia dominated the known world. At the crest of this period, there were rulers of Mongol or the kindred Turkish race and nomadic tradition in China, India, Persia, Egypt, North Africa, the Balkan Peninsula, Hungary, and Russia. The Ottoman Turk had even taken to the sea and fought the Venetian upon his own Mediterranean waters. In 1529, the Turks besieged Vienna and were defeated rather by the weather than by the defenders. The Habsburg Empire of Charles V paid the Sultan tribute. It was not until the Battle of Lepanto in 1571, the battle in which Cervantes, the author of Don Quixote, lost his left arm, that Christendom, to use his words, broke the pride of the Osmans and undeceived the world which had regarded the Turkish fleet as invincible. The sole region of Christian advance was Spain. A man of foresight surveying the world in the early 16th century might well have concluded that it was only a matter of a few generations before the whole world became Mongolian and probably Moslem. Just as today, most people seem to take it for granted that European rule and a sort of liberal Christianity are destined to spread over the whole world. Few people seem to realize how recent a thing is this European ascendancy. It was only as the 15th century drew to its close that any indications of the real vitality of Western Europe became clearly apparent. Our history is now approaching our own times, and our study becomes more and more a study of the existing state of affairs. The European or Europeanized system in which the reader is living is the same system that we see developing in the crumpled-up, Mongol-threatened Europe of the early 15th century. Its problems then were the embryonic form of the problems of today. It is impossible to discuss that time without discussing our own time. We become political in spite of ourselves. Politics without history has no root, said Sir J.R. Seeley. History without politics has no fruit. Let us try, with as much detachment as we can achieve, to discover what the forces were that were dividing and holding back the energies of Europe during this tremendous outbreak of the Mongol peoples, and how we are to explain the accumulation of mental and physical energy that undoubtedly went on during this phase of apparent retrocession, and which broke out so impressively at its close. Now, just as in the Mesozoic age, while the great reptiles lorded it over the earth, there were developing in odd out-of-the-way corners those hairy mammals and feathered birds who were finally to supersede that tremendous fauna altogether by another far more versatile and capable. So in the limited territories of Western Europe of the Middle Ages, while the Mongolian monarchies dominated the world from the Danube to the Pacific and from the Arctic seas to Madras and Morocco and the Nile, the fundamental lines of a new and harder and more efficient type of human community were being laid down. This type of community, which is still only in the phase of formation, which is still growing and experimental, we may perhaps speak of as the modern state. This is, we must recognize, a vague expression, but we shall endeavor to get meaning into it as we proceed. We have noted the appearance of its main root ideas in the Greek republics, and especially in Athens, in the great Roman Republic, in Judaism, in Islam, and in the story of Western Catholicism. Essentially, this modern state, as we see it growing under our eyes today, is a tentative combination of two apparently contradictory ideas, the idea of a community of faith and obedience, such as the earliest civilizations undoubtedly were, and the idea of a community of will, such as were the primitive political groupings of the Nordic and Hunnish peoples. For thousands of years, the settled civilized peoples, who were originally in most cases dark white Caucasians, or Dravidian or southern Mongolian peoples, seem to have developed their ideas and habits along the line of worship and personal subjection, and the nomadic peoples theirs along the line of personal self-reliance and self-assertion. Naturally enough, under the circumstances, the nomadic peoples were always supplying the civilizations with fresh rulers and new aristocracies. That is the rhythm of all early history. It was only after thousands of years of cyclic changes between refreshment by nomadic conquest, civilization, decadence, and fresh conquest that the present process of a mutual blending of civilized and free tendencies into a new type of community that now demands our attention and which is the substance of contemporary history began. We have traced in this history the slow development of larger and larger, civilized, human communities from the days of such a Paleolithic family tribe as that described in Chapter 9. We have seen how the advantages and necessities of cultivation, the fear of tribal gods, the ideas of the priest-king and the god-king, played their part in consolidating continually larger and more powerful societies in regions of maximum fertility. We have watched the interplay of priest, who was usually native, and monarch, who was usually a conqueror in these early civilizations, the development of a written tradition and its escape from priestly control, and the appearance of novel forces, at first apparently incidental and secondary, which we have called the free intelligence and the free conscience of mankind. We have seen the rulers of the primitive civilizations of the river valleys widening their area and extending their sway. And simultaneously over the less fertile areas of the earth, we have seen mere tribal savagery develop into a more and more united and politically competent nomadism. Steadily and divergently mankind pursued one or other of these two lines. For long ages all the civilizations grew and developed along monarchist lines, upon lines of absolute monarchy, and in every monarchy and dynasty we have watched, as if it were a necessary process, efficiency and energy give way to pomp, indolence, and decay, and finally succumb to some fresher lineage from the desert or the steppe. The story of the early cultivating civilizations and their temples and courts and cities bulks large in human history, but it is well to remember that the scene of that story was never more than a very small part of the land surface of the globe. Over the greater part of the earth until quite recently, until the last 2,000 years, the hardier, less numerous tribal peoples of forest and parkland and the nomadic peoples of the seasonal grasslands maintained and developed their own ways of life. The primitive civilizations were, we may say, communities of obedience. Obedience to god-kings or kings under gods was their cement. The nomadic tendency, on the other hand, has always been towards a different type of association, which we shall here call a community of will. In a wandering, fighting community, the individual must be at once self-reliant and disciplined. The chiefs of such communities must be chiefs who are followed, not masters who compel. This community of will is traceable throughout the entire history of mankind. Everywhere we find the original disposition of all the nomads alike, Nordic, Semitic, or Mongolian, was individually more willing and more erect than that of the settled folk. The Nordic peoples came into Italy and Greece under leader kings. They did not bring any systematic temple cults with them. They found such things in the conquered lands and adapted as they adopted them. The Greeks and Latins lapsed very easily again into republics, and so did the Aryans in India. There was a tradition of election also in the early Frankish and German kingdoms. The early caliphs were elected, the judges of Israel and the kings of Carthage and Tyre were elected, and so was the great Khan of the Mongols until Kublai became a Chinese monarch. Equally constant in the settled lands do we find the opposite idea, the idea of a non-elective divinity in kings and of their natural and inherent right to rule. As our history has developed, we have noted the appearance of new and complicating elements in the story of human societies. We have seen that nomad turned go-between, the trader, appear, and we have noted the growing importance of shipping in the world. It seems as inevitable that voyaging should make men free in their minds as that settlement within a narrow horizon should make men timid and servile. But in spite of all such complications, the broad antagonism between the method of obedience and the method of will runs through history down into our own times. To this day, their reconciliation is incomplete. Civilization, even in its most servile forms, has always offered much that is enormously attractive, convenient, and congenial to mankind. But something restless and untamed in our race has striven continually to convert civilization from its original reliance upon unparticipating obedience into a community of participating wills. And to the lurking nomadism in our blood, and particularly in the blood of monarchs and aristocracies, we must ascribe also that incessant urgency towards a wider range that forces every state to extend its boundaries if it can, and to spread its interests to the ends of the earth. The power of nomadic restlessness that tends to bring all the earth under one rule seems to be identical with the spirit that makes most of us chafe under direction and restraint, and seek to participate in whatever government we tolerate. And this temperamental struggle of mankind to reconcile civilization with freedom has been kept alive age after age by the military and political impotence of every community of obedience that has ever existed. Obedience, once men are broken to it, can be easily captured and transferred. Witness the passive role of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and India, the original and typical lands of submission, the cradles of civilization, as they have passed from one lordship to another. A servile civilization is a standing invitation to predatory free men. But on the other hand, a community of will necessitates a fusion of intractable materials. It is a far harder community to bring about, and still more difficult to maintain. The story of Alexander the Great displays the community of will of the Macedonian captains gradually dissolving before his demand that they should worship him. The incident of the murder of Clitus is quite typical of the struggle between the free and the servile tradition that went on whenever a new conqueror from the open lands, and the open air, found himself installed in the palace of an ancient monarchy. In the case of the Roman Republic, history tells of the first big community of will in the world's history, the first free community much larger than a city, and how it weakened with growth and spent itself upon success, until at last it gave way to a monarchy of the ancient type, and decayed swiftly into one of the feeblest communities of servitude that ever collapsed before a handful of invaders. We have given some attention in this book to the factors in that decay, because they are of primary importance in human history. One of the most evident was the want of any wide organization of education to base the ordinary citizens' minds upon the idea of service and obligation to the Republic, to keep them willing. That is. Another was the absence of any medium of general information to keep their activities in harmony, to enable them to will as one body. The community of will is limited in size by the limitations set upon the possibilities of a community of knowledge. The concentration of property in a few hands and the replacement of free workers by slaves were rendered possible by the decay of public spirit and the confusion of the public intelligence that resulted from these limitations. There was, moreover, no efficient religious idea behind the Roman state. The dark Etruscan liver-peering cult of Rome was as little adapted to the political needs of a great community as the very similar shamanism of the Mongols. It is in the fact that both Christianity and Islam, in their distinctive ways, did at least promise to supply, for the first time in human experience, this patent gap in the Roman republican system as well as in the nomadic system, to give a common moral education for a mass of people, and to supply them with a common history of the past and a common idea of a human purpose and destiny, that their enormous historical importance lies. Aristotle, as we have noted, had set a limit to the ideal community of a few thousand citizens, because he could not conceive how a larger multitude could be held together by a common idea. He had had no experience of any sort of education beyond the tutorial methods of his time. Greek education was almost purely viva voce education. It could reach, therefore, only to a limited aristocracy. Both the Christian Church and Islam demonstrated the unsoundness of Aristotle's limitation. We may think they did their task of education in their vast fields of opportunity crudely or badly, but the point of interest to us is that they did it at all. Both sustained almost worldwide propagandas of idea and inspiration. Both relied successfully upon the power of the written word to link great multitudes of diverse men together in common enterprises. By the 11th century, as we have seen, the idea of Christendom had been imposed upon all the vast warring miscellany of the smashed and pulverized Western Empire, and upon Europe far beyond its limits, as a uniting and inspiring idea. It had made a shallow but effective community of will over an unprecedented area and out of an unprecedented multitude of human beings. Only one other thing at all like this had ever happened to any great section of mankind before, and that was the idea of a community of good behavior that the literati had spread throughout China. The Catholic Church provided what the Roman Republic had lacked: a system of popular teaching, a number of universities and methods of intellectual intercommunication. By this achievement, it opened the way to the new possibilities of human government that now become apparent in this outline, possibilities that are still being apprehended and worked out in the world in which we are living. Hitherto, the government of states had been either authoritative, under some uncriticized and unchallenged combination of priest and monarch, or it had been a democracy, uneducated and uninformed, degenerating with any considerable increase of size, as Rome and Athens did, into a mere rule by mob and politician. But by the 13th century, the first intimations had already dawned of an ideal of government which is still making its way to realization: the modern ideal, the ideal of a worldwide educational government, in which the ordinary man is neither the slave of an absolute monarch nor of a demagogue-ruled state, but an informed, inspired, and consulted part of his community. It is upon the word educational that stress must be laid, and upon the idea that information must precede consultation. It is in the practical realization of this idea that education is a collective function and not a private affair that one essential distinction of the modern state from any of its precursors lies. The modern citizen, men are coming to realize, must be informed first and then consulted. Before he can vote, he must hear the evidence. Before he can decide, he must know. It is not by setting up polling booths, but by setting up schools and making literature and knowledge and news universally accessible that the way is opened from servitude and confusion to that willingly cooperative state which is the modern ideal. Votes in themselves are worthless things. Men had votes in Italy in the time of the Gracchi. Their votes did not help them. Until a man has education, a vote is a useless and dangerous thing for him to possess. The ideal community towards which we move is not a community of will simply. It is a community of knowledge and will, replacing a community of faith and obedience. Education is the adapter which will make the nomadic spirit of freedom and self-reliance compatible with the cooperations and wealth and security of civilization. Section 2. But though it is certain that the Catholic Church, through its propagandas, its popular appeals, its schools and universities, opened up the prospect of the modern educational state in Europe, it is equally certain that the Catholic Church never intended to do anything of the sort. It did not send out knowledge with its blessing, it let it loose inadvertently. It was not the Roman Republic whose heir the Church esteemed itself, but the Roman Emperor. Its conception of education was not release, not an invitation to participate, but the subjugation of minds. Two of the greatest educators of the Middle Ages were indeed not churchmen at all, but monarchs and statesmen, Charlemagne and Alfred the Great of England, who made use of the church organization. But it was the church that had provided the organization. Church and monarchs in their mutual grapple for power were both calling to their aid the thoughts of the common man. In response to these conflicting appeals appeared the common man, the unofficial outside independent man thinking for himself. Already in the 13th century, we have seen Pope Gregory Roman IX and the Emperor Frederick Roman II engaging in a violent public controversy. Already then, there was a sense that a new arbitrator greater than pope or monarchy had come into the world, that there were readers and a public opinion. The exodus of the popes to Avignon and the divisions and disorders of the papacy during the 14th century stimulated this free judgment upon authority throughout Europe enormously. At first, the current criticism upon the Church concerned only moral and material things. The wealth and luxury of the higher clergy and the heavy papal taxation were the chief grounds of complaint. And the earlier attempts to restore Christian simplicity, the foundation of the Franciscans, for example, were not movements of separation, but movements of revival. Only later did a deeper and more distinctive criticism develop, which attacked the central fact of the Church's teaching and the justification of priestly importance, namely, the sacrifice of the Mass. We have sketched in broad outlines the early beginnings of Christianity, and we have shown how rapidly that difficult and austere conception of the kingdom of God, which was the central idea of the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth, was overlaid by a revival of the ancient sacrificial idea, a doctrine more difficult indeed to grasp, but easier to reconcile with the habits and dispositions and acquiescences of everyday life in the Near East. We have noted how a sort of theocrasia went on between Christianity and Judaism, and the cult of the Serapeum and Mithraism and other competing cults, by which the Mithraeus Sunday, the Jewish idea of blood as a religious essential, the Alexandrian importance of the Mother of God, the shaven and fasting priest, self-tormenting asceticism, and many other matters of belief and ritual and practice, became grafted upon the developing religion. These adaptations, no doubt, made the new teaching much more understandable and acceptable in Egypt and Syria and the like. There were things in the way of thought of the dark white Mediterranean race. They were congenial to that type. But as we have shown in our story of Mohammed, these acquisitions did not make Christianity more acceptable to the Arab nomads. To them, these features made it disgusting. And so, too, the robed and shaven monk and nun and priest seem to have roused something like an instinctive hostility in the Nordic barbarians of the North and West. We have noted the peculiar bias of the early Anglo-Saxons and Northmen against the monks and nuns. They seem to have felt that the lives and habits of these devotees were queer and unnatural. The clash between what we may call the dark white factors and the newer elements in Christianity was no doubt intensified by Pope Gregory VI's imposition of celibacy upon the Catholic priests in the 11th century. The East had known religious celibates for thousands of years. In the West, they were regarded with the profoundest skepticism and suspicion. And now, in the 13th and 14th centuries, as the lay mind of the Nordic peoples began to acquire learning, to read and write and express itself, and as it came into touch with the stimulating activities of the Arab mind, we find a much more formidable criticism of Catholicism beginning, an intellectual attack upon the priest as priest, and upon the ceremony of the Mass as the central fact of the religious life, coupled with a demand for a return to the personal teachings of Jesus as recorded in the Gospels. We have already mentioned the career of the Englishman Wycliffe, c. 1320-1384, and how he translated the Bible into English in order to set up a counter-authority to that of the Pope. He denounced the doctrines of the Church about the Mass as disastrous error, and particularly the teaching that the consecrated bread eaten in that ceremony becomes in some magical way the actual body of Christ. We will not pursue the question of transubstantiation, as this process of the mystical change of the elements in the sacrament is called into its intricacies. These are matters for the theological specialist. But it will be obvious that any doctrine, such as the Catholic doctrine, which makes the consecration of the elements in the sacrament a miraculous process performed by the priest, and only to be performed by the priest, and which makes the sacrament the central necessity of the religious system, enhances the importance of the priestly order enormously. On the other hand, the view, which was the typical Protestant view, that this sacrament is a mere eating of bread and drinking of wine as a personal remembrance of Jesus of Nazareth, does away at last with any particular need for a consecrated priest at all. Wycliffe himself did not go to this extremity. He was a priest, and he remained a priest to the end of his life, but his doctrine raised a question that carried men far beyond his positions. From the point of view of the historian, the struggle against Rome that Wycliffe opened became very speedily a struggle of what one may call rational or layman's religion, making its appeal to the free intelligence and the free conscience in mankind, against authoritative, traditional, ceremonial, and priestly religion. The ultimate tendency of this complicated struggle was to strip Christianity as bare as Islam of every vestige of ancient priestcraft, to revert to the Bible documents as authority, and to recover, if possible, the primordial teachings of Jesus. Most of its issues are still undecided among Christians to this day. Wycliffe's writings had nowhere more influence than in Bohemia, About 1396, a learned Czech, John Huss, delivered a series of lectures in the University of Prague based upon the doctrines of the great Oxford teacher. Huss became rector of the university, and his teachings roused the church to excommunicate him, 1412. This was at the time of the Great Schism, just before the Council of Constance, 1414-1418, gathered to discuss the scandalous disorder of the church. We have already told, chapter Roman 33, section 13, how the schism was ended by the election of Martin V. The council aspired to reunite Christendom completely, but the methods by which it sought this reunion jar with our modern consciences. Wycliffe's bones were condemned to be burnt. Huss was decoyed to Constance under promise of a safe conduct, and he was then put upon his trial for heresy. He was ordered to recant certain of his opinions. He replied that he could not recant until he was convinced of his error. He was told that it was his duty to recant if his superiors required it of him, whether he was convinced or not. He refused to accept this view. In spite of the emperor's safe conduct, he was burnt alive 1415, a martyr not for any specific doctrine, but for the free intelligence and free conscience of mankind. It would be impossible to put the issue between priest and anti-priest more clearly than it was put at this trial of John Huss, or to demonstrate more completely the evil spirit in priestcraft. A colleague of Huss, Jerome of Prague, was burnt in the following year. These outrages were followed by an insurrection of the Hussites in Bohemia, 1419, the first of a series of religious wars that marked the breaking up of Christendom. In 1420, the Pope, Martin V, issued a bull proclaiming a crusade for the destruction of the Wycliffites, Hussites, and all other heretics in Bohemia. And attracted by this invitation, the unemployed soldiers of fortune and all the drifting blackguardism of Europe converged upon that valiant country. They found in Bohemia, under its great leader Ziska, more hardship and less loot than crusaders were disposed to face. The Hussites were conducting their affairs upon extreme democratic lines, and the whole country was aflame with enthusiasm. The crusaders beleaguered Prague, but failed to take it, and they experienced a series of reverses that ended in their retreat from Bohemia. A second crusade, 1421, was no more successful. 2 other crusades failed. Then unhappily the Hussites fell into internal dissensions. Encouraged by this, a 5th crusade, 1431, crossed the frontier under Frederick, Margrave of Brandenburg. The army of these crusaders, according to the lowest estimates, consisted of 90,000 infantry and 40,000 horsemen. Attacking Bohemia from the west, they first laid siege to the town of Takov, but failing to capture the strongly fortified city, they stormed the little town of Most, and here, as well as in the surrounding country, committed the most horrible atrocities on a population a large part of which was entirely innocent of any form of theology whatever. The Crusaders, advancing by slow marches, penetrated further into Bohemia, till they reached the neighborhood of the town of Damaslis-Toss. It was at 3 o'clock on August 14, 1431, that the Crusaders, who were encamped in the plain between Damaslis and Horse of Tin, received the news that the Hussites, under the leadership of Prokop the Great, were approaching. Though the Bohemians were still 4 miles off, the rattle of their war wagons and the song, "All ye warriors of God," which their whole host was chanting, could already be heard. The enthusiasm of the Crusaders evaporated with astounding rapidity. Lutzow describes how the papal representative and the Duke of Saxony ascended a convenient hill to inspect the battlefield. It was, they discovered, not going to be a battlefield. The German camp was in utter confusion. Horsemen were streaming off in every direction, and the clatter of empty wagons being driven off almost drowned the sound of that terrible singing. The Crusaders were abandoning even their loot. Came a message from the Margrave of Brandenburg advising flight. There was no holding any of their troops. They were dangerous now only to their own side, and the papal representative spent an unpleasant night hiding from them in the forest. So ended the Bohemian Crusade. In 1434, civil war again broke out among the Hussites, in which the extreme and most valiant section was defeated, and in 1436, an agreement was patched up between the Council of Bâle and the moderate Hussites, in which the Bohemian Church was allowed to retain certain distinctions from the general Catholic practice, which held good until the German Reformation in the 16th century. Section 3. The split among the Hussites was largely due to the drift of the extremer section towards a primitive communism, which alarmed the wealthier and more influential Czech noblemen. Similar tendencies had already appeared among the English Wyclifites. They seem to follow naturally enough upon the doctrines of equal human brotherhood that emerge whenever there is an attempt to reach back to the fundamentals of Christianity. The development of such ideas had been greatly stimulated by a stupendous misfortune that had swept the world and laid bare the foundations of society, a pestilence of unheard-of virulence. It was called the Black Death, and it came nearer to the extirpation of mankind than any other evil has ever done. It was far more deadly than the plague of Pericles, or the plague of Marcus Aurelius, or the plague waves of the time of Justinian and Gregory, the Great that paved the way for the Lombards in Italy. It arose in South Russia or Central Asia and came by way of the Crimea and a Genoese ship to Genoa and Western Europe. It passed by Armenia to Asia Minor, Egypt, and North Africa. It reached England in 1348. Two-thirds of the students at Oxford died, we are told. It is estimated that between a quarter and a half of the whole population of England perished at this time. Throughout all Europe, there was as great a mortality. Hecker estimates the total as 25 million dead. It spread eastward to China, where, the Chinese records say, 13 million people perished. In China, the social disorganization led to a neglect of the river embankments, and as a consequence, great floods devastated the crowded agricultural lands. Never was there so clear a warning to mankind to seek knowledge and cease from bickering, to unite against the dark powers of nature. All the massacres of Hulagu and Timurlane were as nothing to this. Its ravages, says J.R. Green, were fiercest in the greater towns, where filthy and undrained streets afforded a constant haunt to leprosy and fever. In the burial ground, which the piety of Sir Walter Manny purchased for the citizens of London, a spot whose site was afterwards marked by the Charter House, more than 50,000 corpses are said to have been interred. Thousands of people perished at Norwich, while in Bristol the living were hardly able to bury the dead. But the Black Death fell on the villages almost as fiercely as on the towns. More than one-half of the priests of Yorkshire are known to have perished. In the diocese of Norwich, two-thirds of the parishes changed their incumbents. The whole organization of labor was thrown out of gear. The scarcity of hands made it difficult for the minor tenants to perform the services due for their lands, and only a temporary abandonment of half the rent by the landowners induced the farmers to refrain from the abandonment of their farms. For a time, cultivation became impossible. The sheep and cattle strayed through the fields and corn, says a contemporary, and there were none left who could drive them. Illustration: we have the pain and travel, rain and wind in the feldes, John Ball's speech. It was from these distresses that the peasant wars of the 14th century sprang. There was a great shortage of labor and a great shortage of goods, and the rich abbots and monastic cultivators who owned so much of the land, and the nobles and rich merchants, were too ignorant of economic laws to understand that they must not press upon the toilers in this time of general distress. They saw their property deteriorating, their lands going out of cultivation, and they made violent statutes to compel men to work without any rise in wages, and to prevent their straying in search of better employment. Naturally enough, this provoked a new revolt against the whole system of social inequality, which had till then passed unquestioned as the divine order of the world. The cry of the poor found a terrible utterance in the words of a mad priest of Kent, as the courtly Froissart calls him, who for 20 years, 1360–1381, found audience for his sermons, in defiance of interdict and imprisonment, in the stout yeomen who gathered in the Kentish churchyards. Mad, as the landowners called him, it was in the preaching of John Ball that England first listened to a declaration of natural equality and the rights of man. "Good people," cried the preacher, "things will never go well in England so long as goods be not in common, and so long as there be villeins and gentlemen. By what right are they whom we call lords greater folk than we? On what grounds have they deserved it? Why do they hold us in serfage? If we all came of the same father and mother, of Adam and Eve, how can they say or prove that they are better than we, if it be not that they make us gain for them by our toil what they spend in their pride? They are clothed in velvet and warm in their furs and their ermines, while we are covered with rags. They have wine and spices and fair bread, and we oat cake and straw and water to drink. They have leisure and fine houses, we have pain and labor, the rain and the wind in the fields. And yet it is of us and of our toil that these men hold their state. A spirit fatal to the whole system of the Middle Ages breathed in the popular rhyme which condensed the leveling doctrine of John Ball. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? Wat Tyler, the leader of the English insurgents, was assassinated by the mayor of London in the presence of the young King Richard Roman II, 1381, and his movement collapsed. The communist side of the Hussite movement was a part of the same system of disturbance. A little earlier than the English outbreak had occurred the French Jacquerie, 1358, in which the French peasants had risen, burnt Shatocks, and devastated the countryside. A century later, the same urgency was to sweep Germany into a series of bloody peasant wars. These began late in the 15th century. Economic and religious disturbance mingled in the case of Germany even more plainly than in England. One conspicuous phase of these German troubles was the Anabaptist outbreak. The sect of the Anabaptists appeared in Wittenberg in 1521 under 3 prophets, and broke out into insurrection in 1525. Between 1532 and 1535, the insurgents held the town of Munster in Westphalia and did their utmost to realize their ideas of a religious communism. They were besieged by the Bishop of Munster, and under the distresses of the siege, a sort of insanity ran rife in the town. Cannibalism is said to have occurred, and a certain John of Leyden seized power, proclaimed himself the successor of King David, and followed that monarch's evil example by practicing polygamy. After the surrender of the city, the victorious bishop had the Anabaptist leaders tortured very horribly and executed in the marketplace, their mutilated bodies being hung in cages from a church tower to witness to all the world that decency and order were now restored in Munster. These upheavals of the common laboring men of the Western European countries in the 14th and 15th centuries were more serious and sustained than anything that had ever happened in history before. The nearest previous approach to them were certain communistic Muhammadan movements in Persia. There was a peasant revolt in Normandy about AD 1000, and there were revolts of peasants, Bagadi, in the later Roman Empire, but these were not nearly so formidable. They show a new spirit growing in human affairs, a spirit altogether different from the unquestioning apathy of the serfs and peasants in the original regions of civilization, or from the anarchist hopelessness of the serf and slave labor of the Roman capitalists. All these early insurrections of the workers that we have mentioned were suppressed with much cruelty, but the movement itself was never completely stamped out. From that time to this, there has been a spirit of revolt in the lower levels of the pyramid of civilization. There have been phases of insurrection, phases of repression, phases of compromise and comparative pacification. But from that time until this, the struggle has never wholly ceased. We shall see it flaring out during the French Revolution at the end of the 18th century, insurgent again in the middle, and at the opening of the last quarter of the 19th century, and achieving vast proportions in the world of today. The socialist movement of the 19th century was only one version of that continuing revolt. In many countries, in France and Germany and Russia, for example, this labor movement has assumed at times an attitude hostile to Christianity. But there can be little doubt that this steady, and, on the whole, growing pressure of the common man in the West against a life of toil and subservience is closely associated with Christian teaching. The Church and the Christian missionary may not have intended to spread equalitarian doctrines, but behind the Church was the unquenchable personality of Jesus of Nazareth, and even in spite of himself, the Christian preacher brought the seeds of freedom and responsibility with him, and sooner or later they shot up where he had been. This steady and growing upheaval of labor, its development of a consciousness of itself as a class and of a definite claim upon the world at large, quite as much as the presence of schools and universities, quite as much as abundant printed books and a developing and expanding process of scientific research, mark off our present type of civilization, the modern civilization, from any pre-existing state of human society, and mark it, for all its incidental successes, as a thing unfinished and transitory. It is an embryo, or it is something doomed to die. It may be able to solve this complex problem of coordinated toil and happiness, and so adjust itself to the needs of the human soul, or it may fail and end in a catastrophe as the Roman system did. It may be the opening phase of some more balanced and satisfying order of society, or it may be a system destined to disruption and replacement by some differently conceived method of human association. Like its predecessor, our present civilization may be no more than one of those crops farmers sow to improve their land by the fixation of nitrogen from the air. It may have grown only that, accumulating certain traditions, it may be plowed into the soil again for better things to follow. Such questions as these are the practical realities of history, and in all that follows, we shall find them becoming clearer and more important, until in our last chapter we shall end, as all our days and years end, with a recapitulation of our hopes and fears and a note of interrogation. Section 4. The development of free discussion in Europe during this age of fermentation was enormously stimulated by the appearance of printed books. It was the introduction of paper from the East that made practicable the long latent method of printing. It is still difficult to assign the honor of priority in the use of the simple expedient of printing for multiplying books. It is a trivial question that has been preposterously debated. Apparently the glory, such as it is, belongs to Holland. In Haarlem, one coster was printing from movable type somewhen before 1446. Gutenberg was printing at Mainz about the same time. There were printers in Italy by 1465, and Caxton set up his press in Westminster in 1477. But long before this time, there had been a partial use of printing. Manuscripts as early as the 12th century display initial letters that may have been printed from wooden stamps. Far more important is the question of the manufacture of paper. It is scarcely too much to say that paper made the revival of Europe possible. Paper originated in China, where its use probably goes back to the 2nd century BC. In 751, the Chinese made an attack upon the Arab Moslems in Samarkand. They were repulsed, and among the prisoners taken from them were some skilled papermakers, from whom the art was learnt. Arabic paper manuscripts from the 9th century onward still exist. The manufacture entered Christendom either through Greece or by the capture of Moorish paper mills during the Christian reconquest of Spain. But under the Christian Spanish, the product deteriorated sadly. Good paper was not made in Christian Europe until near the end of the 13th century, and then it was Italy which led the world. Only by the 14th century did the manufacture reach Germany, and not until the end of that century was it abundant and cheap enough for the printing of books to be a practicable business proposition. Thereupon printing followed naturally and necessarily, and the intellectual life of the world entered upon a new and far more vigorous phase. It ceased to be a little trickle from mind to mind. It became a broad flood in which thousands and presently scores and hundreds of thousands of minds participated. One immediate result of this achievement of printing was the appearance of an abundance of Bibles in the world. Another was a cheapening of school books. The knowledge of reading spread swiftly. There was not only a great increase of books in the world, but the books that were now made were plainer to read and so easier to understand. Instead of toiling at a crabbed text and then thinking over its significance, readers now could think unimpeded as they read. With this increase in the facility of reading, the reading public grew. The book ceased to be a highly decorated toy or a scholar's mystery. People began to write books to be read as well as looked at by ordinary people. With the 14th century, the real history of the European literatures begins. We find a rapid development of Standard Italian, Standard English, Standard French, Standard Spanish, and Standard German. These languages became literary languages. They were tried over, polished by use, and made exact and vigorous. They became at last as capable of the burden of philosophical discussion as Greek or Latin. Section 5. Here we devote a section to certain elementary statements about the movement in men's religious ideas during the 15th and 16th centuries. They are a necessary introduction to the political history of the 17th and 18th centuries that follows in Chapter 36. We have to distinguish clearly between two entirely different systems of opposition to the Catholic Church. They intermingled very confusingly. The Church was losing its hold upon the consciences of princes and rich and able people. It was also losing the faith and confidence of common people. The effect of its decline of spiritual power upon the former class was to make them resent its interference, its moral restrictions, its claims to overlordship, its claim to tax, and to dissolve allegiances. They ceased to respect its power and its property. This insubordination of princes and rulers was going on throughout the Middle Ages, but it was only when in the 16th century the Church began to side openly with its old antagonist, the emperor, when it offered him its support and accepted his help in its campaign against heresy, that princes began to think seriously of breaking away from the Roman communion and setting up fragments of a church. And they would never have done so if they had not perceived that the hold of the Church upon the masses of mankind had relaxed. The revolt of the princes was essentially an irreligious revolt against the world rule of the Church. The Emperor Frederick Roman II, with his epistles to his fellow princes, was its forerunner. The revolt of the people against the Church, on the other hand, was as essentially religious. They objected not to the Church's power, but to its weaknesses. They wanted a deeply righteous and fearless Church to help them and organize them against the wickedness of powerful men. Their movements against the Church, within it and without, were movements not for release from a religious control, but for a fuller and more abundant religious control. They did not want less religious control, but more, but they wanted to be assured that it was religious. They objected to the Pope not because he was the religious head of the world, but because he was not, because he was a wealthy earthly prince when he ought to have been their spiritual leader. The contest in Europe from the 14th century onward, therefore, was a three-cornered contest. The princes wanted to use the popular forces against the Pope, but not to let those forces grow too powerful for their own power and glory. For a long time, the Church went from prince to prince for an ally without realizing that the lost ally it needed to recover was popular veneration. Because of this triple aspect of the mental and moral conflicts that were going on in the 14th and 15th and 16th centuries, the series of ensuing changes, those changes that are known collectively in history as the Reformation, took on a threefold aspect. There was the Reformation according to the princes, who wanted to stop the flow of money to Rome and to seize the moral authority, the educational power, and the material possessions of the Church within their dominions. There was the Reformation according to the people, who sought to make Christianity a power against unrighteousness, and particularly against the unrighteousness of the rich and powerful. And finally, there was the Reformation within the Church, of which Saint Francis of Assisi was the precursor, which sought to restore the goodness of the Church and through its goodness to restore its power. The Reformation according to the princes took the form of a replacement of the Pope by the prince as the head of the religion and the controller of the consciences of his people. The princes had no idea and no intention of letting free the judgments of their subjects, more particularly with the object lessons of the Hussites and the Anabaptists before their eyes. They sought to establish national churches dependent upon the throne. As England, Scotland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, North Germany, and Bohemia broke away from the Roman communion, the princes and other ministers showed the utmost solicitude to keep the movement well under control. Just as much reformation as would sever the link with Rome they permitted. Anything beyond that, any dangerous break towards the primitive teachings of Jesus or the crude, direct interpretation of the Bible, they resisted. The established Church of England is one of the most typical and successful of the resulting compromises. It is still sacramental and sacerdotal, but its organization centers in the court and the Lord Chancellor, and though subversive views may, and do, break out in the lower and less prosperous ranks of its priesthood, it is impossible for them to struggle up to any position of influence and authority. The Reformation, according to the common man, was very different in spirit from the princely Reformation. We have already told something of the popular attempts at reformation in Bohemia and Germany. The wide spiritual upheavals of the time were at once more honest, more confused, more enduring, and less immediately successful than the reforms of the princes. Very few religious-spirited men had the daring to break away or the effrontery to confess that they had broken away from all authoritative teaching, and that they were now relying entirely upon their own minds and consciences. That required a very high intellectual courage. The general drift of the common man in this period in Europe was to set up his new acquisition, the Bible, as a counter-authority to the Church. This was particularly the case with the great leader of German Protestantism, Martin Luther, 1483–1546. All over Germany, and indeed all over Western Europe, there were now men spelling over the black-letter pages of the newly translated and printed Bible, over the book of Leviticus and the Song of Solomon, and the revelation of St. John the divine strange and perplexing books quite, as much as over the simple and inspiring record of Jesus in the Gospels. Naturally, they produced strange views and grotesque interpretations. It is surprising that they were not stranger and grotesquer. But the human reason is an obstinate thing, and will criticize and select in spite of its own resolutions. The bulk of these new Bible students took what their consciences approved from the Bible and ignored its riddles and contradictions. All over Europe, wherever the new Protestant churches of the princes were set up, a living and very active residuum of Protestants remained who declined to have their religion made over for them in this fashion. These were the nonconformists, a medley of sects, having nothing in common but their resistance to authoritative religion, whether of the Pope or the state. Most but not all of these nonconformists held to the Bible as a divinely inspired and authoritative guide. This was a strategic rather than an abiding position, and the modern drift of nonconformity has been onward away from this original bibliolatry towards a mitigated and sentimentalized recognition of the bare teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. Beyond the range of nonconformity, beyond the range of professed Christianity at all, there is also now a great and growing mass of equalitarian belief and altruistic impulse in the modern civilizations, which certainly owes, as we have already asserted, its spirit to Christianity, which began to appear in Europe as the Church lost its grip upon the general mind. Let us say a word now of the third phase of the Reformation process, the Reformation within the Church. This was already beginning in the 12th and 13th centuries with the appearance of the Black and Gray Friars, chapter Roman 33, section 13. In the 16th century, and when it was most needed, came a fresh impetus of the same kind. This was the foundation of the Society of the Jesuits by Inigo Lopez de Recalde, better known to the world today as Saint Ignatius of Loyola. Ignatius began his career as a very tough and gallant young Spaniard. He was clever and dexterous and inspired by a passion for pluck, hardihood, and rather showy glory. His love affairs were free and picturesque. In 1521, the French took the town of Pampeluna in Spain from the Emperor Charles V, and Ignatius was one of the defenders. His legs were smashed by a cannonball, and he was taken prisoner. One leg was badly set and had to be broken again, and these painful and complex operations nearly cost him his life. He received the last sacraments. In the night, thereafter, he began to mend, and presently he was convalescent and facing the prospect of a life in which he would perhaps always be a cripple. His thoughts turned to the adventure of religion. Sometimes he would think of a certain great lady, and how, in spite of his broken state, he might yet win her admiration by some amazing deed. And sometimes he would think of being in some especial and personal way the Knight of Christ. In the midst of these confusions, one night as he lay awake, he tells us, a new great lady claimed his attention. He had a vision of the Blessed Virgin Mary carrying the infant Christ in her arms. Immediately a loathing seized him for the former deeds of his life. He resolved to give up all further thoughts of earthly women and to lead a life of absolute chastity and devotion to the Mother of God. He projected great pilgrimages and a monastic life. His final method of taking his vows marks him the countryman of Don Quixote. He had regained his strength, and he was riding out into the world rather aimlessly, a penniless soldier of fortune with little but his arms and the mule on which he rode, when he fell into company with a Moor. They went on together and talked, and presently disputed about religion. The Moor was the better educated man, he had the best of the argument, he said offensive things about the Virgin Mary that were difficult to answer, and he parted triumphantly from Ignatius. The young knight of Our Lady was boiling with shame and indignation. He hesitated whether he should go after the Moor and kill him or pursue the pilgrimage he had in mind. At a fork in the road, he left things to his mule, which spared the Moor. He came to the Benedictine Abbey of Manresa near Montserrat, and here he imitated that peerless hero of the medieval romance, Amadis de Gaul, and kept an all-night vigil before the altar of the Blessed Virgin. He presented his mule to the abbey, he gave his worldly clothes to a beggar, he laid his sword and dagger upon the altar, and clothed himself in a rough sackcloth garment and hempen shoes. He then took himself to a neighboring hospice and gave himself up to scourgings and austerities. For a whole week he fasted absolutely, thence he went on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. For some years he wandered, consumed with the idea of founding a new order of religious knighthood, but not knowing clearly how to set about this enterprise. He became more and more aware of his own illiteracy, and the Inquisition, which was beginning to take an interest in his proceedings, forbade him to attempt to teach others until he had spent at least 4 years in study. So much cruelty and intolerance is laid at the door of the Inquisition that it is pleasant to record that in its handling of this heady, imaginative young enthusiast, it showed itself both sympathetic and sane. It recognized his vigor and possible uses. It saw the dangers of his ignorance. He studied at Salamanca and Paris, among other places. He was ordained a priest in 1538, and a year later his long-dreamt-of order was founded under the military title of the Company of Jesus. Like the Salvation Army of modern England, it made the most direct attempt to bring the generous tradition of military organization and discipline to the service of religion. This Ignatius of Loyola, who founded the Order of Jesuits, was a man of 47. He was a very different man, much wiser and steadier, than the rather absurd young man who had aped Amadis de Gaul and kept vigil in the Abbey of Manresa. And the missionary and educational organization he now created and placed at the disposal of the Pope was one of the most powerful instruments the Church had ever handled. These men gave themselves freely and wholly to be used by the Church. It was the order of the Jesuits which carried Christianity to China again after the downfall of the Ming dynasty, and Jesuits were the chief Christian missionaries in India and North America. To their civilizing work among the Indians in South America we shall presently allude, but their main achievement lay in raising the standard of Catholic education. Their schools became and remained for a long time the best schools in Christendom. Says Lord Verulam, equals Sir Francis Bacon, as for the pedagogic part. Consult the schools of the Jesuits, for nothing better has been put in practice. They raised the level of intelligence, they quickened the conscience of all Catholic Europe, they stimulated Protestant Europe to competitive educational efforts. Some day it may be we shall see a new order of Jesuits, vowed not to the service of the Pope, but to the service of mankind. And concurrently with this great wave of educational effort, the tone and quality of the Church was also greatly improved by the clarification of doctrine and the reforms in organization and discipline that were made by the Council of Trent. This council met intermittently either at Trent or Bologna between the years 1545 and 1563, and its work was at least as important as the energy of the Jesuits in arresting the crimes and blunders that were causing state after state to fall away from the Roman communion. The change wrought by the Reformation within the Church of Rome was as great as the change wrought in the Protestant churches that detached themselves from the mother body. There are henceforth no more open scandals or schisms to record. But if anything, there has been an intensification of doctrinal narrowness, and such phases of imaginative vigor as are represented by Gregory the Great, or by the group of popes associated with Gregory Roman VII and Urban Roman II, or by the group that began with Innocent Roman III, no longer enliven the sober and pedestrian narrative. The World War of 1914–1918 was a unique opportunity for the papacy. The occasion was manifest for some clear, strong voice proclaiming the universal obligation to righteousness, the brotherhood of men, the claims of human welfare over patriotic passion. No such moral lead was given. The papacy seemed to be balancing its traditional reliance upon the faithful Habsburgs against its quarrel with Republican France. Section 6. The reader must not suppose that the destructive criticism of the Catholic Church and of Catholic Christianity, and the printing and study of the Bible, were the only or even the most important of the intellectual activities of the 14th and 15th centuries. That was merely the popular and most conspicuous aspect of the intellectual revival of the time. Behind this conspicuous and popular awakening to thought and discussion, other less immediately striking, but ultimately more important mental developments were in progress. Of the trend of these developments, we must now give some brief indications. They had begun long before books were printed, but it was printing that released them from obscurity. We have already told something of the first appearance of the free intelligence, the spirit of inquiry and plain statement, in human affairs. One name is central in the record of that first attempt at systematic knowledge, the name of Aristotle. We have noted also the brief phase of scientific work at Alexandria. From that time onward, the complicated economic and political and religious conflicts of Europe and Western Asia impeded further intellectual progress. These regions, as we have seen, fell for long ages under the sway of the Oriental type of monarchy and of Oriental religious traditions. Rome tried and abandoned a slave system of industry. The first great capitalistic system developed and fell into chaos through its own inherent rottenness. Europe relapsed into universal insecurity. The Semite rose against the Aryan and replaced Hellenic civilization throughout Western Asia and Egypt by an Arabic culture. All Western Asia and half of Europe fell under Mongolian rule. It is only in the 12th and 13th centuries that we find the Nordic intelligence struggling through again to expression. We then find in the growing universities of Paris, Oxford, and Bologna an increasing amount of philosophical discussion going on. In form, it is chiefly a discussion of logical questions. As the basis of this discussion, we find part of the teachings of Aristotle, not the whole mass of writings he left behind him, but his logic only. Later on, his work became better known through the Latin translations of the Arabic edition annotated by Averroes. Except for these translations of Aristotle, very little of the Greek philosophical literature was read in Western Europe until the 15th century. The creative Plato, as distinguished from the scientific Aristotle, was almost unknown. Some Neoplatonic writers were known, but Neoplatonism had much the same relation to Plato that Christian Science has to Christ. It has been the practice of recent writers to decry the philosophical discussion of the medieval schoolmen as tedious and futile. It was nothing of the sort. It had to assume a severely technical form because the dignitaries of the Church, ignorant and intolerant, were on the watch for heresy. It lacked the sweet clearness, therefore, of fearless thought. It often hinted what it dared not say. But it dealt with fundamentally important things. It was a long and necessary struggle to clear up and correct certain inherent defects of the human mind. And many people today blunder dangerously through their neglect of the issues the schoolmen discussed. There is a natural tendency in the human mind to exaggerate the differences and resemblances upon which classification is based, to suppose that things called by different names are altogether different, and that things called by the same name are practically identical. This tendency to exaggerate classification produces 1,000 evils and injustices. In the sphere of race or nationality, for example, a European will often treat an Asiatic almost as if he were a different animal, while he will be disposed to regard another European as necessarily as virtuous and charming as himself. He will, as a matter of course, take sides with Europeans against Asiatics. But, as the reader of this history must realize, there is no such difference as the opposition of these names implies. It is a phantom difference created by two names. The main medieval controversy was between the realists and the nominalists, and it is necessary to warn the reader that the word realist in medieval discussion has a meaning almost diametrically opposed to realist, as it is used in the jargon of modern criticism. The modern realist is one who insists on materialist details. The medieval realist was far nearer what nowadays we should call an idealist, and his contempt for incidental detail was profound. The realists outdid the vulgar tendency to exaggerate the significance of class. They held that there was something in a name, in a common noun that was essentially real. For example, they held there was a typical European, an ideal European, who was far more real than any individual European. Every European was, as it were, a failure, a departure, a flawed specimen of this profounder reality. On the other hand, the nominalist held that the only realities in the case were the individual Europeans, that the name, European, was merely a name and nothing more than a name applied to all these instances. Nothing is quite so difficult as the compression of philosophical controversies, which are by their nature voluminous and various and tinted by the mental colors of a variety of minds. With the difference of realist and nominalist stated baldly, as we have stated it here, the modern reader unaccustomed to philosophical discussion may be disposed to leap at once to the side of the nominalist. But the matter is not so simple that it can be covered by one instance, and here we have purposely chosen an extreme instance. Names and classifications differ in their value and reality. While it is absurd to suppose that there can be much depth of class difference between men called Thomas and men called William, or that there is an ideal and quintessential Thomas or William. Yet on the other hand, there may be much profounder differences between a white man and a Hottentot, and still more between Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis. While again the distinction between the class of pets and the class of useful animals is dependent upon very slight differences of habit and application, the difference of a cat and dog is so profound that the microscope can trace it in a drop of blood or a single hair. When this aspect of the question is considered, it becomes understandable how nominalism had ultimately to abandon the idea that names were as insignificant as labels, and how, out of a revised and amended nominalism, there grew up that systematic attempt to find the true, most significant and fruitful classification of things and substances, which is called scientific research. And it will be almost as evident that while the tendency of realism, which is the natural tendency of every untutored mind, was towards dogma, harsh divisions, harsh judgments, and uncompromising attitudes, the tendency of earlier and later nominalism was towards qualified statements, towards an examination of individual instances, and towards inquiry and experiment and skepticism. And it may not surprise the reader to learn that the philosophy of the Catholic Church was essentially a realist philosophy. So while in the marketplace and the ways of the common life men were questioning the morals and righteousness of the clergy, the good faith and propriety of their celibacy, and the justice of papal taxation, while in theological circles their minds were set upon the question of transubstantiation, the question of the divinity or not of the bread and wine in the Mass. In studies and lecture rooms, a wider-reaching criticism of the methods of thought upon which the very fundamentals of Catholic teaching rested was in progress. We cannot attempt here to gauge the significance in this process of such names as Peter Abelard, 1079–1142, Albertus Magnus, 1193–1280, and Thomas Aquinas, 1225–1274. These men sought to reconstruct Catholicism on a sounder system of reasoning. Chief among their critics and successors were Duns Scotus, -1308, an Oxford Franciscan and, to judge by his sedulous thought and deliberate subtleties, a Scotchman, and Occam, an Englishman, -1347. Both these latter, like Averroes, see chapter Roman 32, section 8, made a definite distinction between theological and philosophical truth. They placed theology on a pinnacle, but they placed it where it could no longer obstruct research. Duns Scotus declared that it was impossible to prove by reasoning the existence of God, or of the Trinity, or the credibility of the act of creation. Occam was still more insistent upon this separation which manifestly released scientific inquiry from dogmatic control. A later generation, benefiting by the freedoms towards which these pioneers worked, and knowing not the sources of its freedom, had the ingratitude to use the name of Scotus as a term for stupidity, and so we have our English word dunce. Says Professor Pringle Pattison, Occam, who is still a scholastic, gives us the scholastic justification of the spirit which had already taken hold upon Roger Bacon, and which was to enter upon its rights in the 15th and 16th centuries. Standing apart by himself because of his distinctive genius is this Roger Bacon, about 1210 to about 1293, who was also English. He was a Franciscan of Oxford and a very typical Englishman indeed, irritable, hasty, honest, and shrewd. He was 2 centuries ahead of his world, says H. O. Taylor of him. The career of Bacon was an intellectual tragedy, conforming to the old principles of tragic art, that the hero's character shall be large and noble, but not flawless, inasmuch as the fatal consummation must issue from character, and not happen through chance. He died an old man, as in his youth, so in his age, a devotee of tangible knowledge. His pursuit of a knowledge which was not altogether learning had been obstructed by the order of which he was an unhappy and rebellious member. Quite as fatally his achievement was deformed from within by the principles which he accepted from his time. But he was responsible for his acceptance of current opinions, and as his views roused the distrust of his brother friars, his intractable temper drew their hostility, of which we know very little on his head. Persuasiveness and tact were needed by one who would impress such novel views as his upon his fellows, or, in the 13th century, escape persecution for their divulgence. Bacon attacked dead and living worthies, tactlessly, fatuously, and unfairly. Of his life, scarcely anything is known, save from his allusions to himself and others, and these are insufficient for the construction of even a slight consecutive narrative. Born, studied at Oxford. Went to Paris, studied, experimented, is at Oxford again, and a Franciscan. Studies, teaches, becomes suspect to his order, is sent back to Paris, kept under surveillance, receives a letter from the Pope, writes his 3 best-known works. Is again in trouble. Confined for many years, released and dead, so very dead, body and frame alike, until partly unearthed after 5 centuries. The bulk of these 3 best-known works is a hotly phrased and sometimes quite abusive, but entirely just attack on the ignorance of the times, combined with a wealth of suggestions for the increase of knowledge. In his passionate insistence upon the need of experiment and of collecting knowledge, the spirit of Aristotle lives again in him. Experiment, experiment, that is the burthen of Roger Bacon. Yet of Aristotle himself, Roger Bacon fell foul. He fell foul of him because men, instead of facing facts boldly, sat in rooms and pored over bad Latin translations of the master. "If I had my way," he wrote in his intemperate fashion, "I should burn all the books of Aristotle, for the study of them can only lead to a loss of time, produce error, and increase ignorance." A sentiment that Aristotle would probably have echoed could he have returned to a world in which his works were not so much read as worshipped, and that, as Roger Bacon showed, in the most abominable translations. Throughout his books, a little disguised by the necessity of seeming to square it all with orthodoxy for fear of the prison and worse, Roger Bacon shouted to mankind, "Cease to be ruled by dogmas and authorities, look at the world." 4 chief sources of ignorance he denounced: respect for authority, custom, the sense of the ignorant crowd, and the vain, proud unteachableness of our dispositions. Overcome but these, and a world of power would open to men. Machines for navigating are possible without rowers, so that great ships suited to river or ocean, guided by one man, may be borne with greater speed than if they were full of men. Likewise, cars may be made so that without a draft animal they may be moved cum impetu inestimably, as we deem the scythed chariots to have been from which antiquity fought. And flying machines are possible, so that a man may sit in the middle turning some device by which artificial wings may beat the air in the manner of a flying bird. Occam, Roger Bacon, these are the early precursors of a great movement in Europe away from realism towards reality. For a time, the older influences fought against the naturalism of the new nominalists. In 1339, Occam's books were put under a ban, and nominalism solemnly condemned. As late as 1473, an attempt was made to bind teachers of Paris by an oath to teach realism. It was only in the 16th century, with the printing of books and the increase of intelligence, that the movement from absolutism towards experiment became massive, and that one investigator began to cooperate with another. Throughout the 13th and 14th centuries, experimenting with material things was on the increase. Items of knowledge were being won by men, but there was no interrelated advance. The work was done in a detached, furtive, and inglorious manner. A tradition of isolated investigation came into Europe from the Arabs, and a considerable amount of private and secretive research was carried on by the alchemists, for whom modern writers are a little too apt with their contempt. These alchemists were in close touch with the glass and metal workers and with the herbalists and medicine makers of the times. They pried into many secrets of nature, but they were obsessed by practical ideas. They sought not knowledge, but power. They wanted to find out how to manufacture gold from cheaper materials, how to make men immortal by the elixir of life, and such like vulgar dreams. Incidentally, in their researches, they learnt much about poisons, dyes, metallurgy, and the like. They discovered various refractory substances, and worked their way towards clear glass and so to lenses and optical instruments. But as scientific men tell us continually, and as practical men still refuse to learn, it is only when knowledge is sought for her own sake that she gives rich and unexpected gifts in any abundance to her servants. The world of today is still much more disposed to spend money on technical research than on pure science. Half the men in our scientific laboratories still dream of patents and secret processes. We live today largely in the age of alchemists, for all our sneers at their memory. The businessman of today still thinks of research as a sort of alchemy. Closely associated with the alchemists were the astrologers, who were also a practical race. They studied the stars to tell fortunes. They lacked that broader faith and understanding which induces men simply to study the stars. Not until the 15th century did the ideas which Roger Bacon first expressed begin to produce their first fruits in new knowledge and a widening outlook. Then suddenly, as the 16th century dawned, and as the world recovered from the storm of social trouble that had followed the pestilences of the 14th century, Western Europe broke out into a galaxy of names that outshine the utmost scientific reputations of the best age of Greece. Nearly every nation contributed, the reader will note, for science knows no nationality. One of the earliest and most splendid in this constellation is the Florentine Leonardo da Vinci, 1450–1519, a man with an almost miraculous vision for reality. He was a naturalist, an anatomist, an engineer, as well as a very great artist. He was the first modern to realize the true nature of fossils. He made notebooks of observations that still amaze us. He was convinced of the practicability of mechanical flight. Another great name is that of Copernicus, a Pole, 1473–1543, who made the first clear analysis of the movements of the heavenly bodies and showed that the Earth moves round the sun. Tycho Brahe, 1546–1601, a Dane working at the University of Prague, rejected this latter belief, but his observations of celestial movements were of the utmost value to his successors, and especially to the German Kepler, 1571–1630. Galileo Galilei, 1564–1642, was the founder of the science of dynamics. Before his time, it was believed that a weight 100 times greater than another would fall 100 times as fast. Galileo denied this. Instead of arguing about it like a scholar and a gentleman, he put it to the coarse test of experiment by dropping 2 unequal weights from an upper gallery of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the horror of all erudite men. He made what was almost the first telescope, and he developed the astronomical views of Copernicus. But the Church, still struggling gallantly against the light, decided that to believe that the Earth was smaller and inferior to the Sun made man and Christianity of no account, and diminished the importance of the Pope. So Galileo, under threats of dire punishment, when he was an old man of 69, was made to recant this view and put the Earth back in its place as the immovable center of the universe. He knelt before 10 cardinals in scarlet, an assembly august enough to overawe truth itself, while he amended the creation he had disarranged. The story has it that, as he rose from his knees, after repeating his recantation, he muttered, "Eper si muove, it moves nevertheless." Newton, 1642–1727, was born in the year of Galileo's death. By his discovery of the law of gravitation, he completed the clear vision of the starry universe that we have today. But Newton carries us into the 18th century. He carries us too far for the present chapter. Among the earlier names, that of Dr. Gilbert, 1540–1603, of Colchester, is preeminent. Roger Bacon had preached experiment. Gilbert was one of the first to practice it. There can be little doubt that his work, which was chiefly upon magnetism, helped to form the ideas of Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, 1561–1626, Lord Chancellor to James I of England. This Francis Bacon has been called the father of experimental philosophy, but of his share in the development of scientific work far too much has been made. He was, says Sir R.A. Gregory, not the founder but the apostle of the scientific method. His greatest service to science was a fantastic book, The New Atlantis. In his New Atlantis, Francis Bacon planned in somewhat fanciful language a palace of invention, a great temple of science, where the pursuit of knowledge in all its branches was to be organized on principles of the highest efficiency. From this utopian dream arose the Royal Society of London, which received a royal charter from Charles Roman II of England in 1662. The essential use and virtue of this society was and is publication. Its formation marks a definite step from isolated inquiry towards cooperative work, from the secret and solitary investigations of the alchemist to the frank report and open discussion, which is the life of the modern scientific process. For the true scientific method is this: to trust no statements without verification, to test all things as rigorously as possible, to keep no secrets, to attempt no monopolies, to give out one's best modestly and plainly, serving no other end but knowledge. The long slumbering science of anatomy was revived by Harvey, 1570–1657, who demonstrated the circulation of the blood. Presently the Dutchman, Leeuwenhoek, 1630–1723, brought the first crude microscope to bear upon the hidden minutiae of life. These are but some of the brightest stars amidst that increasing multitude of men who have from the 15th century to our own time, with more and more collective energy and vigor, lit up our vision of the universe and increased our power over the conditions of our lives. Section 7. We have dealt thus fully with the beginnings of science in the Middle Ages because of its ultimate importance in human affairs. In the long run, Roger Bacon is of more significance to mankind than any monarch of his time. But the contemporary world, for the most part, knew nothing of this smoldering activity in studies and lecture rooms and alchemists' laboratories that was presently to alter all the conditions of life. The Church did indeed take notice of what was afoot, but only because of the disregard of her conclusive decisions. She had decided that the earth was the very center of God's creation, and that the Pope was the divinely appointed ruler of the earth. Men's ideas on these essential points, she insisted, must not be disturbed by any contrary teaching. So soon, however, as she had compelled Galileo to say that the world did not move, she was satisfied. She does not seem to have realized how ominous it was for her that, after all, the earth did move. Very great social as well as intellectual developments were in progress in Western Europe throughout this period of the later Middle Ages. But the human mind apprehends events far more vividly than changes, and men for the most part, then as now, kept on in their own traditions in spite of the shifting scene about them. In an outline such as this, it is impossible to crowd in the clustering events of history that do not clearly show the main process of human development, however bright and picturesque they may be. We have to record the steady growth of towns and cities, the reviving power of trade and money, the gradual reestablishment of law and custom, the extension of security, the supersession of private warfare that went on in Western Europe in the period between the First Crusade and the 16th century. Of much that looms large in our national histories, we cannot tell anything. We have no space for the story of the repeated attempts of the English kings to conquer Scotland and set themselves up as kings of France, nor of how the Norman English established themselves insecurely in Ireland, 12th century, and how Wales was linked to the English crown, 1282. All through the Middle Ages, the struggle of England with Scotland and France was in progress. There were times when it seemed that Scotland was finally subjugated, and when the English king held far more land in France than its titular sovereign. In the English histories, this struggle with France is too often represented as a single-handed and almost successful attempt to conquer France. In reality, it was a joint enterprise undertaken in concert with the powerful French vassal state of Burgundy to conquer and divide the patrimony of Hugh Capet. Of the English rout by the Scotch at Bannockburn, 1314, and of William Wallace and Robert the Bruce, the Scottish national heroes, of the battles of Crecy, 1346, and Poitiers, 1356, and Agincourt, 1415 in France, which shine like stars in the English imagination. Little battles in which sturdy bowmen through some sunny hours made a great havoc among French knights in armor, of the Black Prince and Henry V of England, and of how a peasant girl, Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, drove the English out of her country again, 1429–1430. This history relates nothing, for every country has such cherished national events. They are the ornamental tapestry of history, and no part of the building. Rajputana or Poland, Russia, Spain, Persia, and China can all match or outdo the utmost romance of Western Europe, with equally adventurous knights and equally valiant princesses and equally stout fights against the odds. Nor can we tell how Louis I of France, 1461–1483, the son of Joan of Arc's Charles Roman VII, brought Burgundy to heel and laid the foundations of a centralized French monarchy. It signifies more that in the 13th and 14th centuries, gunpowder, that Mongol gift, came to Europe so that the kings, Louis I included, and the law, relying upon the support of the growing towns, were able to batter down the castles of the half-independent robber knights and barons of the earlier Middle Ages and consolidate a more centralized power. The fighting nobles and knights of the barbaric period disappear slowly from history during these centuries. The Crusades consumed them, such dynastic wars as the English Wars of the Roses killed them off. The arrows from the English longbow pierced them and stuck out a yard behind. Infantry so armed swept them from the stricken field. They became reconciled to trade and changed their nature. They disappeared in everything but a titular sense from the west and south of Europe before they disappeared from Germany. The knight in Germany remained a professional fighting man into the 16th century. Between the 11th and the 15th centuries in Western Europe, and particularly in France and England, there sprang up like flowers a multitude of very distinctive and beautiful buildings, cathedrals, abbeys, and the like, the Gothic architecture. This lovely efflorescence marks the appearance of a body of craftsmen closely linked in its beginnings to the church. In Italy and Spain, too, the world was beginning to build freely and beautifully again. At first, it was the wealth of the church that provided most of these buildings. Then kings and merchants also began to build. From the 12th century onward, with the increase of trade, there was a great revival of town life throughout Europe. Prominent among these towns were Venice, with its dependents Ragusa and Corfu, Genoa, Verona, Bologna, Pisa, Florence, Naples, Milan, Marseille, Lisbon, Barcelona, Narbonne, Tours, Orleans, Bordeaux, Paris, Ghent, Bruges, Boulogne, London, Oxford, Cambridge, Southampton, Dover, Antwerp, Hamburg, Bremen, Cologne, Mayence, Nuremberg, Munich, Leipzig, Magdeburg, Breslau, Stet, Danzig, Königsberg, Riga, Pskov, Novgorod, Visby, and Bergen. A West German town, between 1400 and 1500, embodied all the achievements of progress at that time, although from a modern standpoint much seems wanting. The streets were mostly narrow and irregularly built, the houses chiefly of wood, while almost every burgher kept his cattle in the house, and the herd of swine which was driven every morning by the town herdsman to the pasture ground formed an inevitable part of city life. In Frankfurt on Main, it was unlawful after 1481 to keep swine in the Altstadt, but in the Neustadt and in Sachsenhausen, this custom remained as a matter of course. It was only in 1645, after a corresponding attempt in 1556 had failed, that the swine pens in the inner town were pulled down at Leipzig. The rich burghers, who occasionally took part in the great trading companies, were conspicuously wealthy landowners and had extensive courtyards with large barns inside the town walls. The most opulent of them owned those splendid patrician houses which we still admire even today. But even in the older towns, most houses of the 15th century have disappeared. Only here and there a building with open timberwork and overhanging stories, as in Bacharach or Miltenberg, reminds us of the style of architecture then customary in the houses of burghers. The great bulk of the inferior population, who lived on mendicancy or got a livelihood by the exercise of the inferior industries, inhabited squalid hovels outside the town. The town wall was often the only support for these wretched buildings. The internal fittings of the houses, even amongst the wealthy population, were very defective according to modern ideas. The Gothic style was as little suitable for the petty details of objects of luxury as it was splendidly adapted for the building of churches and town halls. The influence of the Renaissance added much to the comfort of the house. 14th and 15th century saw the building of numerous Gothic town churches and town halls throughout Europe, which still in many cases serve their original purpose. The power and prosperity of the towns find their best expression in these, and in the fortifications with their strong towers and gateways. Every picture of a town of the 16th or later centuries shows conspicuously these latter erections for the protection and honor of the town. The town did many things which in our time are done by the state. Social problems were taken up by town administration or the corresponding municipal organization. The regulation of trade was the concern of the guilds in agreement with the council. The care of the poor belonged to the church, while the council looked after the protection of the town walls and the very necessary fire brigades. The council, mindful of its social duties, superintended the filling of the municipal granaries in order to have supplies in years of scarcity. Such storehouses were erected in almost every town during the 15th century. Tariffs of prices for the sale of all wares, high enough to enable every artisan to make a good livelihood and to give the purchaser a guarantee for the quality of the wares, were maintained. The town was also the chief capitalist. As a seller of annuities on lives and inheritances, it was a banker and enjoyed unlimited credit. In return, it obtained means for the construction of fortifications, or for such occasions as the acquisition of sovereign rights from the hand of an impecunious prince. For the most part, these European towns were independent or quasi-independent aristocratic republics. Most admitted a vague overlordship on the part of the church, or of the emperor, or of a king. Others were parts of kingdoms, or even the capitals of dukes or kings. In such cases, their internal freedom was maintained by a royal or imperial charter. In England, the royal city of Westminster on the Thames stood cheek by jowl with the walled city of London, into which the king came only with ceremony and permission. The entirely free Venetian Republic ruled an empire of dependent islands and trading ports, rather after the fashion of the Athenian Republic. Genoa also stood alone. The Germanic towns of the Baltic and North Sea from Riga to Middelburg in Holland, Dortmund, and Cologne were loosely allied in a confederation. The Confederation of the Hanse towns, under the leadership of Hamburg, Bremen, and Lübeck, a confederation which was still more loosely attached to the empire. This confederation, which included over 70 towns in all, and which had depots in Novgorod, Bergen, London, and Bruges, did much to keep the northern seas clean of piracy, that curse of the Mediterranean and of the eastern seas. The Eastern Empire throughout its last phase, from the Ottoman conquest of its European hinterland in the 14th and early 15th century until its fall in 1453, was practically only the trading town of Constantinople, a town-state like Genoa or Venice, except that it was encumbered by a corrupt imperial court. The fullest and most splendid developments of the city life of the later Middle Ages occurred in Italy. After the end of the Hohenstaufen line in the 13th century, the hold of the Holy Roman Empire upon north and central Italy weakened, although, as we shall tell, German emperors were still crowned as kings and emperors in Italy up to the time of Charles V. Cirque. 1530. There arose a number of quasi-independent city-states to the north of Rome, the papal capital. South Italy and Sicily, however, remained under foreign dominion. Genoa and her rival, Venice, were the great trading seaports of this time. Their noble palaces, their lordly paintings, still win our admiration. Milan, at the foot of the St. Gothard Pass, revived to wealth and power. Inland was Florence, a trading and financial center which, under the almost monarchical rule of the Medici family in the 15th century, enjoyed a second, Periclean age. But already before the time of these cultivated Medici bosses, Florence had produced much beautiful art. Giotto's tower, Giotto, born 1266, died 1337, and the glorious Duomo by Brunellesco, born 1377, died 1446, already existed. Towards the end of the 14th century, Florence became the center of the rediscovery, restoration, and imitation of antique art, the Renaissance in its narrower sense. Artistic productions, unlike philosophical thought and scientific discovery, are the ornaments and expression rather than the creative substance of history, and here we cannot attempt to trace the development of the art of Filippo Lippi, Botticelli, Donatello, died 1466. Leonardo da Vinci, died 1519. Michelangelo, 1475–1564, and Raphael, died 1520. Of the scientific speculation of Leonardo, we have already had occasion to speak. Section 8. In 1453, as we have related, Constantinople fell. Throughout the next century, the Turkish pressure upon Europe was heavy and continuous. The boundary line between Mongol and Aryan, which had lain somewhere east of the Pamirs in the days of Pericles, had receded now to Hungary. Constantinople had long been a mere island of Christians in a Turk-ruled Balkan peninsula. Its fall did much to interrupt the trade with the East. Of the two rival cities of the Mediterranean, Venice was generally on much better terms with the Turks than Genoa. Every intelligent Genoese sailor fretted at the trading monopoly of Venice and tried to invent some way of getting through it or round it. And there were now new peoples taking to the sea trade and disposed to look for new ways to the old markets because the ancient routes were closed to them. The Portuguese, for example, were developing an Atlantic coasting trade. The Atlantic was waking up again after a vast period of neglect that dated from the Roman murder of Carthage. It is rather a delicate matter to decide whether the Western European was pushing out into the Atlantic or whether he was being pushed out into it by the Turk, who lorded it in the Mediterranean until the Battle of Lepanto, 1571. The Venetian and Genoese ships were creeping round to Antwerp, and the Hansa town seamen were coming south and extending their range. And there were considerable developments of seamanship and shipbuilding in progress. The Mediterranean, as we have noted, Chapter 17, is a sea for galleys and coasting. But upon the Atlantic Ocean and the North Sea winds are more prevalent, seas run higher, the shore is often a danger rather than a refuge. The high seas called for the sailing ship, and in the 14th and 15th centuries it appears, keeping its course by the compass and the stars. By the 13th century, the Hansa merchants were already sailing regularly from Bergen across the grey cold seas to the Northmen in Iceland. In Iceland, men knew of Greenland, and adventurous voyagers had long ago found a further land beyond, Vinland, where the climate was pleasant and where men could settle if they chose to cut themselves off from the rest of humankind. This Vinland was either Nova Scotia or, what is more probable, New England. All over Europe in the 15th century, merchants and sailors were speculating about new ways to the east. The Portuguese, unaware that Pharaoh Necho had solved the problem ages ago, were asking whether it was not possible to go round to India by the coast of Africa. Their ships followed in the course that Hanno took to Cape Verde, 1445. They put out to sea to the west and found the Canary Isles, Madeira, and the Azores. That was a fairly long stride across the Atlantic. In 1486, a Portuguese, Dias, reported that he had rounded the south of Africa. A certain Genoese, Christopher Columbus, began to think more and more of what is to us a very obvious and natural enterprise, but which strained the imagination of the 15th century to the utmost, a voyage due west across the Atlantic. At that time, nobody knew of the existence of America as a separate continent. Columbus knew that the world was a sphere, but he underestimated its size. The travels of Marco Polo had given him an exaggerated idea of the extent of Asia, and he supposed therefore that Japan, with its reputation for a great wealth of gold, lay across the Atlantic in about the position of Mexico. He had made various voyages in the Atlantic. He had been to Iceland and perhaps heard of Vinland, which must have greatly encouraged these ideas of his, and this project of sailing into the sunset became the ruling purpose of his life. He was a penniless man, some accounts say he was a bankrupt, and his only way of securing a ship was to get someone to entrust him with a command. He went first to King John Roman II of Portugal, who listened to him, made difficulties, and then arranged for an expedition to start without his knowledge, a purely Portuguese expedition. This highly diplomatic attempt to steal a march on an original man failed, as it deserved to fail. The crew became mutinous, the captain lost heart and returned, 1483. Columbus then went to the court of Spain. At first he could get no ship and no powers. Spain was assailing Granada, the last foothold of the Moslems in Western Europe. Most of Spain had been recovered by the Christians between the 11th and the 13th century. Then had come a pause, and now all Spain, united by the marriage of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, was setting itself to the completion of the Christian conquest. Despairing of Spanish help, Columbus sent his brother Bartholomew to Henry Roman VII of England, but the adventure did not attract that canny monarch. Finally, in 1492, Granada fell, and then, helped by some merchants of the town of Palos, Columbus got his ships, 3 ships, of which only one, the Santa Maria of 100 tons burthen, was decked. The 2 other were open boats of half that tonnage. The little expedition, it numbered altogether 88 men, went south to the Canaries, and then stood out across the unknown seas, in beautiful weather and with a helpful wind. The story of that momentous voyage of 2 months and 9 days must be read in detail to be appreciated. The crew was full of doubts and fears. They might, they feared, sail on forever. They were comforted by seeing some birds, and later on by finding a pole worked with tools and a branch with strange berries. At 10 o'clock on the night of October 11th, 1492, Columbus saw a light ahead. The next morning land was sighted, and, while the day was still young, Columbus landed on the shores of the New World, richly apparelled and bearing the royal banner of Spain. Early in 1493, Columbus returned to Europe. He brought gold, caught in strange beasts and birds, and 2 wild-eyed painted Indians to be baptized. He had not found Japan, it was thought, but India. The islands he had found were called, therefore, the West Indies. The same year he sailed again with a great expedition of 17 ships and 15,000 men, with the express permission of the Pope to take possession of these new lands for the Spanish crown. We cannot tell of his experiences as governor of this Spanish colony, nor how he was superseded and put in chains. In a little while, a swarm of Spanish adventurers were exploring the new lands. But it is interesting to note that Columbus died ignorant of the fact that he had discovered a new continent. He believed to the day of his death that he had sailed round the world to Asia. The news of his discoveries caused a great excitement throughout Western Europe. It spurred the Portuguese to fresh attempts to reach India by the South African route. In 1497, Vasco da Gama sailed from Lisbon to Zanzibar, and thence, with an Arab pilot, he struck across the Indian Ocean to Calicut in India. In 1515, there were Portuguese ships in Java and the Moluccas. In 1519, a Portuguese sailor, Magellan, in the employment of the Spanish king, coasted to the south of South America, passed through the dark and forbidding Strait of Magellan, and so came into the Pacific Ocean, which had already been sighted by Spanish explorers who had crossed the Isthmus of Panama. Magellan's expedition continued across the Pacific Ocean westward. This was a far more heroic voyage than that of Columbus. For 98 days, Magellan sailed unflinchingly over that vast, empty ocean, sighting nothing but 2 little desert islands. The crews were rotten with scurvy, there was little water and that bad, and putrid biscuit to eat. Rats were hunted eagerly, cowhide was gnawed and sawdust devoured to stay the pangs of hunger. In this state, the expedition reached the Ladrones. They discovered the Philippines, and here Magellan was killed in a fight with the natives. Several other captains were murdered. 5 ships had started with Magellan in August, 1519, and 280 men. In July, 1522, the Victoria, with a remnant of 31 men aboard, returned up the Atlantic to her anchorage near the Mole of Seville, in the river Guadalquivir, the first ship that ever circumnavigated this planet. The English and French and Dutch, and the sailors of the Hansa towns came rather later into this new adventure of exploration. They had not the same keen interest in the Eastern trade. And when they did come in, their first efforts were directed to sailing round the north of America as Magellan had sailed round the south, and to sailing round the north of Asia as Vasco da Gama had sailed round the south of Africa. Both these enterprises were doomed to failure by the nature of things. Both in America and the East, Spain and Portugal had half a century's start of England and France and Holland, and Germany never started. The King of Spain was Emperor of Germany in those crucial years, and the Pope had given the monopoly of America to Spain, and not simply to Spain, but to the Kingdom of Castile. This must have restrained both Germany and Holland at first from American adventures. The Hansa towns were quasi-independent. They had no monarch behind them to support them, and no unity among themselves for so big an enterprise as oceanic exploration. It was the misfortune of Germany, and perhaps of the world, that, as we will presently tell, a storm of warfare exhausted her when all the Western powers were going to this newly opened school of trade and administration upon the high seas. Slowly throughout the 16th century, the immense good fortune of Castile unfolded itself before the dazzled eyes of Europe. She had found a new world, abounding in gold and silver and wonderful possibilities of settlement. It was all hers because the Pope had said so. The court of Rome, in an access of magnificence, had divided this new world of strange lands, which was now opening out to the European imagination, between the Spanish, who were to have everything west of a line 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands, and the Portuguese, to whom everything east of this line was given. At first, the only people encountered by the Spaniards in America were savages of a Mongoloid type. Many of these savages were cannibals. It is a misfortune for science that the first Europeans to reach America were these rather incurious Spaniards, without any scientific passion, thirsty for gold, and full of the blind bigotry of a recent religious war. They made few intelligent observations of the native methods and ideas of these primordial people. They slaughtered them, they robbed them, they enslaved them, and baptized them. But they made small note of the customs and motives that changed and vanished under their assault. They were as destructive and reckless as the British in Tasmania, who shot the last Paleolithic men at sight and put out poisoned meat for them to find. Great areas of the American interior were prairie land, whose nomadic tribes subsisted upon vast herds of the now practically extinct bison. In their manner of life, in their painted garments and their free use of paint, in their general physical characters, these prairie Indians showed remarkable resemblances to the later Paleolithic men of the Solutrean age in Europe. But they had no horses. They seem to have made no very great advance from that primordial state, which was probably the state in which their ancestors had reached America. They had, however, a knowledge of metals and most notably a free use of native copper, but no knowledge of iron. As the Spaniards penetrated into the continent, they found and they attacked, plundered, and destroyed two separate civilized systems that had developed in America, perhaps quite independently of the civilized systems of the Old World. One of them was the Aztec civilization of Mexico, the other, that of Peru. They had arisen out of the Heliolithic subcivilization that had drifted across the Pacific from its region of origin round and about the Mediterranean. We have already noted one or 2 points of interest in these unique developments. Along their own lines, these civilized peoples had reached to a state of affairs roughly parallel with the culture of pre-dynastic Egypt or the early Sumerian cities. Before the Aztecs and the Peruvians, there had been still earlier civilized beginnings which had either been destroyed by their successors, or which had failed and relapsed of their own accord. The Aztecs seem to have been a conquering, less civilized people, dominating a more civilized community, as the Aryans dominated Greece and North India. Their religion was a primitive, complex, and cruel system in which human sacrifices and ceremonial cannibalism played a large part. Their minds were haunted by the idea of sin and the need for bloody propitiations. The Aztec civilization was destroyed by an expedition under Cortés. He had 11 ships, 400 Europeans, 200 Indians, 16 horses, and 14 guns. But in Yucatan, he picked up a stray Spaniard who had been a captive with the Indians for some years, and who had more or less learnt various Indian languages, and knew that the Aztec rule was deeply resented by many of its subjects. It was in alliance with these that Cortés advanced over the mountains into the Valley of Mexico, 1519. How he entered Mexico, how its monarch, Montezuma, was killed by his own people for favoring the Spaniards, how Cortés was besieged in Mexico and escaped with the loss of his guns and horses, and how after a terrible retreat to the coast he was able to return and subjugate the whole land, is a romantic and picturesque story which we cannot even attempt to tell here. The population of Mexico to this day is largely of native blood, but Spanish has replaced the native languages, and such culture as exists is Catholic and Spanish. Illustration: map of the world to show the chief voyages of exploration to 1522. The still more curious Peruvian state fell a victim to another adventurer, Pizarro. He sailed from the Isthmus of Panama in 1530 with an expedition of 168 Spaniards. Like Cortés in Mexico, he availed himself of the native dissensions to secure possession of the doomed state. Like Cortés, too, who had made a captive and tool of Montezuma, he seized the Inca of Peru by treachery and attempted to rule in his name. Here again we cannot do justice to the tangle of subsequent events, the ill-planned insurrections of the natives, the arrival of Spanish reinforcements from Mexico, and the reduction of the state to a Spanish province. Nor can we tell much more of the swift spread of Spanish adventurers over the rest of America, outside the Portuguese reservation of Brazil. To begin with, each story is nearly always a story of adventurers and of cruelty and loot. The Spaniards ill-treated the natives, they quarreled among themselves, the law and order of Spain were months and years away from them. It was only very slowly that the phase of violence and conquest passed into a phase of government and settlement. But long before there was much order in America, a steady stream of gold and silver began to flow across the Atlantic to the Spanish government and people. After the first violent treasure hunt came plantation and the working of mines. With that arose the earliest labor difficulty in the New World. At first the Indians were enslaved with much brutality and injustice, but to the honor of the Spaniards, this did not go uncriticized. The natives found champions, and very valiant champions, in the Dominican order and in a secular priest Las Casas, who was for a time a planter and slave owner in Cuba until his conscience smote him. An importation of Negro slaves from West Africa also began quite early in the 16th century. After some retrogression, Mexico, Brazil, and Spanish South America began to develop into great slave-holding, wealth-producing lands. We cannot tell here, as we would like to do, of the fine civilizing work done in South America, and more especially among the natives, by the Franciscans, and presently by the Jesuits, who came into America in the latter half of the 16th century, after 1549. So it was that Spain rose to a temporary power and prominence in the world's affairs. It was a very sudden and very memorable rise. From the 11th century, this infertile and corrugated peninsula had been divided against itself. Its Christian population had sustained a perpetual conflict with the Moors. Then, by what seems like an accident, it achieved unity, just in time to reap the first harvest of benefit from the discovery of America. Before that time, Spain had always been a poor country. It is a poor country today. Almost its only wealth lies in its mines. For a century, however, through its monopoly of the gold and silver of America, it dominated the world. The east and center of Europe were still overshadowed by the Turk and Mongol. The discovery of America was itself a consequence of the Turkish conquests, very largely through the Mongolian inventions of compass and paper, and under the stimulus of travel in Asia and of the growing knowledge of Eastern Asiatic wealth and civilization, came this astonishing blazing up of the mental, physical, and social energies of the Atlantic fringe. For close in the wake of Portugal and Spain came France and England, and presently Holland, each in its turn taking up the role of expansion and empire overseas. The center of interest for European history, which once lay in the Levant, shifts now from the Alps and the Mediterranean Sea to the Atlantic. For some centuries, the Turkish Empire and Central Asia and China are relatively neglected by the limelight of the European historian. Nevertheless, these central regions of the world remain central, and their welfare and participation is necessary to the permanent peace of mankind. Section 9. And now let us consider the political consequences of this vast release and expansion of European ideas in the 14th and 15th centuries with the new development of science, the exploration of the world, the great dissemination of knowledge through paper and printing, and the spread of a new craving for freedom and equality. How was it affecting the mentality of the courts and kings that directed the formal affairs of mankind? We have already shown how the hold of the Catholic Church upon the consciences of men was weakening at this time. Only the Spaniards, fresh from a long and finally successful religious war against Islam, had any great enthusiasm left for the Church. The Turkish conquests and the expansion of the known world robbed the Roman Empire of its former prestige of universality. The old mental and moral framework of Europe was breaking up. What was happening to the dukes, princes, and kings of the old dispensation during this age of change? In England, as we shall tell later, very subtle and interesting tendencies were leading towards a new method in government, the method of parliament, that was to spread later on over nearly all the world. But of these tendencies, the world at large was as yet practically unconscious in the 16th century. Few monarchs have left us intimate diaries. To be a monarch and to be frank are incompatible feats. Monarchy is itself necessarily a pose. The historian is obliged to speculate about the contents of the head that wears a crown as best he can. No doubt regal psychology has varied with the ages. We have, however, the writings of a very able man of this period who set himself to study and expound the arts of kingcraft as they were understood in the later 15th century. This was the celebrated Florentine Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527. He was of good birth and reasonable fortune, and he had entered the public employment of the Republic by the time he was 25. For 18 years he was in the Florentine diplomatic service. He was engaged upon a number of embassies, and in 1500 he was sent to France to deal with the French king. From 1502 to 1512 he was the right-hand man of the Gonfalonier, the life president of Florence Soderini. Machiavelli reorganized the Florentine army, wrote speeches for the Gonfalonier, was indeed the ruling intelligence in Florentine affairs. When Soderini, who had leant upon the French, was overthrown by the Medici family, whom the Spanish supported, Machiavelli, though he tried to transfer his services to the victors, was tortured on the rack and expelled. He took up his quarters in a villa near San Cassiano, 12 miles or so from Florence, and there entertained himself partly by collecting and writing salacious stories to a friend in Rome, and partly by writing books about Italian politics in which he could no longer play a part. Just as we owe Marco Polo's book of travels to his imprisonment, so we owe Machiavelli's Prince, his Florentine history, and the art of war to his downfall and the boredom of San Cassiano. The enduring value of these books lies in the clear idea they give us of the quality and limitations of the ruling minds of this age. Their atmosphere was his atmosphere. If he brought an exceptionally keen intelligence to their business, that merely throws it into a brighter light. His susceptible mind had been greatly impressed by the cunning, cruelty, audacity, and ambition of Caesar Borgia, the Duke of Valentino, in whose camp he had spent some months as an envoy. In his prince, he idealized this dazzling person. Caesar Borgia, 1476–1507, the reader must understand, was the son of Pope Alexander Roman VI, Rodrigo Borgia, 1492–1503. The reader will perhaps be startled at the idea of a pope having a son. But this, we must remember, was a pre-Reformation pope. The papacy at this time was in a mood of moral relaxation, and though Alexander was, as a priest, pledged to live unmarried, this did not hinder him from living openly with a sort of unmarried wife and devoting the resources of Christendom to the advancement of his family. Caesar was a youth of spirit even for the times in which he lived. He had early caused his elder brother to be murdered, and also the husband of his sister, Lucrezia. He had indeed betrayed and murdered a number of people. With his father's assistance, he had become duke of a wide area of central Italy when Machiavelli visited him. He had shown little or no military ability, but considerable dexterity and administrative power. His magnificence was of the most temporary sort. When presently his father died, it collapsed like a pricked bladder. Its unsoundness was not evident to Machiavelli. Our chief interest in Caesar Borgia is that he realized Machiavelli's highest ideals of a superb and successful prince. Much has been writ to show that Machiavelli had wide and noble intentions behind his political writings, but all such attempts to ennoble him will leave the skeptical reader, who insists on reading the lines instead of reading imaginary things between the lines of Machiavelli's work, cold towards him. This man manifestly had no belief in any righteousness at all, no belief in a God ruling over the world or in a God in men's hearts, no understanding of the power of conscience in men. Not for him were utopian visions of worldwide human order or attempts to realize the city of God. Such things he did not want. It seemed to him that to get power, to gratify one's desires and sensibilities and hates, to swagger triumphantly in the world, must be the crown of human desire. Only a prince could fully realize such a life. Some streak of timidity or his sense of the poorness of his personal claims had evidently made him abandon such dreams for himself, but at least he might hope to serve a prince, to live close to the glory, to share the plunder and the lust and the gratified malice. He might even make himself indispensable. He set himself, therefore, to become an expert in princecraft. He assisted Soderini to fail. When he was racked and rejected by the Medicis, and had no further hopes of being even a successful court parasite, he wrote these handbooks of cunning to show what a clever servant some prince had lost. His ruling thought, his great contribution to political literature, was that the moral obligations upon ordinary men cannot bind princes. There is a disposition to ascribe the virtue of patriotism to Machiavelli, because he suggested that Italy, which was weak and divided, had been invaded by the Turks, and saved from conquest only by the death of the Sultan Mohammed, and she was being fought over by the French and Spanish as though she was something inanimate might be united and strong. But he saw in that possibility only a great opportunity for a prince. And he advocated a national army only because he saw the Italian method of carrying on war by hiring bands of foreign mercenaries was a hopeless one. At any time, such troops might go over to a better paymaster or decide to plunder the state they protected. He had been deeply impressed by the victories of the Swiss over the Milanese, but he never fathomed the secret of the free spirit that made those victories possible. The Florentine militia he created was a complete failure. He was a man born blind to the qualities that make peoples free and nations great. Yet this morally blind man was living in a little world of morally blind men. It is clear that his style of thought was the style of thought of the court of his time. Behind the princes of the new states that had grown up out of the wreckage of the empire and the failure of the church, there were everywhere chancellors and secretaries and trusted ministers of the Machiavellian type. Cromwell, for instance, the minister of Henry Roman VIII of England after his breach with Rome, regarded Machiavelli's prince as the quintessence of political wisdom. When the princes were themselves sufficiently clever, they too were Machiavellian. They were scheming to outdo one another, to rob weaker contemporaries, to destroy rivals, so that they might for a brief interval swagger. They had little or no vision of any scheme of human destinies greater than this game they played against one another. Section 10. It is interesting to note that this Swiss infantry, which had so impressed Machiavelli, was no part of the princely system of Europe. At the very center of the European system, there had arisen a little confederation of free states, the Swiss Confederation, which after some centuries of nominal adhesion to the Holy Roman Empire became frankly republican in 1499. As early as the 13th century, the peasant farmers of 3 valleys round about the Lake of Lucerne took it into their heads that they would dispense with an overlord and manage their own affairs in their own fashion. Their chief trouble came from the claims of a noble family of the Ahr Valley, the Habsburg family. In 1245, the men of Schwyz burnt the castle of New Habsburg, which had been set up near Lucerne to overawe them. Its ruins are still to be seen there. This Habsburg family was a growing and acquisitive one. It had lands and possessions throughout Germany, and in 1273, after the extinction of the Hohenstaufen house, Rudolf of Habsburg was elected Emperor of Germany, a distinction that became at last practically hereditary in his family. Nonetheless, the men of Uri, Schwyz, and Unterwalden did not mean to be ruled by any Habsburg. They formed an everlasting league in 1291, and they held their own among the mountains from that time onward to this day, first as free members of the empire, and then as an absolutely independent confederation. Of the heroic legend of William Tell, we have no space to tell here, nor have we room in which to trace the gradual extension of the confederation to its present boundaries. Romanche, Italian, and French-speaking valleys were presently added to this valiant little republican group. The Red Cross flag of Geneva has become the symbol of international humanity in the midst of warfare. The bright and thriving cities of Switzerland have been a refuge for free men from a score of tyrannies. Section 11a. Most of the figures that stand out in history do so through some exceptional personal quality, good or bad, that makes them more significant than their fellows. But there was born at Ghent in Belgium in 1500 a man of commonplace abilities and melancholy temperament, the son of a mentally defective mother who had been married for reasons of state, who was, through no fault of his own, to become the focus of the accumulating stresses of Europe. The historian must give him a quite unmerited and accidental prominence side by side with such marked individualities as Alexander and Charlemagne and Frederick Roman II. This was the Emperor Charles V. For a time, he had an air of being the greatest monarch in Europe since Charlemagne. Both he and his illusory greatness were the results of the matrimonial statecraft of his grandfather, the Emperor Maximilian I, born 1459, died 1519. Some families have fought, others have intrigued their way to world power. The Habsburgs married their way. Maximilian began his career with the inheritance of the Habsburgs, Austria, Styria, part of Alsace, and other districts. He married the ladies' names scarcely matters to us, the Netherlands and Burgundy. Most of Burgundy slipped from him after his first wife's death, but the Netherlands he held. Then he tried unsuccessfully to marry Brittany. He became emperor in succession to his father, Frederick Roman III, in 1493, and married the Duchy of Milan. Finally, he married his son to the weak-minded daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Ferdinand and Isabella of Columbus, who not only reigned over a freshly united Spain and over Sardinia and the kingdom of the Two Sicilies, but by virtue of the papal gifts to Castile, over all America west of Brazil. So it was that Charles, his grandson, inherited most of the American continent and between a third and a half of what the Turks had left of Europe. The father of Charles died in 1506, and Maximilian did his best to secure his grandson's election to the imperial throne. Charles succeeded to the Netherlands in 1506. He became practically king of the Spanish dominions, his mother being imbecile when his grandfather Ferdinand died in 1516. And his grandfather Maximilian dying in 1519, he was in 1520 elected emperor at the still comparatively tender age of 20. His election as emperor was opposed by the young and brilliant French king, Francis I, who had succeeded to the French throne in 1515 at the age of 21. The candidature of Francis was supported by Leo X, 1513, who also requires from us the epithet brilliant. It was indeed an age of brilliant monarchs. It was the age of Babur in India, 1526-1530, and Suleiman in Turkey, 1520. Both Leo and Francis dreaded the concentration of so much power in the hands of one man as the election of Charles threatened. The only other monarch who seemed to matter in Europe was Henry Roman VIII, who had become King of England in 1509 at the age of 18. He also offered himself as a candidate for the empire, and the imaginative English reader may amuse himself by working out the possible consequences of such an election. There was much scope for diplomacy in this triangle of kings. Charles, on his way from Spain to Germany, visited England and secured the support of Henry against Francis by bribing his minister, Cardinal Wolsey. Henry also made a great parade of friendship with Francis. There was feasting, tournaments, and such like antiquated gallantries in France, in a courtly picnic known to historians as the Field of the Cloth of Gold, 1520. Knighthood was becoming a picturesque affectation in the 16th century. The Emperor Maximilian I is still called the last of the knights by German historians. The election of Charles was secured, it is to be noted, by a vast amount of bribery. He had as his chief supporters and creditors the great German business house of the Fuggers. That large treatment of money and credit which we call finance, which had gone out of European political life with the collapse of the Roman Empire, was now coming back to power. This appearance of the Fuggers, whose houses and palaces outshone those of the emperors, marks the upward movement of forces that had begun 2 or 3 centuries earlier in Cahors in France and in Florence and other Italian towns. Money, public debts, and social unrest and discontent re-enter upon the miniature stage of this outline. Charles V was not so much a Habsburg as a Fugger emperor. For a time this fair, not very intelligent-looking young man with the thick upper lip and long, clumsy chin features, which still afflict his descendants, was largely a puppet in the hands of his ministers. Able servants after the order of Machiavelli guided him at first in the arts of kingship. Then, in a slow but effectual way, he began to assert himself. He was confronted at the very outset of his reign in Germany with the perplexing dissensions of Christendom. The revolt against the papal rule, which had been going on since the days of Huss and Wycliffe, had been recently exasperated by a new and unusually cynical selling of indulgences to raise money for the completion of St. Peter's at Rome. A monk named Luther, who had been consecrated as a priest, who had taken to reading the Bible, and who, while visiting Rome on the business of his order, had been much shocked by the levity and worldly splendor of the papacy, had come forward against these papal expedients at Wittenberg, 1517, offering disputation and propounding certain theses. An important controversy ensued. At first, Luther carried on this controversy in Latin, but presently took to German and speedily had the people in a ferment. Charles found this dispute raging when he came from Spain to Germany. He summoned an assembly or diet of the empire at Worms on the Rhine. To this, Luther, who had been asked to recant his views by Pope Leo X, and who had refused to do so, was summoned. He came, and, entirely in the spirit of Huss, refused to recant unless he was convinced of his error by logical argument or the authority of Scripture. But his protectors among the princes were too powerful for him to suffer the fate of John Huss. Illustration: Luther. After Cranach. Here was a perplexing situation for the young emperor. There is reason to suppose that he was inclined at first to support Luther against the Pope. Leo X had opposed the election of Charles and was friendly with his rival, Francis I, but Charles V was not a good Machiavellian, and he had acquired in Spain a considerable religious sincerity. He decided against Luther. Many of the German princes, and especially the Elector of Saxony, sided with the reformer. Luther went into hiding under the protection of the Saxon Elector, and Charles found himself in the presence of the opening rift that was to split Christendom into 2 contending camps. Close upon these disturbances, and probably connected with them, came a widespread peasants' revolt throughout Germany. This outbreak frightened Luther very effectually. He was shocked by its excesses, and from that time forth, the Reformation he advocated ceased to be a reformation according to the people and became a reformation according to the princes. He lost his confidence in that free judgment for which he had stood up so manfully. Meanwhile, Charles realized that his great empire was in very serious danger, both from the west and from the east. On the west of him was his spirited rival, Francis I. To the east was the Turk in Hungary, in alliance with Francis and clamoring for certain arrears of tribute from the Austrian dominions. Charles had the money and army of Spain at his disposal, but it was extremely difficult to get any effective support in money from Germany. His grandfather had developed a German infantry on the Swiss model, very much upon the lines expounded in Machiavelli's Art of War, but these troops had to be paid, and his imperial subsidies had to be supplemented by unsecured borrowings, which were finally to bring his supporters, the Fuggers, to ruin. On the whole, Charles, in alliance with Henry Roman VIII, was successful against Francis I and the Turk. Their chief battlefield was North Italy. The generalship was dull on both sides. Their advances and retreats depended chiefly on the arrival of reinforcements. The German army invaded France, failed to take Marseille, fell back into Italy, lost Milan, and was besieged in Pavia. Francis I made a long and unsuccessful siege of Pavia, was caught by fresh German forces, defeated, wounded, and taken prisoner. He sent back a message to his queen that all was lost but honor, made a humiliating peace, and broke it as soon as he was liberated so that even the salvage of honor was but temporary. Henry Roman VIII and the Pope, in obedience to the rules of Machiavellian strategy, now went over to the side of France in order to prevent Charles becoming too powerful. The German troops in Milan, under the Constable of Bourbon, being unpaid, forced rather than followed their commander into a raid upon Rome. They stormed the city and pillaged it, 1527. The Pope took refuge in the castle of St. Angelo while the looting and slaughter went on. He bought off the German troops at last by the payment of 400,000 ducats. 10 years of such stupid and confused fighting impoverished all Europe and left the emperor in possession of Milan. In 1530, he was crowned by the Pope. He was the last German emperor to be crowned by the Pope at Bologna. One thinks of the rather dull-looking blonde face, with its long lip and chin, bearing the solemn expression of one who endures a doubtful though probably honorable ceremony. Meanwhile, the Turks were making great headway in Hungary. They had defeated and killed the King of Hungary in 1526, they held Budapest, and in 1529, as we have already noted, Suleiman the Magnificent very nearly took Vienna. The emperor was greatly concerned by these advances, and did his utmost to drive back the Turks, but he found the greatest difficulty in getting the German princes to unite, even with this formidable enemy upon their very borders. Francis I remained implacable for a time, and there was a new French war. But in 1538, Charles won his rival over to a more friendly attitude by ravaging the south of France. Francis and Charles then formed an alliance against the Turk, but the Protestant princes, the German princes who were resolved to break away from Rome, had formed a league, the Schmalkaldic League, named after the little town of Schmalkalden in Hesse, at which its constitution was arranged, against the emperor, and in the place of a great campaign to recover Hungary for Christendom, Charles had to turn his mind to the gathering internal struggle in Germany. Of that struggle, he saw only the opening war. It was a struggle, a sanguinary, irrational bickering of princes for ascendancy, now flaming into war and destruction, now sinking back to intrigues and diplomacies. It was a snake's sack of Machiavellian policies that was to go on writhing incurably right into the 19th century, and to waste and desolate Central Europe again and again. The emperor never seems to have grasped the true forces at work in these gathering troubles. He was for his time and station an exceptionally worthy man, and he seems to have taken the religious dissensions that were tearing Europe into warring fragments as genuine theological differences. He gathered diets and councils in futile attempts at reconciliation. Formulae and confessions were tried over. The student of German history must struggle with the details of the religious peace of Nuremberg, the settlement at the Diet of Ratisbon, the interim of Augsburg, and the like. Here we do but mention them as details in the worried life of this culminating emperor. As a matter of fact, hardly one of the multifarious princes and rulers in Europe seems to have been acting in good faith. The widespread religious trouble of the world, the desire of the common people for truth and social righteousness, the spreading knowledge of the time, all those things were merely counters in the imaginations of princely diplomacy. Henry Roman VIII of England, who had begun his career with a book written against heresy, and who had been rewarded by the Pope with the title of Defender of the Faith, being anxious to divorce his first wife in favor of an animated young lady named Anne Boleyn, and wishing also to turn against the emperor in favor of Francis I, and to loot the vast wealth of the Church in England, joined the company of Protestant princes in 1530. Sweden, Denmark, and Norway had already gone over to the Protestant side. The German religious war began in 1546, a few months after the death of Martin Luther. We need not trouble about the incidents of the campaign. The Protestant Saxon army was badly beaten at Lachau. By something very like a breach of faith, Philip of Hesse, the emperor's chief remaining antagonist, was caught and imprisoned, and the Turks were bought off by the payment of an annual tribute. In 1547, to the great relief of the emperor, Francis I died. So by 1547, Charles got to a kind of settlement and made his last efforts to effect peace where there was no peace. In 1552, all Germany was at war again. Only a precipitate flight from Innsbruck saved Charles from capture, and in 1552, with the Treaty of Passau, came another unstable equilibrium. Charles was now utterly weary of the cares and splendors of empire. He had never had a very sound constitution, he was naturally indolent, and he was suffering greatly from gout. He abdicated. He made over all his sovereign rights in Germany to his brother Ferdinand, and Spain and the Netherlands he resigned to his son Philip. He then retired to a monastery at Juist, among the oak and chestnut forests in the hills to the north of the Tagus Valley, and there he died in 1558. Much has been written in a sentimental vein of this retirement, this renunciation of the world by this tired, majestic Titan, world-weary, seeking in an austere solitude his peace with God. But his retreat was neither solitary nor austere. He had with him nearly 150 attendants. His establishment had all the indulgences without the fatigues of a court, and Philip Roman II was a dutiful son to whom his father's advice was a command. As for his austerities, let Prescott witness. In the almost daily correspondence between Quixote, or Gastelum, and the Secretary of State at Valladolid, there is scarcely a letter that does not turn more or less on the emperor's eating or his illness. The one seems naturally to follow, like a running commentary on the other. It is rare that such topics have formed the burden of communications with the Department of State. It must have been no easy matter for the secretary to preserve his gravity in the perusal of dispatches in which politics and gastronomy were so strangely mixed together. The courier from Valladolid to Lisbon was ordered to make a detour, so as to take Gerundilla in his route and bring supplies for the royal table. On Thursdays, he was to bring fish to serve for the jour maigre that was to follow. The trout in the neighborhood Charles thought too small, so others, of a larger size, were to be sent from Valladolid. Fish of every kind was to his taste, as indeed was anything that in its nature or habits at all approached to fish. Eels, frogs, oysters occupied an important place in the royal bill of fare. Potted fish, especially anchovies, found great favor with him, and he regretted that he had not brought a better supply of these from the Low Countries. On an eel pasty he particularly doted. In 1554, Charles had obtained a bull from Pope Julius Roman III, granting him a dispensation from fasting, and allowing him to break his fast early in the morning, even when he was to take the sacrament. That Charles was not altogether unmindful of his wearing apparel in use may be inferred from the fact that his wardrobe contained no less than 16 robes of silk and velvet, lined with ermine or eider down, or the soft hair of the Barbary goat. As to the furniture and upholstery of his apartments, how little reliance is to be placed on the reports so carelessly circulated about these may be gathered from a single glance at the inventory of his effects, prepared by Quixote and Gastelum soon after their master's death. Among the items we find carpets from Turkey and Alcaraz, canopies of velvet and other stuffs, hangings of fine black cloth, which since his mother's death he had always chosen for his own bedroom, while the remaining apartments were provided with no less than 25 suits of tapestry, from the looms of Flanders, richly embroidered with figures of animals and with landscapes. Among the different pieces of plate, we find some of pure gold, and others especially noted for their curious workmanship. And as this was an age in which the art of working the precious metals was carried to the highest perfection, We cannot doubt that some of the finest specimens had come into the emperor's possession. The whole amount of plate was estimated at between 12 and 13,000 ounces in weight. Charles had never acquired the habit of reading, but he would be read aloud to at meals after the fashion of Charlemagne, and would make what one narrator describes as a sweet and heavenly commentary. He also amused himself with technical toys, by listening to music or sermons, and by attending to the imperial business that still came drifting into him. The death of the empress, to whom he was greatly attached, had turned his mind towards religion, which in his case took a punctilious and ceremonial form. Every Friday in Lent, he scourged himself with the rest of the monks with such good will as to draw blood. These exercises and the gout released a bigotry in Charles that had been hitherto restrained by considerations of policy. The appearance of Protestant teaching close at hand in Valladolid roused him to fury. "Tell the Grand Inquisitor and his council from me to be at their posts, and to lay the axe at the root of the evil before it spreads further." He expressed a doubt whether it would not be well, in so black an affair, to dispense with the ordinary course of justice, and to show no mercy, lest the criminal, if pardoned, should have the opportunity of repeating his crime. He recommended, as an example, his own mode of proceeding in the Netherlands, where all who remained obstinate in their errors were burned alive, and those who were admitted to penitence were beheaded. Among the chief pleasures of the Catholic monarch between meals during this time of retirement were funeral services. He not only attended every actual funeral that was celebrated at Eust, but he had services conducted for the absent dead. He held a funeral service in memory of his wife on the anniversary of her death, and finally he celebrated his own obsequies. The chapel was hung with black, and the blaze of hundreds of wax lights was scarcely sufficient to dispel the darkness. The brethren in their conventual dress, and all the emperor's household clad in deep mourning, gathered round a huge catafalque, shrouded also in black, which had been raised in the center of the chapel. The service for the burial of the dead was then performed, and, amidst the dismal wail of the monks, the prayers ascended for the departed spirit, that it might be received into the mansions of the blessed. The sorrowful attendants were melted to tears. As the image of their master's death was presented to their mind's eye, they were touched, it may be, with compassion by this pitiable display of weakness. Charles, muffled in a dark mantle, and bearing a lighted candle in his hand, mingled with his household, the spectator of his own obsequies, and the doleful ceremony was concluded by his placing the taper in the hands of the priest, in sign of his surrendering up his soul to the Almighty. Other accounts make Charles wear a shroud and lie in the coffin, remaining there alone until the last mourner had left the chapel. Within 2 months of this masquerade, he was dead, and the greatness of the Holy Roman Empire died with him. The Holy Roman Empire struggled on indeed to the days of Napoleon, but as an invalid and dying thing. Section 11b. Ferdinand, the brother of Charles V, took over his abandoned work and met the German princes at the Diet of Augsburg in 1555. Again, there was an attempt to establish a religious peace. Nothing could better show the quality of that attempted settlement and the blindness of the princes and statesmen concerned in it to the deeper and broader processes of the time than the form that settlement took. The recognition of religious freedom was to apply to the states and not to individual citizens. Cujus regio ejus religio. The confession of the subject was to be dependent on that of the territorial lord. Section 11c. We have given as much attention as we have done to the writings of Machiavelli and to the personality of Charles V, because they throw a flood of light upon the antagonisms of the next period in our history. This present chapter has told the story of a vast expansion of human horizons and of a great increase and distribution of knowledge. We have seen the conscience of common men awakening and intimations of a new and profounder social justice spreading throughout the general body of the Western civilization. But this process of light and thought was leaving courts and the political life of the world untouched. There is little in Machiavelli that might not have been written by some clever secretary in the court of Chosroes I or Xiechwangtior, even of Sargon I or Pepi. While the world in everything else was moving forward, in political ideas, in ideas about the relationship of state to state and of sovereign to citizen, it was standing still. Nay, it was falling back. For the great idea of the Catholic Church as the world city of God had been destroyed in men's minds by the church itself, and the dream of a world imperialism had, in the person of Charles V, been carried in effigy through Europe to limbo. Politically, the world seemed falling back towards personal monarchy of the Assyrian or Macedonian pattern. It is not that the newly awakened intellectual energies of Western European men were too absorbed in theological restatement, in scientific investigations, in exploration and mercantile development, to give a thought to the claims and responsibilities of rulers. Not only were common men drawing ideas of a theocratic or republican or communistic character from the now accessible Bible, but the renewed study of the Greek classics was bringing the creative and fertilizing spirit of Plato to bear upon the Western mind. In England, Sir Thomas More produced a quaint imitation of Plato's Republic in his Utopia, setting out a sort of autocratic communism. In Naples, a century later, a certain Friar Campanella was equally bold in his City of the Sun. But such discussions were having no immediate effect upon political arrangements. Compared with the massiveness of the task, these books do indeed seem poetical and scholarly and flimsy. Yet later on the Utopia was to bear fruit in the English Poor Laws. The intellectual and moral development of the Western mind and this drift towards Machiavellian monarchy in Europe were for a time going on concurrently in the same world, but they were going on almost independently. The statesmen still schemed and maneuvered as if nothing grew but the power of wary and fortunate kings. It was only in the 17th and 18th centuries that these two streams of tendency, the stream of general ideas and the drift of traditional and egoistic monarchical diplomacy, interfered and came into conflict. Book 8. The Age of the Great Powers. 36. Princes, Parliaments, and Powers. Section 1, Princes and Foreign Policy. Section 2, the English Republic. Section, the Dutch Republic. Section 4, the Breakup and Disorder of Germany. Section 5, the Splendors of Grand Monarchy in Europe. Section 6, the Growth of the Idea of Great Powers. Section 7, the Crowned Republic of Poland and its Fate. Section 8, the First Scramble for Empire Overseas. Section 9, Britain Dominates India. Section 10, Russia's Ride to the Pacific. Section 11, What Gibbon Thought of the World in. Section 12, The Social Truce Draws to an End. Section 1. In the preceding chapter, we have traced the beginnings of a new civilization, the civilization of the modern type which becomes at the present time worldwide. It is still a vast unformed thing, still only in the opening phases of growth and development today. We have seen the medieval ideas of the Holy Roman Empire and of the Roman Church as forms of universal law and order fade in its dawn. They fade out as if it were necessary in order that these ideas of one law and one order for all men should be redrawn on worldwide lines. And while in nearly every other field of human interest there was advance, the effacement of these general political ideas of the Church and Empire led back for a time in things political towards merely personal monarchy and monarchist nationalism of the Macedonian type. There came an interregnum, as it were, in the consolidation of human affairs, a phase of the type the Chinese analysts would call an age of confusion. This interregnum has lasted as long as that between the fall of the Western Empire and the crowning of Charlemagne in Rome. We are living in it today. It may be drawing to its close. We cannot tell yet. The old leading ideas had broken down. A medley of new and untried projects and suggestions perplexed men's minds and actions, and meanwhile the world at large had to fall back for leadership upon the ancient tradition of an individual prince. There was no new way clearly apparent for men to follow, and the prince was there. All over the world, the close of the 16th century saw monarchy prevailing and tending towards absolutism. Germany and Italy were patchworks of autocratic princely dominions. Spain was practically autocratic. The throne had never been so powerful in England, and as the 17th century drew on, the French monarchy gradually became the greatest and most consolidated power in Europe. The phases and fluctuations of its ascent we cannot record here. At every court there were groups of ministers and secretaries who played a Machiavellian game against their foreign rivals. Foreign policy is the natural employment of courts and monarchies. Foreign offices are, so to speak, the leading characters in all the histories of the 17th and 18th centuries. They kept Europe in a fever of wars. and wars were becoming expensive. Armies were no longer untrained levies, no longer assemblies of feudal knights who brought their own horses and weapons and retainers with them. They needed more and more artillery. They consisted of paid troops who insisted on their pay. They were professional and slow and elaborate, conducting long sieges, necessitating elaborate fortifications. War expenditure increased everywhere and called for more and more taxation. And here it was that these monarchies of the 16th and 17th centuries came into conflict with new and shapeless forces of freedom in the community. In practice, the princes found they were not masters of their subjects, lives, or property. They found an inconvenient resistance to the taxation that was necessary if their diplomatic aggressions and alliances were to continue. Finance became an unpleasant specter in every council chamber. In theory, the monarch owned his country. James I of England, 1603, declared that, as it is atheism and blasphemy to dispute what God can do, so it is presumption and high contempt in a subject to dispute what a king can do, or say that a king cannot do this or that. In practice, however, he found, and his son Charles I, 1625, was to find still more effectually, that there were in his dominions a great number of landlords and merchants, substantial and intelligent persons, who set a very definite limit to the calls and occasions of the monarch and his ministers. They were prepared to tolerate his rule if they themselves might also be monarchs of their lands and businesses and trades and what not, but not otherwise. Everywhere in Europe there was a parallel development. Beneath the kings and princes there were these lesser monarchs, the private owners, noblemen, wealthy citizens, and the like, who were now offering the sovereign prince much the same resistance that the kings and princes of Germany had offered the emperor. They wanted to limit taxation so far as it pressed upon themselves, and to be free in their own houses and estates. And the spread of books and reading and intercommunication was enabling these smaller monarchs, these monarchs of ownership, to develop such a community of ideas and such a solidarity of resistance as had been possible at no previous stage in the world's history. Everywhere they were disposed to resist the prince, but it was not everywhere that they found the same faculties for an organized resistance. The economic circumstances and the political traditions of the Netherlands and England made those countries the first to bring this antagonism of monarchy and private ownership to an issue. At first, this 17th century public, this public of property owners, cared very little for foreign policy. They did not perceive at first how it affected them. They did not want to be bothered with it. It was, they conceded, the affairs of kings and princes. They made no attempts, therefore, to control foreign entanglements. But it was with the direct consequences of these entanglements that they quarreled. They objected to heavy taxation, to interference with trade, to arbitrary imprisonment, and to the control of consciences by the monarch. It was upon these questions that they joined issue with the crown. Section 2. The open struggle of the private property owner against the aggressions of the prince begins in England far back in the 12th century. The phase in this struggle that we have to study now is the phase that opened with the attempts of Henry Roman VII and Roman VIII and their successors, Edward Roman VI, Mary, and Elizabeth, to make the government of England a personal monarchy of the continental type. It became more acute when, by dynastic accidents, James, King of Scotland, became James I, King of both Scotland and England, 1603, and began to talk in the manner we have already quoted of his divine right to do as he pleased. But never had the path of English monarchy been a smooth one. In all the monarchies of the Northmen and Germanic invaders of the empire, there had been a tradition of a popular assembly of influential and representative men to preserve their general liberties, and in none was it more living than in England. France had her tradition of the Assembly of the Three Estates, Spain her Cortes, but the English Assembly was peculiar in two respects: that it had behind it a documentary declaration of certain elementary and universal rights, and that it contained elected knights of the shire, as well as elected burghers from the towns. The French and Spanish assemblies had the latter, but not the former element. These two features gave the English Parliament a peculiar strength in its struggle with the throne. The document in question was Magna Carta, the Great Charter, a declaration which was forced from King John, 1199–1216, the brother and successor of Richard Coeur de Lion, 1189–99, after a revolt of the barons in 1215. It rehearsed a number of fundamental rights that made England a legal and not a regal state. It rejected the power of the king to control the personal property and liberty of every sort of citizen save, with the consent of that man's equals. The presence of the elected shire representatives in the English Parliament, the second peculiarity of the British situation, came about from very simple and apparently innocuous beginnings. From the shires, or county divisions, knights seem to have been summoned to the National Council to testify to the taxable capacity of their districts. They were sent up by the minor gentry, freeholders and village elders of their districts as early as 1254, 2 knights from each shire. This idea inspired Simon de Montfort, who was in rebellion against Henry Roman III, the successor of John, to summon to the National Council 2 knights from each shire and 2 citizens from each city or borough. Edward I, the successor to Henry Roman III, continued this practice because it seemed a convenient way of getting into financial touch with the growing towns. At first, there was considerable reluctance on the parts of the knights and townsmen to attend Parliament, but gradually the power they possessed of linking the redress of grievances with the granting of subsidies was realized. Quite early, if not from the first, these representatives of the general property owners in town and country, the commons, sat and debated apart from the great lords and bishops. So there grew up in England a representative assembly, the commons, beside an episcopal and patrician one, the lords. There was no profound and fundamental difference between the personnel of the 2 assemblies. Many of the knights of the shire were substantial men who might be as wealthy and influential as peers, and also the sons and brothers of peers. But on the whole, the commons was the more plebeian assembly. From the first, these 2 assemblies, and especially the commons, displayed a disposition to claim the entire power of taxation in the land. Gradually, they extended their purview of grievances to a criticism of all the affairs of the realm. We will not follow the fluctuations of the power and prestige of the English Parliament through the time of the Tudor monarchs, i.e., Henry Roman VII and Roman VIII, Edward Roman VI, Mary, and Elizabeth. But it will be manifest from what has been said that, when at last James Stuart made his open claim to autocracy, the English merchants, peers, and private gentlemen found themselves with a tried and honored traditional means of resisting him such as no other people in Europe possessed. Another peculiarity of the English political conflict was its comparative detachment from the great struggle between Catholic and Protestant that was now being waged all over Europe. There were, it is true, very distinct religious issues mixed up in the English struggle. But upon its main lines, it was a political struggle of king against the Parliament, embodying the class of private property-owning citizens. Both crown and people were formally Reformed and Protestant. It is true that many people on the latter side were Protestants of a Bible-respecting, non-sacerdotal type, representing the Reformation according to the peoples, and that the king was the nominal head of a special sacerdotal and sacramental church, the Established Church of England, representing the Reformation according to the princes. But this antagonism never completely obscured the essentials of the conflict. The struggle of king and parliament had already reached an acute phase before the death of James I, 1625, but only in the reign of his son Charles I did it culminate in civil war. Charles did exactly what one might have expected a king to do in such a position, in view of the lack of parliamentary control over foreign policy. He embroiled the country in a conflict with both Spain and France, and then came to the country for supplies in the hope that patriotic feeling would override the normal dislike to giving him money. When Parliament refused supplies, he demanded loans from various subjects and attempted similar illegal exactions. This produced from Parliament in 1628 a very memorable document, the Petition of Right, citing the Great Charter and rehearsing the legal limitations upon the power of the English king, denying his right to levy charges upon, or to imprison or punish anyone, or to quarter soldiers on the people, without due process of law. The Petition of Right stated the case of the English Parliament. The disposition to state a case has always been a very marked English characteristic. When President Wilson, during the Great War of 1914–18, prefaced each step in his policy by a note, he was walking in the most respectable traditions of the English. Charles dealt with this Parliament with a high hand. He dismissed it in 1629, and for 11 years he summoned no parliament. He levied money illegally, but not enough for his purpose. And realizing that the church could be used as an instrument of obedience, he made Laud, an aggressive high churchman, very much of a priest and a very strong believer in divine right, Archbishop of Canterbury, and so head of the Church of England. In 1638, Charles tried to extend the half-Protestant, half-Catholic characteristics of the Church of England to his other kingdom of Scotland, where the secession from Catholicism had been more complete, and where a non-sacerdotal, non-sacramental form of Christianity, Presbyterianism, had been established as the national church. The Scotch revolted, and the English levies Charles raised to fight them mutinied. Insolvency, at all tunes the natural result of a spirited foreign policy, was close at hand. Charles, without money or trustworthy troops, had to summon a parliament at last in 1640. This parliament, the Short Parliament, he dismissed in the same year. He tried a council of peers at York, 1640, and then, in the November of that year, summoned his last parliament. This body, the Long Parliament, assembled in the mood for conflict. It seized Laud, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and charged him with treason. It published a grand remonstrance, which was a long and full statement of its case against Charles. It provided by a bill for a meeting of Parliament at least once in 3 years, whether the king summoned it or no. It prosecuted the king's chief ministers who had helped him to reign for so long without Parliament, and in particular the Earl of Strafford. To save Strafford, the king plotted for a sudden seizure of London by the army. This was discovered, and the bill for Strafford's condemnation was hurried on in the midst of a vast popular excitement. Charles I, who was probably one of the meanest and most treacherous occupants the English throne has ever known, was frightened by the London crowds. Before Strafford could die by due legal process, it was necessary for the king to give his assent. Charles gave it and Strafford was beheaded. Meanwhile, the king was plotting and looking for help in strange quarters from the Catholic Irish, from treasonable Scotchmen. Finally, he resorted to a forcible, feeble display of violence. He went down to the Houses of Parliament to arrest 5 of his most active opponents. He entered the House of Commons and took the Speaker's chair. He was prepared with some bold speech about treason, but when he saw the places of his 5 antagonists vacant, he was baffled, confused, and spoke in broken sentences. He learnt that they had departed from his royal city of Westminster and taken refuge in the city of London. See chapter Roman 25, section 7. London defied him. A week later, the 5 members were escorted back in triumph to the Parliament House in Westminster by the trained bands of London, and the king, to avoid the noise and hostility of the occasion, left Whitehall for Windsor. Both parties then prepared openly for war. The king was the traditional head of the army, and the habit of obedience in soldiers is to the king. The Parliament had the greater resources. The king set up his standard at Nottingham on the eve of a dark and stormy August day in 1642. There followed a long and obstinate civil war, the king holding Oxford, the Parliament, London. Success swayed from side to side, but the king could never close on London, nor Parliament take Oxford. Each antagonist was weakened by moderate adherents who did not want to go too far. There emerged among the parliamentary commanders a certain Oliver Cromwell, who had raised a small troop of horse and who rose to the position of general. Lord Warwick, his contemporary, describes him as a plain man in a cloth suit made by an ill country tailor. He was no mere fighting soldier, but a military organizer. He realized the inferior quality of many of the parliamentary forces and set himself to remedy it. The cavaliers of the king had the picturesque tradition of chivalry and loyalty on their side. Parliament was something new and difficult without any comparable traditions. "Your troops are most of them old, decayed serving men and tapsters," said Cromwell. "Do you think that the spirits of such base and mean fellows will ever be able to encounter gentlemen that have honor and courage and resolution in them? But there is something better and stronger than picturesque chivalry in the world, religious enthusiasm." He set himself to get together a godly regiment. They were to be earnest, sober living men. Above all, they were to be men of strong convictions. He disregarded all social traditions and drew his officers from every class. "I had rather have a plain, russet-coated captain that knows what he fights for and loves what he knows, than what you call a gentleman and is nothing else." England discovered a new force, the Ironsides, in its midst, in which footmen, draymen, and ships, captains held high command, side by side with men of family. They became the type on which the Parliament sought to reconstruct its entire army. The Ironsides were the backbone of this new model. From Marston Moor to Naseby, these men swept the Cavaliers before them. The king was at last a captive in the hands of Parliament. There were still attempts at settlement that would have left the king a sort of king, but Charles was a man doomed to tragic issues, incessantly scheming, so false a man that he is not to be trusted. The English were drifting towards a situation new in the world's history, in which a monarch should be formally tried for treason to his people and condemned. Most revolutions are precipitated, as this English one was, by the excesses of the ruler, and by attempts at strength and firmness beyond the compass of the law. And most revolutions swing by a kind of necessity towards an extremer conclusion than is warranted by the original quarrel. The English Revolution was no exception. The English are by nature a compromising and even a vacillating people, and probably the great majority of them still wanted the king to be king and the people to be free, and all the lions and lambs to lie down together in peace and liberty. But the army of the new model could not go back. There would have been scant mercy for these draymen and footmen who had ridden down the king's gentlemen if the king came back. When Parliament began to treat again with this regal trickster, the new model intervened. Colonel Pride turned out 80 members from the House of Commons who favored the king, and the illegal residue, the Rump Parliament, then put the king on trial. But indeed the king was already doomed. The House of Lords rejected the ordinance for the trial, and the Rump then proclaimed that the people are under God, the original of all just power, and that the Commons of England have the supreme power in this nation, and assuming that it was itself the Commons proceeded with the trial. The king was condemned as a tyrant, traitor, murderer, and enemy of his country. He was taken one January morning in 1649 to a scaffold erected outside the windows of his own banqueting room at Whitehall. There he was beheaded. He died with piety and a certain noble self-pity 8 years after the execution of Strafford, and after 6.5 years of a destructive civil war which had been caused almost entirely by his own lawlessness. This was indeed a great and terrifying thing that Parliament had done. The like of it had never been heard of in the world before. Kings had killed each other times enough. Parricide, fratricide, assassination, those are the privileged expedients of princes. But that a section of the people should rise up, try its king solemnly and deliberately for disloyalty, mischief, and treachery, and condemn and kill him, sent horror through every court in Europe. The Rump Parliament had gone beyond the ideas and conscience of its time. It was as if a committee of jungle deer had taken and killed a tigera crime against nature. The Tsar of Russia chased the English envoy from his court. France and Holland committed acts of open hostility. England, confused and conscience-stricken at her own sacrilege, stood isolated before the world. But for a time, the personal quality of Oliver Cromwell and the discipline and strength of the army he had created maintained England in the republican course she had taken. The Irish Catholics had made a massacre of the Protestant English in Ireland, and now Cromwell suppressed the Irish insurrection with great vigor. Except for certain friars at the storm of Drogheda, none but men with arms in their hands were killed by his troops. But the atrocities of the massacre were fresh in his mind. No quarter was given in battle, and so his memory still rankles in the minds of the Irish, who have a long memory for their own wrongs. After Ireland came Scotland, where Cromwell shattered a royalist army at the Battle of Dunbar, 1650. Then he turned his attention to Holland, which country had rashly seized upon the divisions among the English as an excuse for the injury of a trade rival. The Dutch were then the rulers of the sea, and the English fleet fought against odds, but after a series of obstinate sea fights, the Dutch were driven from the British seas, and the English took their place as the ascendant naval power. Dutch and French ships must dip their flags to them. An English fleet went into the Mediterranean, the first English naval force to enter those waters. It put right various grievances of the English shippers with Tuscany and Malta, and bombarded the pirate nest of Algiers, and destroyed the pirate fleet which, in the lax days of Charles, had been wont to come right up to the coast of Cornwall and Devon to intercept ships and carry off slaves to Africa. The strong arm of England also intervened to protect the Protestants in the south of France, who were being hunted to death by the Duke of Savoy. France, Sweden, Denmark all found it wiser to overcome their first distaste for regicide and allied themselves with England. Came a war with Spain, and the great English Admiral Blake destroyed the Spanish plate fleet at Tenerife in an action of almost incredible daring. He engaged land batteries. He was the first man that brought ships to contemn castles on the shore. He died in 1657 and was buried in Westminster Abbey, but after the restoration of the monarchy, his bones were dug out by the order of Charles Roman II and removed to St. Margaret's, Westminster. Such was the figure that England cut in the eyes of the world during her brief Republican days. On September 3, 1658, Cromwell died in the midst of a great storm that did not fail to impress the superstitious. Once his strong hand lay still, England fell away from this premature attempt to realize a righteous commonweal of free men. In 1660, Charles Roman II, the son of Charles the Martyr, was welcomed back to England with all those manifestations of personal loyalty dear to the English heart, and the country relaxed from its military and naval efficiency as a sleeper might wake and stretch and yawn after too intense a dream. The Puritans were done with. Merry England was herself again, and in 1667 the Dutch, once more masters of the sea, sailed up the Thames to Gravesend and burnt an English fleet in the Medway. On the night when our ships were burnt by the Dutch, says Pepys in his diary, the king did sup with my Lady Castlemaine, and there they were all mad, hunting a poor moth. Charles, from the date of his return, 1660, took control of the foreign affairs of the state, and in 1670 concluded a secret treaty with Louis Roman XIV of France, by which he undertook to subordinate entirely English foreign policy to that of France for an annual pension of £100,000. Dunkirk, which Cromwell had taken, had already been sold back to France. The king was a great sportsman. He had the true English love for watching horse races, and the racing centre at Newmarket is perhaps his most characteristic monument. While Charles lived, his easy humor enabled him to retain the British crown, but he did so by wariness and compromise, and when in 1685 he was succeeded by his brother James Roman II, who was a devout Catholic, and too dull to recognize the hidden limitation of the monarchy in Britain, the old issue between Parliament and Crown became acute. James set himself to force his country into a religious reunion with Rome. In 1688 he was in flight to France. But this time, the great lords and merchants and gentlemen were too circumspect to let this revolt against the king fling them into the hands of a second Pride or a second Cromwell. They had already called in another king, William, Prince of Orange, to replace James. The change was made rapidly. There was no civil war except in Ireland and no release of the deeper revolutionary forces of the country. Of William's claim to the throne, or rather of his wife Mary's claim, we cannot tell here. Its interest is purely technical, nor how William Roman III and Mary ruled, nor how, after the widower William had reigned alone for a time, the throne passed on to Mary's sister Anne 1702-14. Anne seems to have thought favorably of a restoration of the Stuart line, but the lords and the commons, who now dominated English affairs, preferred a less competent king. Some sort of claim could be made out for the Elector of Hanover, who became King of England as George I, 1714-27. He was entirely German, he could speak no English, and he brought a swarm of German women and German attendants to the English court. A dullness, a tarnish, came over the intellectual life of the land with his coming. The poetry, painting, architecture, and imaginative literature of later 18th century England is immeasurably below that of the 17th century. But this isolation of the court from English life was his conclusive recommendation to the great landowners and the commercial interests who chiefly brought him over. England entered upon a phase which Lord Beaconsfield has called the Venetian oligarchy stage. The supreme power resided in Parliament, dominated now by the Lords, for the art of bribery and a study of the methods of working elections, carried to a high pitch by Sir Robert Walpole, had robbed the House of Commons of its original freedom and vigor. By ingenious devices, the parliamentary vote was restricted to a shrinking number of electors. Old towns with little or no population would return 1 or 2 members. Old Sarum had 1 non-resident voter, no population, and 2 members, while newer populous centers had no representation at all. And by insisting upon a high property qualification for members, the chance of the commons speaking in common accents of vulgar needs was still more restricted. George I was followed by the very similar George Roman II, 1727–60, and it was only at his death that England had again a king who had been born in England, and one who could speak English fairly well, his grandson George Roman III. On this monarch's attempt to recover some of the larger powers of monarchy, we shall have something to say in a later section. Such briefly is the story of the struggle in England during the 17th and 18th centuries between the three main factors in the problem of the modern state, between the crown, the private property owners, and that vague power, still blind and ignorant, the power of the quite common people. This latter factor appears as yet only at moments when the country is most deeply stirred. Then it sinks back into the depths. But the end of the story, thus far, is a very complete triumph of the British private property owner over the dreams and schemes of Machiavellian absolutism. With the Hanoverian dynasty, England became, as the Times recently styled her, a crowned republic. She had worked out a new method of government, parliamentary government, recalling in many ways the Senate and popular assembly of Rome, but more steadfast and efficient because of its use, however restricted, of the representative method. Her assembly at Westminster was to become the mother of parliaments throughout the world. Towards the crown, the English parliament has held and still holds much the relation of the mayor of the palace to the Merovingian kings. The king is conceived of as ceremonial and irresponsible, a living symbol of the royal and imperial system. But much power remains latent in the tradition and prestige of the crown, and the succession of the four Hanoverian Georges, William Roman IV, 1830, Victoria, 1837, Edward Roman VII, 1901, and the present king, George V, 1910, is of a quite different strain from the feeble and short-lived Merovingian monarchs. In the affairs of the church, the military and naval organizations, and the foreign office, these sovereigns have all in various degrees exercised an influence which is none the less important because it is indefinable. Section 3. The breaking away of the Netherlands from absolutist monarchy was on the face of it much more of a religious and national affair, and much less economic and social than the English parliamentary revolution. In the 12th century, all the lower Rhine country was divided up among a number of small rulers, and the population was a low German one on a Celtic basis, mixed with subsequent Danish ingredients very similar to the English admixture. The southeastern fringe of it spoke French dialects, the bulk, Frisian, Dutch, and other Low German languages. The Netherlands figured largely in the Crusades. Godfrey of Bouillon, who took Jerusalem First Crusade, was a Belgian, and the founder of the so-called Latin dynasty of emperors in Constantinople, Fourth Crusade, was Baldwin of Flanders. They were called Latin emperors because they were on the side of the Latin Church. In the 13th and 14th centuries, considerable towns grew up in the Netherlands: Ghent, Bruges-Ypres, Utrecht, Leiden, Haarlem, and so forth. And these towns developed quasi-independent municipal governments and a class of educated townsmen. We will not trouble the reader with the dynastic accidents that link the affairs of the Netherlands with Burgundy, eastern France, and which finally made their overlordship the inheritance of the Emperor Charles V. It was under Charles that the Protestant doctrines that now prevailed in Germany spread into the Netherlands. Charles persecuted with some vigor, but in 1556, as we have told, he handed over the task to his son Philip, Philip Roman II. Philip's spirited foreign policy he was carrying on a war with France presently became a second source of trouble between himself and the Netherlandish noblemen and townsmen, because he had to come to them for supplies. The great nobles, led by William the Silent, Prince of Orange, and the Counts of Egmont and Horn, made themselves the heads of a popular resistance, in which it is now impossible to disentangle the objection to taxation from the objection to religious persecution. The great nobles were not at first Protestants. They became Protestants as the struggle grew in bitterness. The people were often bitterly Protestant. Philip was resolved to rule both the property and consciences of his Netherlander. He sent picked Spanish troops into the country, and he made governor-general a nobleman named Alva, one of those ruthless, strong men who wreck governments and monarchies. For a time, he ruled the land with a hand of iron, but the hand of iron begets a soul of iron in the body it grips, and in 1567, about 80 years, that is, before the English Civil War, the Netherlands were in open revolt. Alva murdered, sacked, and massacred in vain. Counts Egmont and Horn were executed. William the Silent became the great leader of the Dutch, a king de facto. For a long time, and with many complications, the struggle for liberty continued, and through it all it is noteworthy that the rebels continued to cling to the plea that Philip Roman II was their king if only he would be a reasonable and limited king. But the idea of limited monarchy was distasteful to the crowned heads of Europe at that time, and at last Philip drove the United Provinces, for which we now use the name of Holland, to the republican form of government. Holland, be it noted, not all the Netherlands, the southern Netherlands, Belgium as we now call that country, remained at the end of the struggle a Spanish possession and Catholic. The Siege of Alkmaar, 1573, as Motley describes it, may be taken as a sample of that long and hideous conflict between the little Dutch people and the still vast resources of Catholic imperialism. "If I take Alkmaar," Alva wrote to Philip, "I am resolved not to leave a single creature alive. The knife shall be put to every throat." And now, with the dismantled and desolate Haarlem before their eyes, a prophetic phantom, perhaps of their own imminent fate, did the handful of people shut up within Alkmaar prepare for the worst. Their main hope lay in the friendly sea. The vast sluices called the Zip, through which the inundation of the whole northern province could be very soon effected, were but a few miles distant. By opening these gates, and by piercing a few dikes, the ocean might be made to fight for them. To obtain this result, however, the consent of the inhabitants was requisite, as the destruction of all the standing crops would be inevitable. The city was so closely invested that it was a matter of life and death to venture forth, and it was difficult, therefore, to find an envoy for this hazardous mission. At last, a carpenter in the city, Peter van der May by name, undertook the adventure. Affairs soon approached a crisis within the beleaguered city. Daily skirmishes, without decisive results, had taken place outside the walls. At last, on the 18th of September, after a steady cannonade of nearly 12 hours, Don Frederick, at 3 in the afternoon, ordered an assault. Notwithstanding his 7 months' experience at Haarlem, he still believed it certain that he should carry Alkmaar by storm. The attack took place at once upon the Frisian Gate and upon the Red Tower on the opposite side. 2 choice regiments, recently arrived from Lombardy, led the onset, rending the air with their shouts and confident of an easy victory. They were sustained by what seemed an overwhelming force of disciplined troops. Yet never, even in the recent history of Haarlem, had an attack been received by more dauntless breasts. Every living man was on the walls. The storming parties were assailed with cannon, with musketry, with pistols. Boiling water, pitch and oil, molten lead, and unslaked lime were poured upon them every moment. Hundreds of tarred and burning hoops were skillfully coiled around the necks of the soldiers, who struggled in vain to extricate themselves from these fiery roughs. While as fast as any of the invaders planted foot upon the breach, they were confronted face to face with sword and dagger by the burghers, who hurled them headlong into the moat below. Thrice was the attack renewed with ever-increasing rage, thrice repulsed with unflinching fortitude. The storm continued 4 hours long. During all that period, not one of the defenders left his post, till he dropped from it dead or wounded. The trumpet of recall was sounded, and the Spaniards, utterly discomfited, retired from the walls, leaving at least 1,000 dead in the trenches, while only 13 burghers and 24 of the garrison lost their lives. Ensign Solis, who had mounted the breach for an instant and miraculously escaped with life, after having been hurled from the battlements, reported that he had seen neither helmet nor harness as he looked down into the city, only some plain-looking people, generally dressed like fishermen. Yet these plain-looking fishermen had defeated the veterans of Alva. Meantime, as Governor Sane had opened many of the dikes, the land in the neighborhood of the camp was becoming plashy, although as yet the threatened inundation had not taken place. The soldiers were already very uncomfortable and very refractory. The carpenter had not been idle. He returned with dispatches for the city. By accident or contrivance, he lost these dispatches as he made his way into the town, so that they fell into Alva's hands. They contained a definite promise from the Duke of Orange to flood the country so as to drown the whole Spanish army. Incidentally, this would also have drowned most of the Dutch harvest and cattle. But Alva, when he had read these documents, did not wait for the opening of any more sluices. Presently the stout men of Alkmaar, cheering and jeering, watched the Spaniards breaking camp. The form assumed by the government of Holland was a patrician republic under the headship of the House of Orange. The States General was far less representative of the whole body of citizens than was the English Parliament even in its Venetian days. Though the worst of the struggle was over after Alkmaar, Holland was not effectively independent until 1609, and its independence was only fully and completely recognized by the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. We have given this account of the origin of Free Holland after our account of the English Revolution, because it was less representative of the essential triangle of forces in the developing modern state, and because it was complicated by the merely patriotic element of insurrection against the Spanish foreigner. But though we have told of it later, the reader must remember it came to its climax in the time of Queen Elizabeth of England, half a century earlier than the English Civil War. As Motley says, the Dutch, the English, and the American Revolution, of which latter we have presently to tell, form but a single chapter in the great volume of human fate. Section 4. Upon no part of Europe did the collapse of the idea of a unified Christendom bring more disastrous consequences than to Germany. Naturally, one would have supposed that the emperor, being by origin a German, both in the case of the earlier lines and in the case of the Habsburgs, would have developed into the national monarch of a united German-speaking state. It was the accidental misfortune of Germany that her emperors never remained German. Frederick Roman II, the last Hohenstaufen, was, as we have seen, a half-Orientalized Sicilian. The Habsburgs, by marriage and inclination, became in the person of Charles V, first Burgundian and then Spanish in spirit. After the death of Charles V, his brother Ferdinand took Austria and the Empire, and his son Philip Roman II took Spain, the Netherlands, and South Italy. But the Austrian line, obstinately Catholic, holding its patrimony mostly on the eastern frontiers, deeply entangled therefore with Hungarian affairs and paying tribute, as Ferdinand and his two successors did to the Turk, retained no grip upon the North Germans with their disposition towards Protestantism, their Baltic and westward affinities, and their ignorance of or indifference to the Turkish danger. The sovereign princes, dukes, electors, prince-bishops, and the like, whose domains cut up the map of the Germany of the Middle Ages into a crazy patchwork, were really not the equivalents of the kings of England and France. They were rather on the level of the great landowning dukes and peers of France and England. Until 1701, none of them had the title of king. Many of their dominions were less both in size and value than the larger estates of the British nobility. The German Diet was like the States General or like a parliament without the presence of elected representatives. So that the great civil war in Germany that presently broke out, the 30 Years' War, 1618-48, was in its essential nature much more closely akin to the Civil War in England, 1643-49, and to the War of the Fronde, 1648-53, the league of feudal nobles against the crown in France, than appears upon the surface. In all these cases, the crown was either Catholic or disposed to become Catholic, and the recalcitrant nobles found their individualistic disposition tending to a Protestant formula. But while in England and Holland, the Protestant nobles and rich merchants ultimately triumphed, and in France the success of the crown was even more complete, in Germany neither was the emperor strong enough, nor had the Protestant princes a sufficient unity and organization among themselves to secure a conclusive triumph. It ended there in a torn-up Germany. Moreover, the German issue was complicated by the fact that various non-German peoples, the Protestant Bohemians and the Protestant Swedes, who had a new Protestant monarchy which had arisen under Gustav Vasa as a direct result of the Reformation, were entangled in the struggle. Finally, the French monarchy, triumphant now over its own nobles, although it was Catholic, came in on the Protestant side with the evident intention of taking the place of the Habsburgs as the imperial line. The prolongation of the war, and the fact that it was not fought along a determined frontier, but all over an empire of patches, Protestant here, Catholic there, made it one of the most cruel and destructive that Europe had known since the days of the barbarian raids. Its peculiar mischief lay not in the fighting, but in the concomitants of the fighting. It came at a time when military tactics had developed to a point that rendered ordinary levies useless against trained professional infantry. Volley firing with muskets at a range of a few score yards had abolished the individualistic knight in armor, but the charge of disciplined masses of cavalry could still disperse any infantry that had not been drilled into a mechanical rigidity. The infantry with their muzzle-loading muskets could not keep up a steady enough fire to wither determined cavalry before it charged home. They had, therefore, to meet the shock standing or kneeling behind a bristling wall of pikes or bayonets. For this, they needed great discipline and experience. Iron cannon were still of small size and not very abundant, and they did not play a decisive part as yet in warfare. They could plow lanes in infantry, but they could not easily smash and scatter it if it was sturdy and well drilled. War under these conditions was entirely in the hands of seasoned professional soldiers, and the question of their pay was as important a one to the generals of that time as the question of food or munitions. As the long struggle dragged on from phase to phase, and the financial distress of the land increased, the commanders of both sides were forced to fall back upon the looting of towns and villages, both for supply and to make up the arrears of their soldiers' pay. The soldiers became, therefore, more and more mere brigands living on the country, and the 30 Years' War set up a tradition of looting as a legitimate operation in warfare and of outrage as a soldier's privilege that has tainted the good name of Germany right down to the Great War of 1914. The earlier chapters of Defoe's Memoirs of a Cavalier, with its vivid description of the massacre and burning of Magdeburg, will give the reader a far better idea of the warfare of this time than any formal history. So harried was the land that the farmers ceased from cultivation. What snatch crops could be harvested were hidden away, and great crowds of starving women and children became camp followers of the armies, and supplied a thievish tale to the rougher plundering. At the close of the struggle, all Germany was ruined and desolate. Central Europe did not fully recover from these robberies and devastations for a century. Here we can but name Tilly and Wallenstein, the great plunder captains on the Habsburg side, and Gustavus Adolphus, the King of Sweden, the Lion of the North, the champion of the Protestants, whose dream was to make the Baltic Sea a Swedish lake. Gustavus Adolphus was killed in his decisive victory over Wallenstein at Lutzen, 1632, and Wallenstein was murdered in 1634. In 1648, the princes and diplomatists gathered amidst the havoc they had made to patch up the affairs of Central Europe at the Peace of Westphalia. By that peace, the power of the emperor was reduced to a shadow, and the acquisition of Alsace brought France up to the Rhine. And one German prince, the Hohenzollern-Elector of Brandenburg, acquired so much territory as to become the greatest German power next to the emperor, a power that presently, 1701, became the Kingdom of Prussia. The treaty also recognized two long-accomplished facts: the separation from the empire and the complete independence of both Holland and Switzerland. Section 5. We have opened this chapter with the stories of two countries, Britain and the Netherlands, in which the resistance of the private citizen to this new type of monarchy, the Machiavellian monarchy that was arising out of the moral collapse of Christendom, succeeded. But in France, Russia, in many states of Germany, and of Italy, Saxony, and Tuscany e.g., personal monarchy was not so restrained and overthrown. It established itself indeed as the ruling European system during the 17th and 18th centuries. In Poland, conditions were peculiar, and they will be dealt with in a later section. In France, there had been no Magna Carta, and there was no tradition of parliamentary rule. There was the same opposition of interests between the crown on the one hand and the landlords and merchants on the other, but the latter had no recognized and traditional gathering place and no dignified method of unity. They formed oppositions to the crown, they made leagues of resistance, such was the Fronde, which was struggling against the young King Louis Roman XIV and his great minister Mazarin, while Charles I was fighting for his life in England, but ultimately, 1652, after a civil war, they were conclusively defeated. And while in England, after the establishment of the Hanoverians, the House of Lords and their subservient commons ruled the country, in France, after 1652, the court entirely dominated the aristocracy. Cardinal Mazarin was himself building upon a foundation that Cardinal Richelieu, the contemporary of King James I of England, had prepared for him. After the time of Mazarin, we hear of no great French nobles unless they are at court as court servants and officials. They have been tamed but at a price. the price of throwing the burthen of taxation upon the voiceless mass of the common people. From many taxes, both the clergy and the nobility, everyone indeed who bore a title, were exempt. In the end, this injustice became intolerable, but for a while the French monarchy flourished like the psalmist's green bay tree. By the opening of the 18th century, English writers are already calling attention to the misery of the French lower classes and the comparative prosperity, at that time, of the English poor. On such terms of unrighteousness, what we may call Grand Monarchy established itself in France. Louis Roman XIV, styled the Grand Monarch, reigned for the unparalleled length of 72 years, 1643–1715, and set a pattern for all the kings of Europe. At first, he was guided by his Machiavellian minister, Cardinal Mazarin. After the death of the cardinal, he himself, in his own proper person, became the ideal prince. He was, within his limitations, an exceptionally capable king. His ambition was stronger than his baser passions, and he guided his country towards bankruptcy through the complication of a spirited foreign policy, with an elaborate dignity that still extorts our admiration. His immediate desire was to consolidate and extend France to the Rhine and Pyrenees, and to absorb the Spanish Netherlands. His remoter view saw the French kings as the possible successors of Charlemagne in a recast Holy Roman Empire. He made bribery a state method almost more important than warfare. Charles Roman II of England was in his pay, and so were most of the Polish nobility, presently to be described. His money, or rather the money of the tax-paying classes in France, went everywhere. But his prevailing occupation was splendor. His great palace at Versailles, with its salons, its corridors, its mirrors, its terraces and fountains and parks and prospects, was the envy and admiration of the world. He provoked a universal imitation. Every king and princelet in Europe was building his own Versailles as much beyond his means as his subjects and credits would permit. Everywhere the nobility rebuilt or extended their chateaux to the new pattern. A great industry of beautiful and elaborate fabrics and furnishings developed. The luxurious arts flourished everywhere: sculpture in alabaster, faience, gilt woodwork, metalwork, stamped leather, much music, magnificent painting, beautiful printing and bindings, fine cookery, fine vintages. Amidst the mirrors and fine furniture went a strange race of gentlemen in vast powdered wigs, silks and laces, poised upon high red heels, supported by amazing canes, and still more wonderful ladies, under towers of powdered hair, and wearing vast expansions of silk and satin sustained on wire. Through it all postured the great Louis, the son of his world, unaware of the meager and sulky and bitter faces that watched him from those lower darknesses to which his sunshine did not penetrate. We cannot give here at any length the story of the wars and doings of this monarch. In many ways, Voltaire's Cycle de Louis Roman XIV is still the best and most wholesome account. He created a French navy fit to face the English and Dutch, a very considerable achievement. But because his intelligence did not rise above the lure of that Fata Morgana, that crack in the political wits of Europe, the dream of a worldwide Holy Roman Empire, he drifted in his later years to the propitiation of the papacy, which had hitherto been hostile to him. He set himself against those spirits of independence and disunion, the Protestant princes, and he made war against Protestantism in France. Great numbers of his most sober and valuable subjects were driven abroad by his religious persecutions, taking arts and industries with them. The English silk manufacture, for instance, was founded by French Protestants. Under his rule were carried out the dragonnades, a peculiarly malignant and effectual form of persecution. Rough soldiers were quartered in the houses of the Protestants, and were free to disorder the life of their hosts and insult their womankind as they thought fit. Men yielded to that sort of pressure who would not have yielded to rack and fire. The education of the next generation of Protestants was broken up, and the parents had to give Catholic instruction or none. They gave it, no doubt, with a sneer and an intonation that destroyed all faith in it. While more tolerant countries became mainly sincerely Catholic or sincerely Protestant, the persecuting countries, like France and Spain and Italy, so destroyed honest Protestant teaching that these peoples became mainly Catholic believers or Catholic atheists, ready to break out into blank atheism whenever the opportunity offered. The next reign, that of Louis Roman XV, was the age of that supreme mocker, Voltaire, 1694–1778, an age in which everybody in French society conformed to the Roman Church, and hardly anyone believed in it. It was partand an excellent part of the pose of grand monarchy to patronize literature and the sciences. Louis Roman XIV set up an Academy of Sciences in rivalry with the English Royal Society of Charles Roman II and the similar association at Florence. He decorated his court with poets, playwrights, philosophers, and scientific men. If the scientific process got little inspiration from this patronage, it did at any rate acquire resources for experiment and publication, and a certain prestige in the eyes of the vulgar. Louis Roman XV was the great-grandson of Louis Roman XIV and an incompetent imitator of his predecessor's magnificence. He posed as a king, but his ruling passion was that common obsession of our kind, the pursuit of women, tempered by a superstitious fear of hell. How such women as the Duchess of Châteauroux, Madame de Pompadour, and Madame du Barry dominated the pleasures of the king, and how wars and alliances were made, provinces devastated, thousands of people killed, because of the vanities and spites of these creatures, and how all the public life of France and Europe was tainted with intrigue and prostitution and imposture because of them, the reader must learn from the memoirs of the time. The spirited foreign policy went on steadily under Louis Roman XV towards its final smash. In 1774, this Louis the Well-Beloved, as his flatterers called him, died of smallpox, and was succeeded by his grandson, Louis Roman XVI, 1774–93, a dull, well-meaning man, an excellent shot, and an amateur locksmith of some ingenuity. Of how he came to follow Charles I to the scaffold we shall tell in a later section. Our present concern is with grand monarchy in the days of its glory. Among the chief practitioners of grand monarchy outside France, we may note first the Prussian kings, Frederick William I 1713–40, and his son and successor, Frederick Roman II, Frederick the Great, 1740–86. The story of the slow rise of the Hohenzollern family, which ruled the Kingdom of Prussia, from inconspicuous beginnings is too tedious and unimportant for us to follow here. It is a story of luck and violence, of bold claims and sudden betrayals. It is told with great appreciation in Carlyle's Frederick the Great. By the 18th century, the Prussian kingdom was important enough to threaten the empire. It had a strong, well-drilled army, and its king was an attentive and worthy student of Machiavelli. Frederick the Great perfected his Versailles at Potsdam. There the Park of Sanssouci, with its fountains, avenues, statuary, aped its model. There also was the New Palace, a vast brick building erected at enormous expense, the orangery in the Italian style, with a collection of pictures, a marble palace, and so on. Frederick carried culture to the pitch of authorship and corresponded with and entertained Voltaire to their mutual exasperation. The Austrian dominions were kept too busy between the hammer of the French and the anvil of the Turks to develop the real grand monarch style until the reign of Maria Theresa, who, being a woman, did not bear the title of Empress, 1740–80. Joseph Roman II, who was emperor from 1765–92, succeeded to her palaces in 1780. With Peter the Great, 1680–1725, the Empire of Muscovy broke away from her Tartar traditions and entered the sphere of French attraction. Peter shaved the oriental beards of his nobles and introduced Western costume. These were but the outward and visible symbols of his Westering tendencies. To release himself from the Asiatic feeling and traditions of Moscow, which like Pekin has a sacred inner city, the Kremlin, he built himself a new capital, Petrograd, upon the swamp of the Neva. And of course he built his Versailles, the Peterhof, about 18 miles from this new Paris, employing a French architect and having a terrace, fountains, cascades, picture gallery, park, and all the recognized features. His more distinguished successors were Elizabeth, 1740–162, and Catherine the Great, a German princess, who, after obtaining the crown in sound Oriental fashion through the murder of her husband, the legitimate Tsar, reverted to advanced Western ideals and ruled with great vigor from 1762 to 1796. She set up an academy and corresponded with Voltaire. And she lived to witness the end of the system of grand monarchy in Europe and the execution of Louis Roman XVI. We cannot even catalogue here the minor grand monarchs of the time in Florence, Tuscany, and Savoy and Saxony and Denmark and Sweden. Versailles, under a score of names, is starred in every volume of Baedeker, and the tourist gapes in their palaces. Nor can we deal with the War of the Spanish Succession. Spain, overstrained by the imperial enterprises of Charles V and Philip Roman II, and enfeebled by a bigoted persecution of Protestants, Moslems, and Jews, was throughout the 17th and 18th centuries sinking down from her temporary importance in European affairs to the level of a secondary power again. These European monarchs ruled their kingdoms as their noblemen ruled their estates. They plotted against one another, they were politic and far-seeing in an unreal fashion, they made wars, they spent the substance of Europe upon absurd policies of aggression and resistance. At last there burst upon them a great storm out of the depths. That storm, the First French Revolution, the indignation of the common man in Europe, took their system unawares. It was but the opening outbreak of a great cycle of political and social storms that still continue, that will perhaps continue, until every vestige of nationalist monarchy has been swept out of the world, and the skies clear again for the great peace of the federation of mankind. Section 6. We have seen how the idea of a world rule and a community of mankind first came into human affairs, and we have traced how the failure of the Christian churches to sustain and establish those conceptions of its founder led to a moral collapse in political affairs and a reversion to egotism and want of faith. We have seen how Machiavellian monarchy set itself up against the spirit of brotherhood in Christendom, and how Machiavellian monarchy developed throughout a large part of Europe into the grand monarchies and parliamentary monarchies of the 17th and 18th centuries. But the mind and imagination of man is incessantly active, and beneath the sway of the grand monarchs, a complex of notions and traditions was being woven as a net is woven to catch and entangle men's minds. The conception of international politics not as a matter of dealings between princes, but as a matter of dealings between a kind of immortal beings, the powers. The princes came and went. A Louis Roman XIV would be followed by a petticoat-hunting Louis Roman XV, and he again by that dull-witted amateur locksmith, Louis Roman XVI. Peter the Great gave place to a succession of empresses. The chief continuity of the Habsburgs after Charles V, either in Austria or Spain, was a continuity of thick lips, clumsy chins, and superstition. The amiable scoundrelism of a Charles Roman II would make a mock of his own pretensions. But what remained much more steadfast were the secretariats of the foreign ministries and the ideas of people who wrote of state concerns. The ministers maintained a continuity of policy during the off days of their monarchs and between one monarch and another. So we find that the prince gradually became less important in men's minds than the power of which he was the head. We begin to read less and less of the schemes and ambitions of king this or that, and more of the designs of France or the ambitions of Prussia. In an age when religious faith was declining, we find men displaying a new and vivid belief in the reality of these personifications. These vast vague phantoms, the powers, crept insensibly into European political thought, until in the later 18th and in the 19th centuries they dominated it entirely. To this day they dominate it. European life remained nominally Christian, but to worship one God in spirit and in truth is to belong to one community with all one's fellow worshippers. In practical reality, Europe does not do this. She has given herself up altogether to the worship of this strange state mythology. To these sovereign deities, to the unity of Italy, to the hegemony of Prussia, to the glory of France, and the destinies of Russia, she has sacrificed many generations of possible unity, peace, and prosperity, and the lives of millions of men. To regard a tribe or a state as a sort of personality is a very old disposition of the human mind. The Bible abounds in such personifications. Judah, Edom, Moab, Assyria figure in the Hebrew scriptures as if they were individuals. It is sometimes impossible to say whether the Hebrew writer is dealing with a person or with a nation. It is manifestly a primitive and natural tendency. But in the case of modern Europe, it is a retrocession. Europe, under the idea of Christendom, had gone far towards unification. And while such tribal persons as Israel or Tyre did represent a certain community of blood, a certain uniformity of type, and a homogeneity of interest, the European powers which arose in the 17th and 18th centuries were entirely fictitious unities. Russia was in truth an assembly of the most incongruous elements, Cossacks, Tartars, Ukrainians, Muscovites, and after the time of Peter, Esthonians and Lithuanians. The France of Louis Roman XV comprehended German Alsace and freshly assimilated regions of Burgundy. It was a prison of suppressed Huguenots and a sweating house for peasants. In Britain, England carried on her back the Hanoverian dominions in Germany, Scotland, the profoundly alien Welsh, and the hostile and Catholic Irish. Such powers as Sweden, Prussia, and still more so Poland and Austria, if we watch them in a series of historical maps, contract, expand, thrust out extensions, and wander over the map of Europe like amoebae under the microscope. If we consider the psychology of international relationship as we see it manifested in the world about us, and as it is shown by the development of the power idea in modern Europe, we shall realize certain historically very important facts about the nature of man. Aristotle said that man is a political animal, but in our modern sense of the word politics, which now covers world politics, he is nothing of the sort. He has still the instincts of the family tribe, and beyond that he has a disposition to attach himself and his family to something larger, to a tribe, a city, a nation, or a state. But that disposition, left to itself, is a vague and very uncritical disposition. If anything, he is inclined to fear and dislike criticism of this something larger that encloses his life, and to which he has given himself, and to avoid such criticism. Perhaps he has a subconscious fear of the isolation that may ensue if the system is broken or discredited. He takes the milieu in which he finds himself for granted. He accepts his city or his government, just as he accepts the nose or the digestion which fortune has bestowed upon him. But men's loyalties, the sides they take in political things, are not innate, they are educational results. For most men, their education in these matters is the silent, continuous education of things about them. Men find themselves a part of Merry England or Holy Russia. They grow up into these devotions. They accept them as a part of their nature. It is only slowly that the world is beginning to realize how profoundly the tacit education of circumstances can be supplemented, modified, or corrected by positive teaching, by literature, discussion, and properly criticized experience. The real life of the ordinary man is his everyday life, his little circle of affections, fears, hungers, lusts, and imaginative impulses. It is only when his attention is directed to political affairs as something vitally affecting this personal circle that he brings his reluctant mind to bear upon them. It is scarcely too much to say that the ordinary man thinks as little about political matters as he can, and stops thinking about them as soon as possible. It is still only very curious and exceptional minds, or minds that have by example or good education acquired the scientific habit of wanting to know why, or minds shocked and distressed by some public catastrophe and roused to wide apprehensions of danger, that will not accept governments and institutions, however preposterous, that do not directly annoy them, as satisfactory. The ordinary human being, until he is so aroused, will acquiesce in any collective activities that are going on in this world in which he finds himself, and any phrasing or symbolization that meets his vague need for something greater to which his personal affairs, his individual circle, can be anchored. If we keep these manifest limitations of our nature in mind, it no longer becomes a mystery how, as the idea of Christianity as a world brotherhood of men sank into discredit, because of its fatal entanglement with priestcraft and the papacy on the one hand, and with the authority of princes on the other, and the age of faith passed into our present age of doubt and disbelief. Men shifted the reference of their lives from the kingdom of God and the brotherhood of mankind to these apparently more living realities, France and England, Holy Russia, Spain, Prussia, which were at least embodied in active courts, which maintained laws, exerted power through armies and navies, waved flags with a compelling solemnity, and were self-assertive and insatiably greedy in an entirely human and understandable fashion. Certainly such men as Cardinal Richelieu and Cardinal Mazarin thought of themselves as serving greater ends than their own or their monarch's. They served the quasi-divine France of their imaginations. And as certainly these habits of mind percolated down from them to their subordinates and to the general body of the population. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the general population of Europe was religious and only vaguely patriotic. By the 19th, it had become wholly patriotic. In a crowded English or French or German railway carriage of the later 19th century, it would have aroused far less hostility to have jeered at God than to have jeered at one of those strange beings, England or France or Germany. To these things men's minds clung, and they clung to them, because in all the world there appeared nothing else so satisfying to cling to. They were the real and living gods of Europe. Yet in the background of the consciousness of the world, waiting as the silence and moonlight wait above the flares and shouts, the hurdy-gurdies and quarrels of a village fair, is the knowledge that all mankind is one brotherhood, that God is the universal and impartial Father of mankind, and that only in that universal service can mankind find peace, or peace be found for the troubles of the individual soul. This idealization of governments and foreign offices, this mythology of powers, and their loves and hates and conflicts, has so obsessed the imaginations of Europe and Western Asia as to provide it with its forms of thought. Nearly all the histories, nearly all the political literature of the last 2 centuries in Europe have been written in its phraseology. Yet a time is coming when a clearer-sighted generation will read with perplexity how in the community of Western Europe, consisting everywhere of very slight variations of a common racial mixture of Nordic and Iberian peoples and immigrant Semitic and Mongolian elements, speaking nearly everywhere modifications of the same Aryan speech, having a common past in the Roman Empire, common religious forms, common social usages, and a common art and science, and intermarrying so freely that no one could tell with certainty the nationality of any of his great-grandchildren, men could be moved to the wildest excitement upon the question of the ascendancy of France, the rise and unification of Germany, the rival claims of Russia and Greece to possess Constantinople. These conflicts will seem then as reasonless and insane as those dead, now incomprehensible feuds of the greens and blues that once filled the streets of Byzantium with shouting and bloodshed. Tremendously as these phantoms, the powers, rule our minds and lives today, they are, as this history shows clearly, things only of the last few centuries, a mere hour, an incidental phase in the vast deliberate history of our kind. They mark a phase of relapse, a backwater, as the rise of Machiavellian monarchy marks a backwater. They are part of the same eddy of faltering faith, in a process altogether greater and altogether different in its general tendency, the process of the moral and intellectual reunion of mankind. For a time, men have relapsed upon these national or imperial gods of theirs. It is but for a time. The idea of the world state, the universal kingdom of righteousness of which every living soul shall be a citizen, was already in the world 2,000 years ago, never more to leave it. Men know that it is present even when they refuse to recognize it. In the writings and talk of men about international affairs today, in the current discussions of historians and political journalists, there is an effect of drunken men growing sober and terribly afraid of growing sober. They still talk loudly of their love for France, of their hatred of Germany, of the traditional ascendancy of Britain at sea, and so on, like those who sing of their cups in spite of the steadfast onset of sobriety and a headache. These are dead gods they serve. By sea or land men want no powers ascendant, but only law and service. That silent, unavoidable challenge is in all our minds like dawn breaking slowly, shining between the shutters of a disordered room. Section 7. The 17th century in Europe was the century of Louis Roman XIV. He and French ascendancy and Versailles are the central motif of the story. The 18th century was equally the century of the rise of Prussia as a great power, and the chief figure in the story is Frederick Roman II, Frederick the Great. Interwoven with his history is the story of Poland. The condition of affairs in Poland was peculiar. Unlike its 3 neighbors, Prussia, Russia, and the Austro-Hungarian monarchy of the Habsburgs, Poland had not developed a grand monarchy. Its system of government may be best described as republican with a king, an elected life president. Each king was separately elected. It was in fact rather more republican than Britain, but its republicanism was more aristocratic in form. Poland had little trade and few manufactures. She was agricultural and still with great areas of grazing, forest, and waste. She was a poor country, and her landowners were poor aristocrats. The mass of her population was a downtrodden and savagely ignorant peasantry, and she also harbored great masses of very poor Jews. She had remained Catholic. She was, so to speak, a poor Catholic inland Briton, entirely surrounded by enemies instead of by the sea. She had no definite boundaries at all, neither sea nor mountain. And it added to her misfortunes that some of her elected kings had been brilliant and aggressive rulers. Eastward, her power extended weakly into regions inhabited almost entirely by Russians. Westward, she overlapped a German subject population. Because she had no great trade, she had no great towns to compare with those of Western Europe, and no vigorous universities to hold her mind together. Her noble class lived on their estates, without much intellectual intercourse. They were patriotic. They had an aristocratic sense of freedom which was entirely compatible with the systematic impoverishment of their serfs, but their patriotism and freedom were incapable of effective cooperation. While warfare was a matter of levies of men and horses, Poland was a comparatively strong power. But it was quite unable to keep pace with the development of military art that was making standing forces of professional soldiers the necessary weapon in warfare. Yet divided and disabled as she could yet count some notable victories to her credit. The last Turkish attack upon Vienna, 1683, was defeated by the Polish cavalry under King John Sobieski, King John Roman III. This same Sobieski, before he was elected king, had been in the pay of Louis Roman XIV and had also fought for the Swedes against his native country. Needless to say, this weak aristocratic republic, with its recurrent royal elections, invited aggression from all three of its neighbors. Foreign money and every sort of exterior interference came into the country at each election. And like the Greeks of old, every disgruntled Polish patriot flew off to some foreign enemy to wreak his indignation upon his ungrateful country. Even when the King of Poland was elected, he had very little power because of the mutual jealousy of the nobles. Like the English peers, they preferred a foreigner, and for much the same reason because he had no roots of power in the land. But unlike the British, their own government had not the solidarity which the periodic assembling of Parliament in London, the coming up to town, gave the British peers. In London there was society, a continuous intermingling of influential persons and ideas. Poland had no London and no society. So practically, Poland had no central government at all. The King of Poland could not make war nor peace, levy a tax nor alter the law without the consent of the Diet, and any single member of the Diet had the power of putting a veto upon any proposal before it. He had merely to rise and say, "I disapprove," and the matter dropped. He could even carry his free veto, his liberum veto, further. He could object to the assembly of the Diet, and the Diet was thereby dissolved. Poland was not simply a crowned aristocratic republic like the British. It was a paralyzed crowned aristocratic republic. To Frederick the Great, the existence of Poland was particularly provocative because of the way in which an arm of Poland reached out to the Baltic at Danzig and separated his ancestral dominions in East Prussia from his territories within the empire. It was he who incited Catherine II of Russia and Maria Theresa of Austria, whose respect he had earned by depriving her of Silesia, to a joint attack upon Poland. Let 4 maps of Poland tell the tale. After this first outrage of 1772, Poland underwent a great change of heart. Poland was indeed born as a nation on the eve of her dissolution. There was a hasty but very considerable development of education, literature, and art. Historians and poets sprang up, and the impossible constitution that had made Poland impotent was swept aside. The free veto was abolished. The crown was made hereditary to save Poland from the foreign intrigues that attended every election, and a parliament in imitation of the British was set up. There were, however, lovers of the old order in Poland who resented these necessary changes, and these obstructives were naturally supported by Prussia and Russia, who wanted no Polish revival. Came the Second Partition, and, after a fierce patriotic struggle that began in the region annexed by Prussia and found a leader and national hero in Kosciuszko, the final obliteration of Poland from the map. So for a time ended this parliamentary threat to grand monarchy in Eastern Europe. But the patriotism and republican passion of the Poles grew stronger and clearer with suppression. For 120 years Poland grew in spirit and struggled like a submerged creature beneath the political and military net that held her down. She rose again in 1918 at the end of the Great War. Section 8. We have given some account of the ascendancy of France in Europe, the swift decay of the sappy growth of Spanish power and its separation from Austria, and the rise of Prussia. So far as Portugal, Spain, France, Britain, and Holland were concerned, their competition for ascendancy in Europe was extended and complicated by a struggle for dominion overseas. The discovery of the huge continent of America, thinly inhabited, undeveloped, and admirably adapted for European settlement and exploitation. The simultaneous discovery of great areas of unworked country south of the torrid equatorial regions of Africa that had hitherto limited European knowledge, and the gradual realization of vast island regions in the eastern seas, as yet untouched by Western civilization, was a presentation of opportunity to mankind unprecedented in all history. It was as if the peoples of Europe had come into some splendid legacy. Their world had suddenly quadrupled. There was more than enough for all. They had only to take these lands and continue to do well by them, and their crowded poverty would vanish like a dream. And they received this glorious legacy like ill-bred heirs. It meant no more to them than a fresh occasion for atrocious disputes. But what community of human beings has ever yet preferred creation to conspiracy? What nation in all our story has ever worked with another when, at any cost to itself, it could contrive to do that other an injury? The powers of Europe began by a frantic claiming of the new realms. They went on to exhausting conflicts. Spain, who claimed first and most, and who was for a time mistress of 2/3 of America, made no better use of her possession than to bleed herself nearly to death therein. We have told how the papacy, in its last assertion of world dominion instead of maintaining the common duty of all Christendom to make a great common civilization in the new lands, divided the American continent between Spain and Portugal. This naturally roused the hostility of the excluded nations. The seamen of England showed no respect for either claim and set themselves particularly against the Spanish. The Swedes turned their Protestantism to a similar account. The Hollanders, so soon as they had shaken off their Spanish masters, also set their sails westward to flout the Pope and share in the good things of the New World. His Most Catholic Majesty of France hesitated as little as any Protestant. All these powers were soon busy pegging out claims in North America and the West Indies. Neither the Danish kingdom, which at that time included Norway and Iceland, nor the Swedes secured very much in the scramble. The Danes annexed some of the West Indian islands. Sweden got nothing. Both Denmark and Sweden at this time were deep in the affairs of Germany. We have already named Gustavus Adolphus, the Protestant Lion of the North, and mentioned his campaigns in Germany, Poland, and Russia. These Eastern European regions are great absorbents of energy, and the strength that might have given Sweden a large share in the New World reaped a barren harvest of glory in Europe. Such small settlements as the Swedes made in America presently fell to the Dutch. The Hollanders, too, with the French monarchy under Cardinal Richelieu and under Louis Roman XIV eating its way across the Spanish Netherlands towards their frontier, had not the undistracted resources that Britain, behind her silver streak of sea, could put into overseas adventures. Moreover, the absolutist efforts of James I and Charles I, and the restoration of Charles Roman II, had the effect of driving out from England a great number of sturdy-minded, republican-spirited Protestants, men of substance and character, who set up in America, and particularly in New England, out of reach, as they supposed, of the king and his taxes. The Mayflower was only one of the pioneer vessels of a stream of emigrants. It was the luck of Britain that they remained, though dissentient in spirit, under the British flag. The Dutch never sent out settlers of the same quantity and quality, first because their Spanish rulers would not let them, and then because they had got possession of their own country. And though there was a great emigration of Protestant Huguenots from the dragonnades and persecution of Louis Roman XIV, they had Holland and England close at hand as refuges, and their industry, skill, and sobriety went mainly to strengthen those countries, and particularly England. A few of them founded settlements in Carolina, but these did not remain French. They fell first to the Spanish and finally to the English. The Dutch settlements, with the Swedish, also succumbed to Britain. Neo-Amsterdam became British in 1674, and its name was changed to New York, as the reader may learn very cheerfully in Washington Irving's Knickerbocker's History of New York. The state of affairs in North America in 1750 is indicated very clearly by a map we have adapted from one in Robinson's Medieval and Modern Times. The British power was established along the east coast from Savannah to the St. Lawrence River, and Newfoundland and considerable northern areas, the Hudson Bay Company territories, had been acquired by treaty from the French. The British occupied Barbados, almost our oldest possession, in 1605, and acquired Jamaica, the Bahamas, and British Honduras from the Spaniards. But France was pursuing a very dangerous and alarming game, a game even more dangerous and alarming on the map than in reality. She had made real settlements in Quebec and Montreal to the north and at New Orleans in the south, and her explorers and agents had pushed south and north, making treaties with the American Indians of the Great Plains and setting up claims without setting up towns right across the continent behind the British. But the realities of the case are not adequately represented in this way. The British colonies were being very solidly settled by a good class of people. They already numbered a population of over 1 million. The French at that time hardly counted 1/10 of that. They had a number of brilliant travelers and missionaries at work, but no substance of population behind them. Many old maps of America in this period are still to be found, maps designed to scare and rouse the British to a sense of the designs of France in America. War broke out in 1754, and in 1759, the British and colonial forces under General Wolfe took Quebec and completed the conquest of Canada in the next year. In 1763, Canada was finally ceded to Britain. But the western part of the rather indefinite region of Louisiana in the south, named after Louis Roman XIV, remained outside the British sphere. It was taken over by Spain, and in 1800 it was recovered by France. Finally, in 1803, it was bought from France by the United States government. In this Canadian War, the American colonists gained a considerable experience of the military art, and a knowledge of British military organization that was to be of great use to them a little later. Section 9. Illustration: the chief foreign settlements in India at the end of the 17th century. It was not only in America that the French and British powers clashed. The condition of India at this time was one very interesting and attractive to European adventurers. The great Mongol empire of Babur, Akbar, and Aurangzeb was now far gone in decay. What had happened to India was very parallel to what had happened to Germany. The great Mughal at Delhi in India, like the Holy Roman Emperor in Germany, was still legally overlord. But after the death of Aurangzeb, he exerted only a nominal authority except in the immediate neighborhood of his capital. In the southwest, a Hindu people, the Marathas, had risen against Islam, restored Brahmanism as the ruling religion, and for a time extended their power over the whole southern triangle of India. In Rajputana, also the rule of Islam was replaced by Brahmanism, and at Bhurtpur and Jaipur there ruled powerful Rajput princes. In Oudh there was a Shiite kingdom, with its capital at Lucknow, and Bengal was also a separate Muslim kingdom. Away in the Punjab to the north had arisen a very interesting religious body, the Sikhs, proclaiming the universal rule of one God and assailing both the Hindu Vedas and the Muslim Quran. Originally a Pacific sect, the Sikhs presently followed the example of Islam, and sought at first very disastrously to themselves to establish the kingdom of God by the sword. And into this confused and disordered India there presently, 1738, came an invader from the north, Nader Shah, 1736-47, the Turkoman ruler of Persia, who swept down through the Khyber Pass, broke every army that stood in his way, and captured and sacked Delhi, carrying off an enormous booty. He left the north of India so utterly broken that in the next 20 years there were no less than 6 other successful plundering raids into North India from Afghanistan, which had become an independent state at the death of Nader Shah. For a time, Marathas fought with Afghans for the rule of North India. Then the Maratha power broke up into a series of principalities: Indore, Gwalior, Baroda, and others. This was the India into which the French and English were thrusting during the 18th century. A succession of other European powers had been struggling for a commercial and political footing in India, and the East ever since Vasco da Gama had made his memorable voyage round the Cape to Calicut. The sea trade of India had previously been in the hands of the Red Sea Arabs, and the Portuguese won it from them in a series of sea fights. The Portuguese ships were the bigger, and carried a heavier armament. For a time the Portuguese held the Indian trade as their own, and Lisbon outshone Venice as a mart for Oriental spices. The 17th century, however, saw the Dutch grasping at this monopoly. At the crest of their power, the Dutch had settlements at the Cape of Good Hope, they held Mauritius. They had 2 establishments in Persia, 12 in India, 6 in Ceylon, and all over the East Indies they had dotted their fortified stations. But their selfish resolution to exclude traders of any other European nationality forced the Swedes, Danes, French, and English into hostile competition. The first effectual blows at their overseas monopoly were struck in European waters by the victories of Blake, the English Republican admiral. And by the opening of the 18th century, both the English and French were in vigorous competition with the Dutch for trade and privileges throughout India. At Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta, the English established their headquarters. Pondicherry and Chandernagore were the chief French settlements. At first, all these European powers came merely as traders, and the only establishments they attempted were warehouses. But the unsettled state of the country and the unscrupulous methods of their rivals made it natural for them to fortify and arm their settlements. And this armament made them attractive allies of the various warring princes who now divided India. And it was entirely in the spirit of the new European nationalist politics that when the French took one side, the British should take another. The great leader upon the English side was Robert Clive, who was born in 1725 and went to India in 1743. His chief antagonist was Dupleix. The story of this struggle throughout the first half of the 18th century is too long and intricate to be told here. By 1761, the British found themselves completely dominant in the Indian peninsula. At Plassey, 1757, and at Buxar, 1764, their armies gained striking and conclusive victories over the Army of Bengal and the Army of Oudh. The Great Mogul, nominally their overlord, became in effect their puppet. They levied taxes over great areas. They exacted indemnities for real or fancied opposition. These successes were not gained directly by the forces of the King of England. They were gained by the East India Trading Company, which had been originally, at the time of its incorporation under Queen Elizabeth, no more than a company of sea adventurers. Step by step, they had been forced to raise troops and arm their ships. And now this trading company, with its tradition of gain, found itself dealing not merely in spices and dyes and tea and jewels, but in the revenues and territories of princes and the destinies of India. It had come to buy and sell, and it found itself achieving a tremendous piracy. There was no one to challenge its proceedings. Is it any wonder that its captains and commanders and officials, nay, even its clerks and common soldiers, came back to England loaded with spoils? Men under such circumstances, with a great and wealthy land at their mercy, could not determine what they might or might not do. It was a strange land to them, with a strange sunlight. Its brown people were a different race, outside their range of sympathy. Its temples and buildings seemed to sustain fantastic standards of behavior. English men at home were perplexed when presently these generals and officials came back to make dark accusations against each other of extortions and cruelties. Upon Clive, Parliament passed a vote of censure. He committed suicide in 1774. In 1788, Warren Hastings, a second great Indian administrator, was impeached and acquitted, 1792. It was a strange and unprecedented situation in the world's history. The English Parliament found itself ruling over a London trading company, which in its turn was dominating an empire far greater and more populous than all the domains of the British Crown. To the bulk of the English people, India was a remote, fantastic, almost inaccessible land, to which adventurous poor young men went out, to return after many years very rich and very choleric old gentlemen. It was difficult for the English to conceive what the life of these countless brown millions in the eastern sunshine could be. Their imaginations declined the task. India remained romantically unreal. It was impossible for the English, therefore, to exert any effective supervision and control over the company's proceedings. Section 10. And while the great peninsula of the south of Asia was thus falling under the dominion of the English sea traders, an equally remarkable reaction of Europe upon Asia was going on in the north. We have told in chapter Roman 34, section 5c, how the Christian states of Russia recovered their independence from the Golden Horde, and how the Tsar of Moscow became master of the Republic of Novgorod. And in section 5 of this chapter, we have told of Peter the Great joining the circle of grand monarchs and, as it were, dragging Russia into Europe. The rise of this great central power of the Old World, which is neither altogether of the East nor altogether of the West, is one of the utmost importance to our human destiny. We have also told in the same chapter of the appearance of a Christian steppe people, the Cossacks, who formed a barrier between the feudal agriculture of Poland and Hungary to the west and the Tartar to the east. The Cossacks were the wild east of Europe, and in many ways not unlike the wild west of the United States in the middle 19th century. All who had made Russia too hot to hold them, criminals as well as the persecuted innocent, rebellious serfs, religious sectaries, thieves, vagabonds, murderers, sought asylum in the southern steppes, and there made a fresh start and fought for life and freedom against Pole, Russian, and Tartar alike. Doubtless fugitives from the Tartars to the east also contributed to the Cossack mixture. Chief among these new nomad tribes were the Ukraine Cossacks on the Dnieper and the Don Cossacks on the Don. Slowly, these border folk were incorporated in the Russian imperial service, much as the Highland clans of Scotland were converted into regiments by the British government. New lands were offered them in Asia. They became a weapon against the dwindling power of the Mongolian nomads, first in Turkestan and then across Siberia as far as the Amur. The decay of Mongol energy in the 17th and 18th centuries is very difficult to explain. Within 2 or 3 centuries from the days of Genghis and Tamerlane, Central Asia had relapsed from a period of world ascendancy to extreme political impotence. Changes of climate, unrecorded pestilences, infections of a malarial type, may have played their part in this recession, which may be only a temporary recession measured by the scale of universal history of the Central Asian peoples. Some authorities think that the spread of Buddhist teaching from China also had a pacifying influence upon them. At any rate, by the 16th century, the Mongol, Tartar, and Turkish peoples were no longer pressing outward, but were being invaded, subjugated, and pushed back both by Christian Russia in the west and by China in the east. All through the 17th century, the Cossacks were spreading eastward from European Russia and settling wherever they found agricultural conditions. Cordons of forts and stations formed a moving frontier to these settlements to the south, where the Turkomans were still strong and active. To the northeast, however, Russia had no frontier until she reached right to the Pacific. At the same time, China was in a phase of expansion. In 1644, the Ming dynasty, in a state of artistic decay and greatly weakened by a Japanese invasion, fell to Manchu conquerors, a people apparently identical with the former Qin dynasty, which had ruled at Pekin over North China until the days of Genghis. It was the Manchus who imposed the pigtail as a mark of political loyalty upon the Chinese population. They brought a new energy into Chinese affairs, and their northern interests led to a considerable northward expansion of the Chinese civilization and influence into Manchuria and Mongolia. So it was that by the middle of the 18th century, the Russians and Chinese were in contact in Mongolia. At this period, China ruled eastern Turkestan, Tibet, Nepal, Burma, and Annam. We have mentioned a Japanese invasion of China, or rather of Korea. Except for this aggression upon China, Japan plays no part in our history before the 19th century. Like China under the Mings, Japan had set her face resolutely against the interference of foreigners in her affairs. She was a country leading her own civilized life, magically sealed against intruders. We have told little of her hitherto because there was little to tell. Her picturesque and romantic history stands apart from the general drama of human affairs. Her population was chiefly a Mongolian population, with some very interesting white people of a Nordic type, the hairy Ainu, in the northern islands. Her civilization seems to have been derived almost entirely from Korea and China. Her art is a special development of Chinese art, her writing an adaptation of the Chinese script. Section 11. In these preceding 10 sections, we have been dealing with an age of division, of separated nationalities. We have already described this period of the 17th and 18th centuries as an interregnum in the progress of mankind towards a worldwide unity. Throughout this period, there was no ruling unifying idea in men's minds. The impulse of the empire had failed until the emperor was no more than one of a number of competing princes, and the dream of Christendom also was a fading dream. The developing powers jostled one another throughout the world, but for a time it seemed that they might jostle one another indefinitely without any great catastrophe to mankind. The great geographical discoveries of the 16th century had so enlarged human resources that, for all their divisions, for all the waste of their wars and policies, the people of Europe enjoyed a considerable and increasing prosperity. Central Europe recovered steadily from the devastation of the 30 Years' War. Looking back upon this period, which came to its climax in the 18th century, looking back, as we can begin to do nowadays, and seeing its events in relation to the centuries that came before it and to the great movements of the present time, we are able to realize how transitory and provisional were its political forms and how unstable its securities. Provisional it was as no other age has been provisional, an age of assimilation and recuperation, a political pause, a gathering up of the ideas of men and the resources of science for a wider human effort. But the contemporary mind did not see it in that light. The failure of the great creative ideas as they had been formulated in the Middle Ages had left human thought for a time destitute of the guidance of creative ideas. Even educated and imaginative men saw the world undramatically, no longer as an interplay of effort and destiny, but as the scene in which a trite happiness was sought and the milder virtues were rewarded. It was not simply the contented and conservative-minded who, in a world of rapid changes, were under the sway of this assurance of an achieved fixity of human conditions. Even highly critical and insurgent intelligences, in default of any sustaining movements in the soul of the community, betrayed the same disposition. Political life, they felt, had ceased to be the urgent and tragic thing it had once been. It had become a polite comedy. The 18th was a century of comedy which, at the end, grew. It is inconceivable that that world of the middle 18th century could have produced a Jesus of Nazareth, a Gautama, a Francis of Assisi, an Ignatius of Loyola. If one may imagine an 18th century John Huss, it is impossible to imagine anyone with sufficient passion to burn him. Until the stirrings of conscience in Britain that developed into the Methodist revival began, we can detect scarcely a suspicion that there still remained great tasks in hand for our race to do, that enormous disturbances were close at hand, or that the path of man through space and time was dark with countless dangers, and must to the end remain a high and terrible enterprise. We have quoted again and again in this history from Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Now, we shall quote from it for the last time and bid it farewell, for we have come to the age in which it was written. Gibbon was born in 1737, and the last volume of his history was published in 1787, but the passage we shall quote was probably written in the year 1780. Gibbon was a young man of delicate health and fairly good fortune. He had a partial and interrupted education at Oxford, and then he completed his studies in Geneva. On the whole, his outlook was French and cosmopolitan rather than British, and he was much under the intellectual influence of that great Frenchman who is best known under the name of Voltaire, François-Marie Rouet de Voltaire, 1694–1778. Voltaire was an author of enormous industry. 70 volumes of him adorn the present writer's shelves, and another edition of Voltaire's works runs to 94. He dealt largely with history and public affairs, and he corresponded with Catherine the Great of Russia, Frederick the Great of Prussia, Louis Roman XV, and most of the prominent people of the time. Both Voltaire and Gibbon had the sense of history strong in them. Both have set out very plainly and fully their visions of human life. And it is clear that to both of them the system in which they lived, the system of monarchy, of leisurely and privileged gentlefolks, of rather despised industrial and trading people, and of downtrodden and negligible laborers and poor and common people, seemed the most stably established way of living that the world has ever seen. They postured a little as republicans and sneered at the divine pretensions of monarchy. But the republicanism that appealed to Voltaire was the crowned republicanism of the Britain of those days, in which the king was simply the official head, the first and greatest of the gentlemen. The ideal they sustained was the ideal of a polite and polished world in which men of quality, that is. For no others counted would be ashamed to be cruel or gross or enthusiastic, in which the appointments of life would be spacious and elegant, and the fear of ridicule the potent auxiliary of the law in maintaining the decorum and harmonies of life. Voltaire had in him the possibility of a passionate hatred of injustice, and his interventions on behalf of persecuted or ill-used men are the highlights of his long and complicated life story. And this being the mental disposition of Gibbon and Voltaire, and of the age in which they lived, it is natural that they should find the existence of religion in the world, and in particular the existence of Christianity, a perplexing and rather unaccountable phenomenon. The whole of that side of life seemed to them a kind of craziness in the human makeup. Gibbon's great history is essentially an attack upon Christianity as the operating cause of the decline and fall. He idealized the crude and gross plutocracy of Rome into a world of fine gentlemen upon the 18th century model, and told how it fell before the barbarian from without because of the decay through Christianity within. In our history here, we have tried to set that story in a better light. To Voltaire, official Christianity was infame, something that limited people's lives, interfered with their thoughts, persecuted harmless dissentients. And indeed, in that period of the interregnum, there was very little life or light in either the Orthodox Christianity of Rome or in the Orthodox tame churches of Russia and of the Protestant princes. In an interregnum, incommoded with an abundance of sleek parsons and sly priests, it was hard to realize what fires had once blazed in the heart of Christianity, and what fires of political and religious passion might still blaze in the hearts of men. At the end of his third volume, Gibbon completed his account of the breaking up of the Western Empire. He then raised the question whether civilization might ever undergo again a similar collapse. This led him to review the existing state of affairs, 1780, and to compare it with the state of affairs during the decline of imperial Rome. It will be very convenient to our general design to quote some passages from that comparison here, for nothing could better illustrate the state of mind of the liberal thinkers of Europe at the crest of the political interregnum of the age of the great powers, before the first intimations of those profound political and social forces of disintegration that have produced at length the dramatic interrogations of our own times. This awful revolution, wrote Gibbon of the Western collapse, may be usefully applied to the useful instruction of the present age. It is the duty of a patriot to prefer and promote the exclusive interest and glory of his native country, but a philosopher may be permitted to enlarge his views and to consider Europe as one great republic whose various inhabitants have attained almost the same level of politeness and cultivation. The balance of power will continue to fluctuate, and the prosperity of our own or the neighboring kingdoms may be alternately exalted or depressed. But these partial events cannot essentially injure our general state of happiness, the system of arts and laws and manners, which so advantageously distinguish, above the rest of mankind, the Europeans and their colonies. The savage nations of the globe are the common enemies of civilized society, and we may inquire with anxious curiosity whether Europe is still threatened with a repetition of those calamities which formerly oppressed the arms and institutions of Rome. Perhaps the same reflections will illustrate the fall of that mighty empire and explain the probable causes of our actual security. The Romans were ignorant of the extent of their danger and the number of their enemies. Beyond the Rhine and Danube, the northern countries of Europe and Asia were filled with innumerable tribes of hunters and shepherds, poor, voracious, and turbulent, bold in arms, and impatient to ravish the fruits of industry. The barbarian world was agitated by the rapid impulse of war, and the peace of Gaul or Italy was shaken by the distant revolutions of China. The Huns, who fled before a victorious enemy, directed their march towards the west, and the torrent was swelled by the gradual accession of captives and allies. The flying tribes who yielded to the Huns assumed in their turn the spirit of conquest. The endless column of barbarians pressed on the Roman Empire with accumulated weight, and if the foremost were destroyed, the vacant space was instantly replenished by new assailants. Such formidable emigrations can no longer issue from the north, and the long repose, which has been imputed to the decrease of population, is the happy consequence of the progress of arts and agriculture. Instead of some rude villages, thinly scattered among its woods and morasses, Germany now produces a list of 2,300 walled towns. The Christian kingdoms of Denmark, Sweden, and Poland have been successively established, and the Hanse merchants, with the Teutonic Knights, have extended their colonies along the coast of the Baltic, as far as the Gulf of Finland. From the Gulf of Finland to the Eastern Ocean, Russia now assumes the form of a powerful and civilized empire. The plow, the loom, and the forge are introduced on the banks of the Volga, the Oby, and the Lena, and the fiercest of the Tartar hordes have been taught to tremble and obey. The Empire of Rome was firmly established by the singular and perfect coalition of its members. But this union was purchased by the loss of national freedom and military spirit, and the servile provinces, destitute of life and motion, expected their safety from the mercenary troops and governors, who were directed by the orders of a distant court. The happiness of 100 millions depended on the personal merit of one or two men, perhaps children, whose minds were corrupted by education, luxury, and despotic power. Europe is now divided into 12 powerful, though unequal kingdoms, 3 respectable commonwealths, and a variety of smaller, though independent, states. The chances of royal and ministerial talents are multiplied, at least with the number of its rulers. And a Julian or Semiramis may reign in the north, while Arcadius and Honorius again slumber on the thrones of the House of Bourbon. The abuses of tyranny are restrained by the mutual influence of fear and shame. Republics have acquired order and stability. Monarchies have imbibed the principles of freedom, or, at least, of moderation. And some sense of honor and justice is introduced into the most defective constitutions by the general manners of the times. In peace, the progress of knowledge and industry is accelerated by the emulation of so many active rivals. In war, the European forces are exercised by temperate and undecisive contests. If a savage conqueror should issue from the deserts of Tartary, he must repeatedly vanquish the robust peasants of Russia, the numerous armies of Germany, the gallant nobles of France, and the intrepid freemen of Britain, who, perhaps, might confederate for their common defense. Should the victorious barbarians carry slavery and desolation as far as the Atlantic Ocean, 10,000 vessels would transport beyond their pursuit the remains of civilized society. And Europe would revive and flourish in the American world, which is already filled with her colonies and institutions. Cold, poverty, and a life of danger and fatigue fortify the strength and courage of barbarians. In every age, they have oppressed the polite and peaceful nations of China, India, and Persia, who neglected, and still neglect, to counterbalance these natural powers by the resources of military art. The warlike states of antiquity, Greece, Macedonia, and Rome, educated a race of soldiers, exercised their bodies, disciplined their courage, multiplied their forces by regular evolutions, and converted the iron which they possessed into strong and serviceable weapons. But this superiority insensibly declined with their laws and manners, and the feeble policy of Constantine and his successors armed and instructed, for the ruin of the empire, the rude valor of the barbarian mercenaries. The military art has been changed by the invention of gunpowder, which enables man to command the 2 most powerful agents of nature, air and fire. Mathematics, chemistry, mechanics, architecture have been applied to the service of war, and the adverse parties oppose to each other the most elaborate modes of attack and of defense. Historians may indignantly observe that the preparations of a siege would found and maintain a flourishing colony, yet we cannot be displeased that the subversion of a city should be a work of cost and difficulty, or that an industrious people should be protected by those arts, which survive and supply the decay of military virtue. Cannon and fortifications now form an impregnable barrier against the Tartar horse, and Europe is secure from any future eruption of barbarians, since, before they can conquer, they must cease to be barbarous. Should these speculations be found doubtful or fallacious, there still remains a more humble source of comfort and hope. The discoveries of ancient and modern navigators and the domestic history or tradition of the most enlightened nations represent the human savage, naked both in mind and body, and destitute of laws, of arts, of ideas, and almost of language. From this abject condition, perhaps the primitive and universal state of man, he has gradually arisen to command the animals, to fertilize the earth, to traverse the ocean, and to measure the heavens. His progress in the improvement and exercise of his mental and corporeal faculties has been irregular and various, infinitely slow in the beginning, and increasing by degrees with redoubled velocity. Ages of laborious ascent have been followed by a moment of rapid downfall. and the several climates of the globe have felt the vicissitudes of light and darkness. Yet the experience of 4,000 years should enlarge our hopes and diminish our apprehensions. We cannot determine to what height the human species may aspire in their advances towards perfection. But it may safely be presumed that no people, unless the face of nature is changed, will relapse into their original barbarism. Since the first discovery of the arts, war, commerce, and religious zeal have diffused, among the savages of the Old and New World, those inestimable gifts, they have been successively propagated. They can never be lost. We may therefore acquiesce in the pleasing conclusion that every age of the world has increased, and still increases, the real wealth, the happiness, the knowledge, and perhaps the virtue of the human race. Section 12. One of the most interesting aspects of this story of Europe in the 17th and earlier 18th century, during the phase of the grand and parliamentary monarchies, is the comparative quiescence of the peasants and workers. The insurrectionary fires of the 14th and 15th and 16th centuries seem to have died down. The acute economic clashes of the earlier period had been mitigated by rough adjustments. The discovery of America had revolutionized and changed the scale of business and industry, had brought a vast volume of precious metal for money into Europe, had increased and varied employment. For a time, life and work ceased to be intolerable to the masses of the poor. This did not, of course, prevent much individual misery and discontent. The poor we have always had with us, but this misery and discontent was divided and scattered. It became inaudible. In the earlier period, the common people had had an idea to crystallize upon, the idea of Christian communism. They had found an educated leadership in the dissentient priests and doctors of the Wycliffe type. As the movement for a revival in Christianity spent its force, as Lutheranism fell back for leadership from Jesus upon the Protestant princes, this contact and reaction of the fresher minds of the educated class upon the illiterate mass was interrupted. However numerous a downtrodden class may be, and however extreme its miseries, it will never be able to make an effective protest until it achieves solidarity by the development of some common general idea. Educated men and men of ideas are more necessary to a popular political movement than to any other political process. A monarchy learns by ruling, and an oligarchy of any type has the education of affairs. But the common man, the peasant or toiler, has no experience in large matters, and can exist politically only through the services, devotion, and guidance of educated men. The Reformation that succeeded, the reformation that is of the princes, by breaking up educational facilities, largely destroyed the poor scholar and priest class whose persuasion of the crowd had rendered the Reformation possible. The princes of the Protestant countries, when they seized upon the national churches, early apprehended the necessity of gripping the universities also. Their idea of education was the idea of capturing young, clever people for the service of their betters. Beyond that, they were disposed to regard education as a mischievous thing. The only way to an education, therefore, for a poor man was through patronage. Of course, there was a parade of encouragement towards learning in all the grand monarchies, a setting up of academies and royal societies, but these benefited only a small class of subservient scholars. The church also had learnt to distrust the educated poor man. In the great aristocratic, crowned Republic of Britain, there was the same shrinkage of educational opportunity. Both the ancient universities, says Hammond, in his account of the 18th century, were the universities of the rich. There is a passage in Macaulay describing the state and pomp of Oxford at the end of the 17th century, when her chancellor, the venerable Duke of Ormond, sat in his embroidered mantle on his throne under the painted ceiling of the Sheldonian Theatre, surrounded by hundreds of graduates robed according to their rank, while the noblest youths of England were solemnly presented to him as candidates for academical honors. The university was a power, not in the sense in which that could be said of a university like the old University of Paris, whose learning could make popes tremble, but in the sense that the university was part of the recognized machinery of aristocracy. What was true of the universities was true of the public schools. Education in England was the nursery not of a society, but of an order, not of a state, but of a race of owner-rulers. The missionary spirit had departed from education throughout Europe. To that quite as much as to the amelioration of things by a diffused prosperity, this phase of quiescence among the lower classes is to be ascribed. They had lost brains and speech, and they were fed. The community was like a pithed animal in the hands of the governing class. Moreover, there had been considerable changes in the proportions of class to class. One of the most difficult things for the historian to trace is the relative amount of the total property of the community held at any time by any particular class in that community. These things fluctuate very rapidly. The peasant wars of Europe indicate a phase of comparatively concentrated property, when large masses of people could feel themselves expropriated and at a common disadvantage, and so take mass action. This was the time of the rise and prosperity of the Fuggers and their like, a time of international finance. Then, with the vast importation of silver and gold and commodities into Europe from America, there seems to have been a restoration of a more diffused state of wealth. The poor were just as miserable as ever, but there were perhaps not so many poor relatively, and they were broken up into a variety of types without any ideas in common. In Great Britain, the agricultural life, which had been dislocated by the confiscations of the Reformation, had settled down again into a system of tenant fanning under great landowners. Side by side with the large estates there was still, however, much common land for pasturing the beasts of the poorer villagers, and much land cultivated in strips upon communal lines. The middling sort of man, and even the poorer sort of man upon the land, were leading an endurable existence in 1700. The standard of life, the idea, that is, of what is an endurable existence, was, however, rising during the opening phase of grand monarchy. After a time the process of the upward concentration of wealth seems to have been resumed, the larger landowners began to acquire and crowd out the poorer free cultivators, and the proportion of poor people and of people who felt they were leading impoverished lives increased again. The bigger men were unchallenged rulers of Great Britain, and they set themselves to enact laws, the Enclosure Acts, that practically confiscated the unenclosed and common lands, mainly for the benefit of the larger landowners. The smaller men sank to the level of wage workers upon the land over which they had once possessed rights of cultivation and pasture. The peasant in France and upon the continent generally was not so expropriated. His enemy was not the landlord, but the tax-gatherer. He was squeezed on his land instead of being squeezed off it. As the 18th century progressed, it is apparent in the literature of the time that what to do with the poor was again exercising men's thoughts. We find such active-minded English writers as Defoe, 1659–1731, and Fielding, 1707–54, deeply exercised by this problem. But as yet there is no such revival of the communistic and equalitarian ideas of primitive Christianity as distinguished the time of Wycliffe and John Huss Protestantism, in breaking up the universal church, had for a time broken up the idea of a universal human solidarity. Even if the universal church of the Middle Ages had failed altogether to realize that idea, it had at any rate been the symbol of that idea. Defoe and Fielding were men of a livelier practical imagination than Gibbon, and they realized something of the economic processes that were afoot in their time. So did Oliver Goldsmith, 1728–74. His Deserted Village, 1770, is a pamphlet on enclosures disguised as a poem. But Gibbon's circumstances had never brought economic facts very vividly before his eyes. He saw the world as a struggle between barbarism and civilization, but he perceived nothing of that other struggle over which he floated, the mute, unconscious struggle of the commonalty against able, powerful, rich, and selfish men. He did not perceive the accumulation of stresses that were presently to strain and break up all the balance of his 12 powerful, though unequal, kingdoms, his 3 respectable commonwealths, and their rag, tag, and bobtail of independent minor princes, reigning dukes, and so forth. Even the civil war that had begun in the British colonies in America did not rouse him to the nearness of what we now call democracy. From what we have been saying hitherto, the reader may suppose that the squeezing of the small farmer and the peasant off the land by the great landowners, the mere grabbing of commons, and the concentration of property in the hands of a powerful, privileged, and greedy class, was all that was happening to the English land in the 18th century. So we do but state the worst side of the change. Concurrently with this change of ownership, there was going on a great improvement in agriculture. There can be little doubt that the methods of cultivation pursued by the peasants, squatters, and small farmers were antiquated, wasteful, and comparatively unproductive, and that the larger private holdings and estates created by the Enclosure Acts were much more productive. One authority says 20 times more productive than the old ways. The change was perhaps a necessary one, and the evil of it was not that it was brought about, but that it was brought about so as to increase both wealth and the numbers of the poor. Its benefits were intercepted by the bigger private owners. The community was injured to the great profit of this class. And here we come upon one of the chief problems of our lives at the present time, the problem of the deflection of the profits of progress. For 200 years, there has been, mainly under the influence of the spirit of science and inquiry, a steady improvement in the methods of production of almost everything that humanity requires. If our sense of community and our social science were equal to the tasks required of them, there can be little question that this great increment in production would have benefited the whole community, would have given everyone an amount of education, leisure, and freedom such as mankind had never dreamt of before. But though the common standard of living has risen, the rise has been on a scale disproportionately small. The rich have developed a freedom and luxury unknown in the world hitherto, and there has been an increase in the proportion of rich people and stagnantly prosperous and unproductive people in the community, but that also fails to account for the full benefit. There has been much sheer waste. Vast accumulations of material and energy have gone into warlike preparations and warfare. Much has been devoted to the futile efforts of unsuccessful business competition. Huge possibilities have remained undeveloped because of the opposition of owners, forestallers, and speculators to their economical exploitation. The good things that science and organization have been bringing within the reach of mankind have not been taken methodically and used to their utmost, but they have been scrambled for, snatched at, seized upon by gambling adventurers, and employed upon selfish and vain ends. The 18th century in Europe, and more particularly in Great Britain and Poland, was the age of private ownership. Private enterprise, which meant in practice that everyone was entitled to get everything he could out of the business of the community, reigned supreme. No sense of obligation to the state in business matters is to be found in the ordinary novels, plays, and such like representative literature of the time. Everyone is out to make his fortune. There is no recognition that it is wrong to be an unproductive parasite on the community, and still less that a financier or merchant or manufacturer can ever be overpaid for his services to mankind. This was the moral atmosphere of the time, and those lords and gentlemen who grabbed the people's commons, assumed possession of the mines under their lands, and crushed down the yeoman farmers and peasants to the status of pauper laborers, had no idea that they were living anything but highly meritorious lives. Concurrently with this change in Great Britain from traditional patch agriculture and common pasture to large and more scientific agriculture, very great changes were going on in the manufacture of commodities. In these changes, Great Britain was, in the 18th century, leading the world. Hitherto, throughout the whole course of history from the beginnings of civilization, manufactures, building, and industries, generally had been in the hands of craftsmen and small masters who worked in their own houses. They had been organized in guilds and were mostly their own employers. They formed an essential and permanent middle class. There were capitalists among them who let out looms and the like, supplied material, and took the finished product, but they were not big capitalists. There had been no rich manufacturers. The rich men of the world before this time had been great landowners or moneylenders and money manipulators or merchants. But in the 18th century, workers in certain industries began to be collected together into factories in order to produce things in larger quantities through a systematic division of labor, and the employer, as distinguished from the master worker, began to be a person of importance. Moreover, mechanical invention was producing machines that simplified the manual work of production, and were capable of being driven by water power and presently by steam. In 1765, Watt's steam engine was constructed, a very important date in the history of industrialism. The cotton industry was one of the first to pass into factory production, originally with water-driven machinery. The woolen industry followed, at the same time iron smelting, which had been restrained hitherto to small methods by the use of charcoal, resorted to coke made from coal, and the coal and iron industries also began to expand. The iron industry shifted from the wooded country of Sussex and Surrey to the coal districts. By 1800, this changeover of industry from a small-scale business with small employers to a large-scale production under big employers was well in progress. Everywhere there sprang up factories using first water then steam power. It was a change of fundamental importance in human economy. From the dawn of history, the manufacturer and craftsman had been, as we have said, a sort of middle-class townsman. The machine and the employer now superseded his skill, and he either became an employer of his fellows and grew towards wealth and equality with the other rich classes, or he remained a worker and sank very rapidly to the level of a mere laborer. This great change in human affairs is known as the Industrial Revolution. Beginning in Great Britain, it spread during the 19th century throughout the world. As the Industrial Revolution went on, a great gulf opened between employer and employed. In the past, every manufacturing worker had the hope of becoming an independent master. Even the slave craftsmen of Babylon and Rome were protected by laws that enabled them to save and buy their freedom and to set up for themselves. But now a factory and its engines and machines became a vast and costly thing, measured by the scale of the worker's pocket. Wealthy men had to come together to create an enterprise. Credit and plant, that is to say, capital, were required. Setting up for oneself ceased to be a normal hope for an artisan. The worker was henceforth a worker from the cradle to the grave. Besides the landlords and merchants and the money dealers who financed trading companies and lent their money to the merchants and the state, there arose now this new wealth of industrial capital, a new sort of power in the state. Of the working out of these beginnings we shall tell later. The immediate effect of the Industrial Revolution upon the countries to which it came was to cause a vast, distressful shifting and stirring of the mute, uneducated, leaderless, and now more and more propertyless common population. The small cultivators and peasants, ruined and dislodged by the Enclosure Acts, drifted towards the new manufacturing regions, and there they joined the families of the impoverished and degraded craftsmen in the factories. Great towns of squalid houses came into existence. Nobody seems to have noted clearly what was going on at the time. It is the keynote of private enterprise to mind one's own business, secure the utmost profit, and disregard any other consequences. Ugly great factories grew up, built as cheaply as possible, to hold as many machines and workers as possible. Around them gathered the streets of workers' homes, built at the cheapest rate, without space, without privacy, barely decent, and let at the utmost rent that could be exacted. These new industrial centers were at first without schools, without churches. The English gentleman of the closing decades of the 18th century read Gibbon's third volume and congratulated himself that there was henceforth no serious fear of the barbarians. With this new barbarism growing up, with this metamorphosis of his countrymen into something dark and desperate, in full progress, within an easy walk perhaps of his door.